Lepping, with his distracted mind, comments that he has completely forgotten what he was going to say. Gigi questions him, asking if he has really forgotten what he was going to do, to which the young man says, and furthermore, suggests that if she wants to learn fencing, the best thing would be to go to the Swordsman's Guild. Upon hearing that, the woman almost faints, while Boss thinks it was very cruel of the hero, as he wants to send the swordmaster back to the guild to learn what she herself teaches. Alive shares the same thought, considering the comment ruthless. Even Annie believes the swordswoman was unfortunate to hear those words. Gigi starts trembling, wondering if her fencing is that deficient in the eyes of the hero and if she really needs to return to the guild. At the same time, she thinks that everything she knows about fencing at the guild was taught by her. She wishes to understand what he meant by those words. However, the hero tries to make amends, explaining that he didn't intend to offend her. While searching for an explanation, he tries to recall the last technique of Tai Chi with the swordless step. He wonders if the swordless step, the technique he saw earlier at the guild competition in the city of Titano, is the same one used by a swordsman from the guild. Saying that, he reflects that since he doesn't possess magic, he can't focus the type of energy added. Then he makes a movement and comments that he believes it should be something similar. That simple act in front of Gigi's eyes was so impactful that it seemed to separate her soul from her body. It drifted farther and farther from where she stood, taking her to some mountains that, after a flash of light, revealed a dreamlike place that she gazed at in awe. After calming down, she mounts a sword that seems to welcome her and gently guided it toward the secondary, reasoning majestically before words. Upon arrival, the sword rises in front of Gigi, who takes it, staring in amazement at what is happening around her. She sees children training and the master observing them attentively. Immediately, the master makes a movement with his gigantic brush, which seems to be a signal for the little ones to attack the newcomer, resulting in her defeat. This surprises Gigi, who, after some time, appears in a new outfit and hairstyle. She begins training alongside the children and also meditating under a waterfall. Thus, she fights again and again against the little ones, always being observed by the master. Each fight ends in her defeat until one day, she is called by her master to have tea. Upon doing so, she senses an unknown presence and wonders if it might be the nothingness. She looks at the tea with curiosity. She then passes to another plane, where she trains on a lake, performing some movements with the sword, but eventually gets injured from pushing her body too hard in those techniques. In a moment of reflection, while observing her reflection in the water, the answers seem to come to her. She releases a burden that had been pressuring her to improve, letting go of her sword, which slowly sinks to the bottom of the lake. Then, closing her eyes, she begins to perform slow movements, full of peace and relief, resulting in a new technique. Time seems to have passed, and someone sweeps the dry leaves, revealing an elderly but peaceful Gigi. At that moment, one she used to train with approach her. With a simple movement, she sends them flying through the air, leaving them stunned on the pile of dry leaves that, by the way, were already neatly arranged. After that scene, Gigi has tea with her master. He asks her he has learned the way of Tai Chi. Relaxed, Gigi responds with another question, momentarily forgetting the purpose that brought her there. Upon hearing that, the master comments that this is the correct way and that now the time has come. A bit confused, Gigi looks at her reflection in the tea and regains the appearance and youth she had before. Then, the master asks her to remember to forget her and merge with nature. Do not try to control Tai Chi, but to integrate into it. Gigi understands her master's words and replies that she is not worthy of returning the wisdom that has been shared with her. Humbly, she asks to know his name so she can honor him forever. The master responds that it is not important, but still introduces himself as Zhang Sanfang. Immediately afterward, he wonders who will come next, revealing that Gigi is no longer there. Leping observes in surprise what is happening. While wondering what has transpired, it is revealed that Gigi is floating, receiving the illumination from her dream training. She begins to descend now that she possesses a higher magical rank, specifically 4 stars. Annie, seeing this with her demon eye, comments that the hero helped the great sword saint. However, she corrects her statement and mentions that he helped Gigi overcome 3 consecutive levels. This also impresses Elife, as Gigi ascended 3 levels in a matter of seconds. Boss, hearing this, comments that perhaps, in Leping's eyes, there is no difference between the Demon King level and the Master Mage level. It is then when she bows to the hero, thanking him for guiding her. Immediately afterward, she says that she, Gigi Sogus, has understood that from now on, she will follow the great hero's instructions. She will return to the Sword Saints Guild to start over, but this time, she won't obsess over swordsmanship. Instead, she will dedicate herself to the path of Tai Chi. After saying this, she simply backed away. As she flies away, the hero bids her farewell with a few words, reflecting that perhaps his own level is too low, as the powerful ones from other worlds are really hard to comprehend. He then turns to his group and informs them that Miss Gigi has left, asking Annie and Uncle Boss about their future plans and if they want to use Elizabeth's portal. Elife responds that she doesn't know much about the elf tribe, so she'd like to stay for a while to get familiar with it. Boss seems to share the same idea as his daughter and comments that he will soon move the Card Guild's headquarters to the elf tribe to help his daughter manage the community. Annie replies that she gets dizzy with portals, so she prefers to return on her own using her dolls, thanking the hero for the offer while thinking that she has decided to go elsewhere. Leping, after hearing everyone's plans, concludes that he will first return with Elizabeth. He then tells the queen, who is a bit downcast, that it's time to go home. The small, sad queen obeys, activating her portal and teleporting. They leave the elf tribe behind, while their companions embark on new adventures. Meanwhile, Gigi flies at full speed through the air when she notices something in the distance. It's a battle between 2 members of the Sword Saints Guild. The younger one, named Hui, comments that it's no surprise that the competitor from the Giant Bear Guild became an apostle during the last big guild tournament. Everything makes sense now, he says. The elder beside him, named Bali, remarks that he never imagined that the orcs, whom he considered simple and honest, would end up falling in this way. It is then revealed that the adversary of the two is a 6th demonic pillar, Farazdag Samavi, the leader of the Giant Bear Guild. He questions the elder's words, asking if he really believes that orcs are seen as simple and honest beings by humans. Laughing, he says it's no wonder orcs can never form a great fuss. Suddenly, Farazdas jumps, and in midair, he shouts that he will unleash his muscle strength at 100%. He falls upon the 2 swordsmen, who manage to dodge him. I warns that their opponent possesses the power of a demonic sovereign and asks Bali what they will do. The elder, while unsheathing his sword, asks him not to underestimate them and reminds him that after drinking the barley tea given to them by Boss, they've reached the demonic sovereign level. Bali uses the instant unsheathing skill, and his attack embeds multiple needles into the body of the giant bear. Meanwhile, Hui starts performing hand seals in a quite familiar gesture. From his mouth, concrete emerges, trapping the giant bear, imprisoning him. Immediately afterward, he uses the blunt sword technique, a crushing blow. He inserts his swords into the concrete, injuring the giant bear. Finally, the young man shouts that he will use the maximum amplitude power to crush him into pieces. When using maximum power, Vibrations begin to spread throughout the desert. At first, the monster feels nothing, but then a red liquid starts to come out of its mouth. The attack was so powerful that, to protect himself, the man had to stand on his cane while observing the entire fight. He reflects that the vibration, combined with the particles and friction, causes a complete attack in all directions. Consider that it's within the group of the 10 colored swords. That young man is the most appreciated. Although he doesn't have blue sharpness, he can persevere day after day in his training and compensate for his weaknesses with diligence, thus developing his own sword art. It is then that the young man removes his canes, declaring that the vibration is complete. Bali tells him that he did a good job and that, as he said, he just needs to believe in himself. Soon he will surpass Blue. He responds that he feels flattered by those words, but confesses that he does not think about surpassing anyone, but only wishes to do good, taking firm steps and consolidating. At that moment, the hardened structure begins to fragment. It explodes, attracting the attention of those nearby and raising a cloud of smoke at the same time. The young man asks Bali if he noticed the chilling atmosphere, but the man urges him to freeze and urgently tells him to use all his magical power to activate the sword shield. They both activate the ability of the 3-seal protector sword, inserting 3 swords of light into the sand. However, the monster only stares, then positioning its hand, and with a simple movement, it not only breaks the 3 protective swords, but also wounds the young man and destroys his canes, which then fall onto the man due to the force of the attack. The monster begins to advance toward them, who were already almost buried in the sand. Then, Falarzada Samarvi uses the power of the Dark Sea, transforming his body and increasing his power. He claims that the man was not wrong and that the Dark Gear is nothing more than a transitional tool, concluding that only the chaotic power of the Dark is eternal. He announces that those below the rank of Demon King are just ants and believe he has surpassed the power of Lord Malfoy, beginning to laugh. But that joy ends as quickly as it began, as he is cut in half. The one responsible for that attack is none other than Gigi. Upon seeing her, Bali calls her president. The woman questions what he is doing there, as she had given orders for him to watch over the main guild base. The man explains that he brought Bali to the south to investigate a small country that might have secrets about how to face the Dark Guild. As for the guild, he reports that they completely rejected the Dark Guild and took the initiative to send the 10 colored swords to gather information throughout the demon domain. However, he reflects that except for the elf tribe, they did not find that supposed small country throughout the south. It seems that the 3 people who informed him of that tricked them. Upon hearing his words, Gigi asks to forget that mission and suggests that they now return to the guild. She also requests that he summon everyone immediately, as she has something important to announce. Elsewhere, more precisely in the demon domain, in the Goblin Cave, a group of hunters is there. The bull comments that he heard the goblins in that cave are completely different from those outside, as they have never had contact with the outside world and are very primitive and without reasoning. The boy asks him not to worry, responding that this time not only does he have his green sword, but they also have Mr. Trav. If the goblins have been contaminated, they will simply eliminate them. It is then that the elf replies that, if it weren't because he must return a favor to his guild of sacred swordsmen, he would never have joined their team, and they are lucky. The bull adds that if there hadn't been competitions, he wouldn't have accepted it to the bounty mission either, as it puts his life at risk and doesn't pay as much as reselling tickets. The woman in the group confesses that mindless barbarians sound somewhat terrifying. At that moment, the green-haired boy looks at them and promises to protect them. The woman says that the magic stone is reacting strongly, and there must surely be a large number of living beings approaching them. The young man prepares while saying that they have been discovered. The goblins, upon seeing them, can only utter the word woman. I'll open a parenthesis here, as those who saw episodes 1 or 2 of Goblin Slayer know what that means. Well, let's continue. The young man arms himself with his peculiar sword and assists them to prepare for battle. Immediately, the goblins goshen the attack, leaving behind a trail of red liquid. We see the elf injured, wondering how this could have happened as he lost to barbarian goblins who don't even know how to use magic. Shortly after, his head is crushed, revealing that not only has he lost, but his entire group has bulleted, except for one woman who was captured by the goblins. By the way, they begin to walk towards her with smiles on their faces and drool in their mouths. The biggest of them says that now they will begin to make more goblins, which terrifies her. She can only scream at them to stay away. She screams for them to stop. After a while, a small figure seems to arrive there, while the biggest goblin drools and talks about enjoying their craving, happy to have her body melting. This reveals the woman licking her fingers, sitting on top of a goblin. She comments that everything is as she'd expected, and that she added a bit of plot to prevent it from becoming boring. She concludes that even the most irrational barbarian in front of her behaves as docile as a dog, and that's really boring. After that, she absorbs the dark gear, ascending her power. She is Rusbed, one of the 6 demonic pillars. She mentions aloud that he has already seen everything he needed and asks him to leave. A centipede emerges from the shadows, laughing. Opening its mouth, some fingers come out of it, then a leg and the rest of its body. The man in front of her says that if she desires the power of the dark gear, she doesn't need to hide her identity. She just has to hunt the seeds planted by Malfoy. He proposes helping her if she helps him with something. Rusabed responds that she has already realized that he and his will leader are not on good terms, and asks if he wants her to betray the guild. Using the Mortal Temptation ability on him, she wraps him with 2 serpents with women's heads. However, he asks her not to waste her magical power, as he has no interest in the desires of this world, and is not asking her to betray a mouth. Upon hearing this, the woman undoes her ability and questions what it is that he really wants. At the same time, she thinks that her seduction technique can confuse even those of a higher rank, which indicates that the man's power is of an even higher rank. She adds that it doesn't matter what he wants, as she herself has not surpassed the superior rank. She wonders how she could help someone as powerful as him, Lord Azathoth. He responds that she is very clever and wants to know if she is willing to sacrifice the dark for her life. He opens his mouth and releases a dark power. That is the power of K. He explains that this is enough for her to jump from the upper rank to the Demon King rank, considering that it's like absorbing 1,000 dark gears or more. Furthermore, he notes that her power of seduction is special, and that's the reason he chose her. Although he's not going to force her, she must decide. Rusabed contemplates the power of chaos, while wondering if she would really ascend to the Demon King rank. Finally, she accepts the offer. In another place, specifically in the hero's house, there is the little plant that helped him in the elf village. He comments that the magical world is truly amazing, as plants can communicate in a way similar to humans, not with words, but through movements, observing the difference with the ordinary crops he plants. He adds that he will now return to his home and asks the little plant to stay there and get along with the other crops. As he leaves the little plant at the mercy of the other crops, which seem a bit hostile. Already at his house, the hero announces his return and asks Elizabeth if she wants some freshly harvested apples. However, the queen declines the offer, revealing that she is still feeling down. She adds that apples are not as delicious as snacks, to which the hero agrees, but asks her not to eat too much as he is preparing lunch. The little queen only responds that he is being annoying and asks him to let her eat in peace while she drinks a lepping soda. She drinks a large amount, and the hero, observing her, wonders what's going on, as since her return from the elf tribe, Elizabeth has been down. After enjoying the soda, Elizabeth bursts into a tantrum, cursing him angrily, while Lepping looks at her in surprise. The hero wonders what he could have done to offend her and considers that his performance as a hero did not meet her expectations. He reflects that having no magic or sword skills, he may have disappointed her and considers himself a foolish student. But soon he realizes that's not the problem. Although he couldn't learn magic or swordsmanship, he did his best to join the fight against the Dark Guild, taking advantage of his fame a little. The Queen, however, has a different perspective. It's frustrating for her that Lepping can bend the rules, while she has undergone training filled with sacrifices. She admits that maybe it was just a stepping stone for him to become famous, but then corrects her thought, recognizing that he didn't even seek that fame and doesn't leave his home without lying on the couch. She reflects that in the past, a 7-star demon king could rule the world. But now she wonders what use someone of that level is. Resigned, she decides to enjoy what remains of her life. The hero observes her in silence and, after analyzing her, concludes that Elizabeth is discouraged, irritable, and with volatile emotions, constantly eating snacks and appearing anxious. Finally, he assumes she is going through her period. He remembers that they have lived together for over a year, and before he hadn't noticed similar symptoms. He supposes that in the magical world, this is normal, considering she is the demon queen and has a different biological cycle than humans. After this conclusion, he calls her to eat and she flies to the table. She sits in front of the plate, commenting that today's menu is curry rice. But the hero clarifies that he prepared a special stew for her. The queen, doubtful, says she's not interested and quickly eats everything. She stands up and tells him he can eat the rest, that she just wants to go back to the couch and eat snacks. But Lepping asks her to wait and at least take a look. Then he uncovers the plate, revealing a glow that immediately catches Elizabeth's attention. Looking, she sees a delicious soup with red dates, egg, and wood ear. The hero explains that he prepared it with brown sugar water, and although it's not as sweet as a pudding, it's beneficial for health. This seems to bother the queen. He proceeds to cool the soup a bit and offers her a spoonful. However, in her eyes, the hero appears sinister, like a mad scientist, inviting her to try it. This makes her hesitant, revealing that the hero's true appearance was that of a kind person. Finally, she accepts and takes a spoonful, as at that moment, nothing else matters. That simple act transports her mind to a hot spring. She looks around, wondering if she is really in such a place, until a voice explains that it's a brown sugar bath, beneficial for circulation and energy. In front of her, 3 ladies introduce themselves: an egg, Granny Red Dates, and Miss Wood Ear. At that moment, Granny Red Dates asks her to allow them to offer her a full service, and immediately they all place a towel and wrap her up. The queen asks what type of service, and Miss Wood Ear responds that it's a spa service to massage her skin and revitalize her health. Then, in a synchronized move, the 3 women lift the queen, taking her out of the pattern spring. The queen, astonished, watches as they gently place her on a bed without hurting her, or at least, that's how it seems. However, her curiosity leads her to ask what they really plan to do. Immediately, one of the ladies begins to massage the queen's hand. It's Miss Wood Ear, who reassures her, asking her not to be nervous and to close her eyes and enjoy the relaxation while she massages her hands. Feeling the massage, Elizabeth reflects on how good it feels and surrenders to the sensation. Then, Aunt Egg places herself on her back, mentioning that Miss Wood Ear's hand massage can instantly calm her and that it's pointless to resist. The queen can't find words to describe what she's feeling, thinking that this must be the power of the rule, and Egg adds that her special back treatment can leave the queen's and as soft as hers. The queen, feeling unable to resist, gives in, enjoying the massage on her hands and the back at the same time. At that moment, Granny Red Dates announces it's her turn to help, and she slowly approaches. Aunt Egg questions if it's already time for Granny to act, commenting that the Queen hasn't completely relaxed yet. However, she adds that, being young and strong, she should be able to handle it. Elizabeth, somewhat confused, wonders what she will have to endure, as it's supposed to be just a massage, and she doesn't think the old lady, with her trembling appearance, could do anything too extreme. It is then that Granny shows surprising strength, transforming, then grabbing the Queen's leg, warning that she won't be gentle with her. At that moment, the Queen only manages to say no, but Aunt Egg asks her not to fear, explaining that Granny's foot massage can unblock her meridians and improve energy and blood flow. Granny begins the massage, applying a special technique called bone stinger, rotating her fist on the Queen's foot sole, which causes her deep relaxation. This repeats for a while, intensifying the sense of well-being. Each of the women contributes to elevate the Queen's energy. Miss Wood-Ear nurtures her yin, Aunt Egg beautifies her skin, and Granny Red Dates strengthens her blood. All these combined benefits bring the Queen to a higher level, reaching the state of an 8-star demon goddess, only to suddenly return to reality. Sitting without reacting while the hero eats quietly, he asks her how she feels and if she's warmer and more comfortable than before. Noting that her face seems a bit more flushed, he trusts he has helped her. It is then that the Queen slowly opens her eyes. Leping, the hero, asks if she's okay and if the difference is too big to accept. Obviously, he's referring to the taste of the soup, but the Queen perceives his words differently. She hears him saying that she only needs to use a bit of the rule's power to advance in level, but she doubts she can reach it, as the distance between them seems insurmountable. Annoyed, the Queen curses him, saying that the rule has arrived, and resigned, returns to her chibi form. She collapses on the table, lamenting that there is no point in eating anything, and accepts whatever happens. Leping, seeing her discouragement, tells her it's fine, that she should rest, and promises not to bother her anymore. Although he thinks to himself that he was right, the rule has arrived, and that food therapy can't do much for her at this moment. After that, Leping informs Elizabeth that he plans to go out and practice a bit with Alpha, and asks if it will be alright. However, he reflects that during her period, her emotions intensify, and everything she sees annoys her. He believes that the best option is to disappear voluntarily for a while. Upon learning that he is going out, the Queen responds indifferently, whatever, making it clear that she has little interest in his activities. Leping heads to the place where he left Alpha, but he can't find him and wonders where he might be. However, he remembers that lately, Alpha has always been with Wan Kai and thinks they probably went out for a walk. Meanwhile, both are walking through the fields, and the Holy Sword complains about the noise. He observes the dog and comments that the frequency of that strange sound is increasing. The little dog asks what sound, adding that if he doesn't hear it, he might just be looking for an excuse to slack off. The young man replies that he hasn't heard anything beyond a constant buzzing next to his ear, which is driving him crazy and preventing him from sleeping. He confesses that it is extremely annoying. However, the little dog goes on alert and warns of a suspicious sound 3 kilometers away. At that moment, a woman appears, desperately fleeing from 2 huge goblins, screaming for help. But her expression quickly changes. She is Rusbed, one of the 6 demonic pillars. As she observes the place, she thinks she never imagined obtaining such shocking information. Now she knows the secret location of the Demon Queen's refuge and the legendary hero. Everything is going according to her plan. Rusbed recalls the pact she made with a certain man, He will help her eliminate the person who occupies the Malfoy's thoughts, the legendary demon queen, Elizabeth. She then reflects that Azathoth is apparently the co-founder of the Dark Guild, along with Lord Alpha, and undoubtedly holds the numerous hidden secrets of Lord Malfoy. Although she is unaware of the exact origin of that dark sea from another universe, the fact that it could instantly elevate her to the level of Demon King proves that her power surpasses that of Lord Malfoy. However, Azathoth's relationship with Malfoy does not concern her. She will collaborate with whoever offers her benefits, as she sees conflicts among the powerful as her opportunity to gain more rewards. After all, her unique charm ability allows her to face tigers and wolves, capable of subverting the most powerful. This is, in fact, the main reason why Azathoth wishes to work with her. Despite being aware that she cannot rival Elizabeth, her situation is made easier by the fact that the legendary hero is a man. What she doesn't perceive is that a missile is heading directly towards her, more precisely towards where the large goblins that had been hit by the missile were, leaving her paralyzed by the explosion. Dazed, she turns around and asks what is happening. Upon observing the hole left by the explosion, Ruzbed reflects that those two savage goblins were imbued with dark gear and possessed power equivalent to that of a demon king. They were not only there to pretend to attack her, but also to hunt Elizabeth. Intrigued, she wonders what kind of attack could cause such destruction. Suddenly, she senses a threatening presence, as if she is about to be shot. Then, she discovers that multiple weapons are aimed at her. Wankai, in a challenging tone, asks her who she is and what her purpose is. She tries to articulate some words, but unsuccessfully. She perceives that those threatening weapons immobilize her and prevent her from speaking, and she wonders if she will be eliminated on the spot. Alpha, noticing the situation, turns to the little dog who is intimidating the young woman and comments that she is clearly just the poor girls being chased by magical beings. Then, Alpha introduces himself as the legendary Holy Sword. The little dog asks for silence and not to reveal information about his master. He also promises to be the first to speak, but only after carefully analyzing the suspicious person. Then he extends a robotic hand towards her, and the woman, intrigued, wonders if he is a monster or some kind of artifact. In the end, she realizes she cannot identify what or who he is. Wankai starts scanning her, and the woman feels that her body is being examined. She thinks that if they discover her secret, her fate could be elimination. To prevent this, she decides to take the initiative and attack first, activating her power, Fatal Attraction. This power plunges Alpha into a trance, in which his eyes reflect the emerge of a legendary hero. Transported to a dream world, the hero asks him what he is thinking. In the next scene, they are both fighting together against monsters, while Alpha teaches the hero new combat techniques. After numerous battles, the two embark on a journey to the Demon Continent to confront the Demon Queen. In this dream world, the two manage to defeat the Demon Queen. The hero raises his sword in a sign of victory and, grateful, asks Alpha to guide him whenever he feels lost or confused, acknowledging him as his faithful companion. Back in the real world, Alpha starts laughing and asks his companion why he is being so formal. He reminds him that, thanks to the connection they share, he doesn't need to address him so politely. On the other hand, he seems to be immersed in a dream world as well, where he runs and plays joyfully through the fields alongside his owner, enjoying all forms of fun possible. Meanwhile, Leping ignores the queen, allowing the little dog to receive all of the hero's attention, who confesses to being in love with his faithful companion. Ruzabed's attack causes the dog's weapons to lower. Seeing this, Ruzabed reveals that her attack is irresistible to anyone who harbors a desire, stating that no one can resist her seduction, no matter how powerful they are. However, Rusabed is unaware of what Wankai truly is. He begins to alert about the detection of a virus invasion and initiates a thorough scan of all systems and software. After a brief analysis, he locates the virus's position and begins the elimination process. Finally, Wankai announces that the elimination has been completed and initiates the installation of a security patch. Upon finishing, he declares that the vulnerability patch has been successful. Wankai's weapons activate again, aiming at the woman who attacked him. Confused, she wonders how her deduction technique could have failed against him. Wankai responds by questioning her identity and the reason for her intrusion into his system. He adds that although she does not represent a clear threat, her intentions are ambiguous, so he has decided that the best course of action is to eliminate. Upon hearing this, the woman, visibly concerned, wonders if this could be an enchantment spell from a demon king, as he has undone her magic. She confesses that she doesn't understand, as according to legends, Elizabeth was never described as a strong demon king. Just then, Leping shouts the names of his companions, finally relieved to have found them. Meanwhile, Wankai begins to lower his weapons, and upon recognizing his master, he steps back, barking excitedly. The woman notices how the little dog backs away and then watches as he joyfully jumps towards Leping. He comments that he heard a noise in that direction and feels relieved to have found. Rusabed looks at him and reflects that there is no need to guess, considering Leping to be the legendary hero. Although she perceives him as an ordinary man, the dog shows a remarkable interest in him. At that moment, she thinks that his plan could still go ahead. Leping's presence could be very useful for her, so she decides to approach him and try to charm him with her beauty. He seems distracted, so she offers him a pleasant smile and asks if he is okay. Leping, surprised, stares at her and reacts nervously, asking what she wants from him. Rusabed introduces herself as Rusabed and adds that she is an admirer. Leping, perplexed, thinks that there must be some trick behind her charm. However, he realizes that he is being admired for something he does not fully comprehend, which makes him feel uneasy. Rusabed, noticing his discomfort, tries to be more understanding. Leping affirms that he is perfectly fine and asks her again why she approached him. Rusabed pretends to blush and confesses that she has always wanted to meet the legend. Leping can't help but feel that there is something peculiar about her. Suddenly, he feels the urge to run away, but he fights it and remains firm. In the end, he decides to accept her request to join them and tells her that while he appreciates the offer, he will first need to assess their abilities. This further infuriates the queen. Leping, holding her in his arms and knowing her name, asks if she feels any discomfort. Rusabed replies that she still feels a little dizzy and just needs to rest. The entire scene is watched by Elizabeth, who, with a look of discontent, cannot believe what she is seeing, especially when the hero places the Walkman on the same sofa as her. Elizabeth grimaces, trying to catch Leping's attention, but he doesn't notice her. Then, he asks Rusabed to rest for a moment on the sofa while he goes to prepare her a cup of tea.
After that, the queen was furious, glaring at both the little dog and the sacred sword. Both, noticing her anger, were frightened, and Wankai could only bark in fear while Alpha tried to defend himself, saying he had done nothing wrong. Then, the woman launched an attack on both of them, but unfortunately only managed to hit the little dog, as the sword returned to its original form before being struck. The poor Wankai fell to the ground and bounced. When he regained consciousness, still disoriented, he tried to explain, saying she had misunderstood the situation. However, the woman squeezed him on both sides, injuring him even more. Then, enraged, she asked if they were recruiting again without her orders and if they didn't take her words seriously as queen. The entire scene was witnessed by the new guest, who thought to herself that the woman must be the legendary demon queen, Elizabeth. The woman asked, while hitting the poor dog, if he couldn't control himself. However, the guest, after witnessing the whole scene, couldn't understand why the conflict with that artifact had begun. Then she reflected that her plan was going well, as she only needed to completely capture the legendary hero to use him and fulfill her pact with Azathoth, which is to eliminate. She knew she couldn't waste more time, so she began to use her deadly temptation ability on the hero. But upon attempting to reach him, the magic dissipated, or rather, it never reached him. Seeing this, she wondered if something had gone wrong, as her deadly temptation hadn't affected him at all, which worried her more and more as the hero approached. It was then that he spoke to her, offering her a cup of barley tea he had prepared. Before taking the cup, she used her deadly temptation again, thinking it was impossible for anyone to resist such power. At that moment, Leping gave her a blank stare. But then the situation changed. He asked if she felt uncomfortable, noticing her eyes trembling. At the same time, he mentally questioned if some monster outside had scared her. It's revealed that she was nervous because her ability wasn't working well, causing her mild spasms from the extreme effort. Then she extended her hands to reach the teacup, and the hero suggested she drink a bit to relax. He added that when she recovered, they could take her back to the city. She began to bring the cup closer to her lips, reflecting that the tea possessed powerful magic. Right after taking a sip, the tea's power awakened something inside her. Suddenly, in her mind, she saw a gigantic wave of tea seemingly falling on her, soaking her completely. However, this was all in her mind, as in reality, she had just leveled up. Leping, noticing her expression of surprise, asked if she felt better. She then dropped the cup, began trembling, and asked him what he had given her to drink, as she felt something moving in her abdomen, concentrating in a single point. Then, the sensation began to move upward, leaving her in endless agony. This made the hero desperate, who began running from side to side, showing his anguish. He asked her what was happening and if she was allergic to barley. At that moment, the queen appeared and commented that what was happening to the guest was obvious, citing Gigi as an example, as both had signed a contract with the Sea of Darkness, which had contaminated them. The man asked why she didn't save her as she had done with Gigi, but the queen changed her attitude and replied that she wouldn't do it, not in a million. Furthermore, she reflected that he was pretending, as he knew Leping had broken the contract using the barley tea, and that what she was suffering now was just a rejection reaction. She added that he always sought an opportunity to show how incredible he was as a creator. However, the woman continued trembling and agonizing from her rejection of the tea. Then, a dark mass began to come out of her mouth, or rather accumulated there, to be expelled with the next wave of the substance. Finally, she spat it out, freeing herself from all the power of the Sea of Darkness and revealing a small substance left on the ground. Leping, observing this, commented that it was one of those magical bugs they had found before, and he showed At that moment, the slime came to life and declared that this time it was very stealthy, asking how he discovered it. Swearing eternal hatred towards both of them, it cursed them with the power of chaos. However, before continuing its threats, something hit it. It was a robotic vacuum cleaner announcing that it was cleaning and warning them to watch their steps. Leping commented that he had quite a scare. It seemed he hadn't heard the voice, as he thought it was just regular dirt. After that, the queen asks the woman what her purpose is in coming there. Rusabed responds to avoid misunderstandings, explaining she was forced. However, she secretly wonders if her contract with Azathoth has been cancelled in this way, concluding that events have completely exceeded her expectations. However, Elizabeth informs her that she cannot lie in front of her and begins to release some of her power. Both women are transported to another place, where a red moon rises behind the queen, while Rusabed finds herself in a field full of bones. Rusabed reflects that this oppressive feeling is beyond the level she was told the queen had, making her feel insignificant like an ant. Before anything else happens, Leping appears, laughing, and comments that the queen has been in a bad mood lately, asking if he can speak. Then, understandingly, He says he understands she was forced and asks if it has something to do with the Dark Guild, asking her to tell him little by little. Desperate, the woman affirms it is so. Throwing herself at the hero's feet and embracing him, this action is observed by the queen, who becomes angry while the hero is left surprised. Ruzbed then reveals that the Dark Guild and the so-called Dark Sea of Azathoth are conspiring and forcing her to work for them. She adds that she doesn't want to do bad things, and that's why she secretly escaped, although she didn't expect them to implant something so... Finally, she looks at the hero, pleading, and asks him to please save her. Leping, hearing this, quickly responds that there's no problem, asking her to release him first, and then they'll take care of it. After that, the man steps back to let Ruzbed change clothes, confirming what we see, as she states that the clothes are too tight. Elizabeth, flying beside her, responds that this is because Leping made those clothes for her, not for another woman to wear. However, Ruzbed replies that she's just borrowing the clothes and asks her not to be so stingy, calling her Dear Demon Queen. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth says it doesn't matter what her true intentions are, as long as she leaves before tomorrow. Ruzbed, without hiding anything, confesses that she was originally sent to eliminate her, but after being purified by Lord Leping, she switched sides and is now completely reformed. She adds that if the queen orders her to leave, she obviously wouldn't dare disobey, but if Leping asked her to stay even for a little while, she would dare contradict her. The queen, noticing this threat, calls her shameless and asks if she really intends to stay there and live with them, questioning what makes her think he would keep her in that house. It's then that she reveals it's as everyone says. Even a hero cannot resist the beauty of a lady. And perhaps this is because of her perfect body. But after seeing the Demon Queen, she doubts she would understand. The little queen asks if she's referring to her current appearance, while she reflects on how she's been relaxing lately and hasn't been concerned about the accumulated fat, slightly pinching her abdomen. However, that's not a problem. As with a snap, she activates her negative attribute conversion magic, starting to glow and completely transforming her figure. In the end, she asks if that's the perfect body she was talking about. Then, the queen begins walking toward Ruzbed. Getting closer and closer, now face to face, she asks what's wrong and where all the confidence she had before went. She asks her to take a good look and confirms that in front of her, she is nothing. She begins to overlay her plot over her rivals, but something happens. Her rival's plot prevails, overlaying the queen's. At that moment, Ruzbed lets out a small laugh, while the queen screams in rage, saying it's impossible. Hearing the scream, Leping enters quickly, asking what happened. The intruding woman, seeing this, quickly grabs the queen's arm to pretend that Elizabeth slapped her, all under the hero's gaze. After that, Ruzbed begins to act as a victim, telling Elizabeth that if she did something wrong, she can correct it. This leaves the queen speechless, very different from the hero, who seems angry and calls her by her name, questioning what she's doing. But Ruzbed doesn't stop there, asking Leping not to blame Elizabeth, and even though he saw her being scolded, she considers it her fault. The hero asks Miss Ruzbed not to cry and believes there must be some misunderstanding, asking Elizabeth if that's so. Ruzbed begins to celebrate, thinking she has plunged her into her own trials, and no matter how she explains it, as long as she keeps admitting it was her fault, the hero will always be on her side. However, Ruzbed didn't expect Elizabeth to respond that there's no misunderstanding since she is the queen, and asks what the problem is if she hits her. The woman, in distress, asks Leping if he could say something fair. It's then that he responds, saying he's just saying that. But before finishing his sentence, Elizabeth asks what it is he wants. At that moment when the boy gives his approval, responding that she did well to hit her, as he's sure she has her reasons. This leaves Rusbed shocked by such an attitude. Then he explains that Elizabeth is a demon and that her power is unfathomable. He also mentions that surely she has detected some trace of lingering evil within Rusbed. He confirms that Elizabeth may be somewhat blunt in her way of helping, but she definitely does it for her own good, asking her to cooperate with her and have some patience. Finally, he touches Elizabeth's shoulder as a sign of support, apologizing and assuring her that she can continue. Rusbed, trembling with fear, calls out to Lepping. Elizabeth, upon witnessing the entire spectacle, comments that those tricks are too clumsy. Then, she turns around while the woman apologizes to the queen and admits her mistake. However, the head of the house questions if they truly think she could be considered a threat. Walking away, she demands that she stop showing off in front of her, which enrages the intruder. That night, while the little dog settles down and the sword rests, already inside the house, a plate of food remains empty. At that moment, Rusbed reaches the 3-star demon level, thanking at the same time for the food. Lepping, noticing that she has finished, asks if she wants another serving of rice with meat stew. But just then, her nose starts to bleed, and she quickly hides it while refusing the offer, saying that it is enough. In her thoughts, she reflects that she now knows the name of the wonderful food she just tried. After enjoying its salty, sweet, and fragrant taste, she realizes that her demon level has risen again. She confesses to herself that she wants to eat more, but knows her body couldn't handle it. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, completely different from her, receives another portion that the hero serves her, creating a mountain of food. Rusbed, observing the scene, is surprised and wonders why they eat such a nutritious dish as if it were ordinary food. She also wonders if they have surpassed the Demon King level, and she doesn't believe that there is anything more advanced than that level in this world. Finally, she changes her expression and reflects that it's no surprise Elizabeth gave up everything to stay with this man, which leaves her even more determined to conquer him. So she comments that the queen has a good appetite, but asks if this won't annoy Lepping for eating so much. The man, hearing her, responds that it couldn't be, as every day he is happy to see Elizabeth enjoy her food. He confesses that cooking is the only thing he knows how to do well. Rusbed, hearing this, confesses that she feels envious as she would love to eat the food he prepares with his own hands every day. But Elizabeth slams the table and says it's a nuisance, as she no longer has any appetite. At the same time, she reflects that when the hero said cooking is the only thing he does well, it seems to imply that the only thing she does well in front of him. After that, she heads toward the armchair. Rusbed asks if she is leaving and, addressing the hero, asks if Elizabeth has ever praised how delicious his food is. Looking at him, she says that maybe it's true what they say. You don't appreciate what you have. Then she confesses that Lepping is the best cook she has ever met and asks if he could teach her how to cook, as she would like to learn from him. Meanwhile, the queen listens to everything and while eating a snack, observes Lepping. He, for his part, reflects that his emotions fluctuate greatly during the period. He assumes it's something normal, but still, seeing the queen so downcast fills his heart with unease. On the other hand, in the bathroom, someone enjoys the hot water. Using liquid soap, she covers herself in foam all over her body. It was Rusbed. She reflects that drinking, eating, and bathing are simple, everyday things, but doing them where she is can bring indescribable rewards. She confesses that it is truly wonderful. Along the way, she has always followed the strong with the sole hope of obtaining a small part of their gains. She reveals that she has never thought about ruling the world, as she considers it something impossible to achieve with just seduction techniques. However, now, surprisingly, that idea has emerged in her. She is sure that as long as she gets this man, she will be able to obtain the whole world. She concludes that from now on, she has only one purpose: to conquer this man named Leaping. Therefore, to avoid any possible problems, she is determined to completely cut ties with her past. From outside, Rusbed asks Mr. Lepping if he can bring her a piece of clothing. Upon hearing this, he wonders if it was Rusbed who called him a moment ago. Before anyone can respond, Rusbed comes out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and says to forget what she asked for, as she found a towel. She stops in front of the Queen and Lepping, who, by the way, mentions that it's his towel. However, Rusbed sits between them and comments that there was no other choice, as Elizabeth's clothes are too tight and don't suit her. She asks what they are looking at and, with a playful smile, adds if she can join them in whatever they are watching, approaching the hero. But the hero quickly leaves there. First, he tells her that he will help her find suitable clothes, leaving her in that place. This annoys her, and she mentions that, once again, he has escaped. Then she composes herself. She thinks that it doesn't matter if she runs away now, as she believes she will have many opportunities. And as long as she continues attacking, she will eventually succeed. However, the Queen uses her power to silence her. Then she stands up and says that, originally, she had already decided to surrender and that she shouldn't worry about such trivial matters. Rusbed, sensing a threatening aura, starts signaling for the Queen to stop. However, Elizabeth comments that she wants to hear news of a friend. She questions her, asking if she was in the Dark Guild, and tells her that she should remember her as she points at her and activates her power. Then, another hand of energy appears, immobilizing the woman's hands. But the Queen reassures her, telling her that she doesn't plan to eliminate her. She says that as long as she cooperates, everything will end quickly. Rusbed thinks that to reach the happiness she longs for, she will not give up, even if she has to face the Demon Queen. She is now determined to prove her power, activating her 4-star level illusion and using her technique called Fatal Temptation. However, to her surprise, it is she who ends up trapped in an illusion. Now she is the prisoner, confined in a punishment room. At first she is alone, but soon she hears footsteps. A woman starts walking towards the entrance of the room, opens the door and enters. Upon recognizing who it is, Rusbed, confused, asks why this is happening. She is convinced that her adversary should have fallen into her illusion. The Demon Queen confirms that indeed she fell into her trap, but reveals that before being trapped, she managed to drag her along with her. With an imposing attitude, the Queen presents herself as a punisher ready to subdue her prisoner. Rusbed, alarmed, asks what she intends and warns her that Lord Lepping will appear soon. Challenging, she questions whether she doesn't fear him discovering this. Elizabeth calmly responds that she adjusted the primitive illusion Rusbed launched. She explains that in this dimension, 1 minute equals 10 seconds in the real world. Furthermore, she assures that, while it lasts, everything will seem completely real and in the end, she will forget it all without it causing any harm. The prisoner, curious about the situation, asks if all these tricks are meant to threaten her into abandoning Lord Lepping, then firmly asserts that she will not do so, not even in her dreams. While reflecting, she realizes that she has reached the 4-star demon level just by spending some time with Lepping, and is convinced that if she stays by his side, she will achieve a great future. She adds that even if they threaten or even eliminate her, she is sure that the hero will find a way to revive her. However, before she can say more, a whip strikes her hard, causing a severe wound. The Queen, with a cold look, mentions that she is thinking too much, and that the only thing she really wants to know is Amelia's whereabouts. Immediately, she starts hitting her repeatedly with the whip. After this punishment, the Queen speaks, revealing that the Dark Guild was not completely destroyed and that Amelia is still missing. She questions her, asking if they have captured her. Despite the severity of the punishment, Rusbed can only scream desperately, stating that she knows nothing about Amelia. However, the queen is encouraged by the situation, saying that resisting will only make it worse, and that she will continue because she finds her very stubborn. Punishing her prisoner even more with multiple lashings. Finally, after a long time of blows, the queen grants her a respite. The moment Rusbed admits that she truly knows nothing, asking to be let go and pleading for her freedom from the demon queen. After that, Elizabeth questions her, asking if she really doesn't know anything about Amelia's whereabouts. Although she knows she can't get anything out of her, she feels a satisfaction, as if she has gotten revenge. She realizes something and wonders if that satisfaction comes from being jealous of Leaping. Just then, someone calls her. Someone asks the queen what she is doing, drawing her attention to the person who asked the question. It was the hero who had a different outfit, and it was just then that he spoke to help him and asked how he looked in it. Elizabeth, blushing at how well it fits, confesses that it's beautiful, very beautiful, quickly snapping back to reality. The hero, however, was referring to the shirt he was holding in his hands and asks if it's big enough. But before receiving an answer, the queen runs to her room while he comments that her behavior is strange. It is at that moment that he notices Rusbed's condition, a bit surprised, as she seems visibly affected by the illusion attack. She starts pleading to be left alone and promises she won't dare to do more. Later that night, Rusbed is lying somewhat hidden on a bed in the middle of the room. She wonders what happened before, as she remembers nothing except the fear that still surrounds her. She adds that she has reached the level of a 4-star demon king and is sure that outside, she wouldn't lose to someone from the Dark Guild or the Holy Sword Guild. However, in front of the 2 residents of the house, she feels like an insect being toyed with by children, unable to resist, and starts trembling. Then, she gets up and declares that she cannot give up, that she needs to push beyond her current level. Suddenly, she notices something. Looking toward the window, she perceives an evil presence watching her. It is Elizabeth, who gestures to indicate she will be watching her closely. This causes Rusbed to hide under the sheets, while the queen recalls Lepping's words. He had told her everything would be fine and had made a promise. This makes her smile as she curses him, remembering that at least he keeps his promise of never allowing anyone else in her bed. She wonders if he rescued that woman to force her into a stance, since emotions are something even a creator can't control. Believing that after sending that woman back home, she will confront him slowly, considering the possibility of defeating him. The next day, the hero wakes up calmly. However, he notices something and asks Rusbed not to be so polite, pointing out that they have a robot vacuum cleaner at home. He asks her to get up, as a guest is a guest, and asks Elizabeth to say something about it. Elizabeth replies that she was not the one who forced Rusbed to do that, and questions what that has to do with her. Rusbed explains that it's not important, admitting that she made a mess on the floor yesterday and considers it her responsibility to clean it up. However, she reflects that it's all the Demon Queen's fault, who had been sitting there early watching her, making her feel so uncomfortable that she had no choice but to find something to do to show her submission. Then, Lepping asks her to get up and offers to help, a gesture for which the woman thanks him. The young man comments that it's no problem and that after finishing the cleaning, he will prepare breakfast, all under the queen's watchful eye. She then places her drink on the table to push Rusbed and tries to take the rag that Lepping was holding. She asks if she really gets like this just for cleaning the floor and asks her to hand over the cloth, assuring her that she will show her how it's done. However, Lepping refuses and states that he can't do it. Elizabeth, somewhat angry, asks why. He then replies that rules are rules and asks her to let go of it. She obeys immediately as he slowly walks away. Then he comments that he will take care of the cleaning now and asks them to wait a moment. At the same time, He wonders if they think he hasn't noticed. He remembers that Elizabeth served red date and goji tea early in the morning, something specially prepared for her. He assumes she thinks the rule isn't over and that her stomach hurts. He reflects that cleaning the floor or something similar is probably another impulsive behavior caused by emotional changes, and tells himself that he cannot allow her to touch cold water. He concludes that he has solved another crisis, as he was able to react quickly. Roosebed, seeing this, comments that Mr. Lepping shouldn't be so harsh with her. But the Queen responds, reminding her that she has until today to leave, as that will be her last show of compassion. She also warns her that if she says one more word, she will make her disappear instantly with her own hands. The woman, trembling with fear, responds that she's sorry and that her humble servant will leave immediately. At the same time, she reflects on the terrible feeling of oppression she feels, concluding that Mr. Lepping is a treasure, but the dragon guarding him is an opponent she could never defeat. That's why she decides to leave while she still can. At another moment, supposedly, Lepping is preparing something to eat for his ladies, finishing the dish with total delicacy and the certainty that the flavor will be spectacular. After finishing, he proudly comments that today's breakfast consists of a simple but delicious combination: noodles accompanied by egg and ham, a dish that will surely be well received. Meanwhile, Roosebed, with a gesture of submission, directs her gaze toward the Queen and asks for permission to start eating. Elizabeth, with a cold and threatening look, responds curtly, ordering her to eat quickly and finish everything as soon as possible. The guest begins to eat in silence without saying a word. However, she soon reflects that, for someone like her, a 4-star demon, these dishes no longer have any effect on her body. This thought leads her to consider that it is truly a shame, as this is the hero's last gift. The hero, for his part, breaks the silence and asks if she plans to leave after finishing the meal. Before she can respond, the Queen intervenes in her place, explaining that once she has finished eating, she will use her powerful teleportation magic to send her far away. At that moment, she shifts her gaze toward Lepping, looking at him with some curiosity, and asks if he still doesn't want her to leave. He begins to laugh and comments that she is very funny, arguing that he only wanted to ask if they should contact Uncle Boss and Miss Gigi for help, since Roosebed is also running away from the Dark Guild. Roosebed, upon hearing those names, asks if he refers to the boss of the Card Guild and Gigi from the... But before finishing her sentence, Elizabeth tells her to stop talking and continue eating her noodles. She also asks if she has already decided where she wants to go, something the woman confirms. But then she reflects that the path to stay is completely blocked by the Queen. Still, she considers that she is strong enough now to form her own faction. However, according to Mr. Lepping's information, there were others before her, and she wonders if the suddenly appearing Card Guild and the disappearance of the swordsmanship master are related to him. Thus, Lepping asks them to talk about whatever they want and continue having breakfast. But no one else wants to speak, and they just keep eating. Moreover, Roosebed enjoys every bite, making noise with each bite of the food Lepping prepared. This annoys the Queen, who comments that she is very noisy and that she can't even eat without making such a racket. She then grabs a jar of vinegar and pours some into her food. At that moment, Lepping tells Elizabeth that he didn't know she was so jealous. This seems to leave her in a mix of embarrassment and anger, after which she questions what nonsense he is saying and affirms that it's not like that, pouring a good amount of vinegar into her breakfast. However, the hero asks her if she isn't worried that the noodles are too sour. This piques the Queen's curiosity, and she looks at her plate and notices she has filled it with vinegar. Realizing her mistake, she slams the jar of vinegar onto the table and asks what it matters, affirming that she loves that flavor. She then takes a bite of the food and puts it in her mouth. After tasting a handful, she starts trembling. Leaping, witnessing it all, asks her how she is and if it tastes good. Elizabeth, trembling like never before, responds that yes, giving a thumbs up and affirming that it's very tasty. But the truth is, she is pretending, as the pasta she just ate is very sour. She thinks that under that intense acidity, her tongue feels like it's on fire, and she considers that such an intense sensation spreads all over her face, gradually rising. It's so sour that she feels she can't bear it. It is at that moment when the acidic bomb explodes in her mind, flooding her with a burst of emotions and unleashing a torrent of memories. Every moment shared with Leping emerges vividly, like flashes of light that illuminate the darkness. These memories fill her heart with making her realize what he truly means to her. This leads the queen to reflect on everything they've been through together, from facing fate to their late reunion. They finally managed to go from enemies to friends. They began exploring the outside world together, taking turns as rulers of the world. Between interactions and guidance, intentional or not, everything seemed to be heading in a single direction. However, recently, she realized that he is the creator she will never be able to reach in terms of power. This makes her think that in his eyes, she is no different from anyone else. Still, his kindness toward her is so genuine. He feeds and cares for her daily. This leads her to wonder if she truly holds a special place in his life, or if it has all been just an illusion, a unilateral wish of hers. She begins to look at the spilled vinegar jar, changing her expression while murmuring that it's sour, very sour. She tries to form a sentence, but she can't. She only thinks that this sensation is intoxicating, and she can no longer bear it. She slams the table and exclaims, "Damn, Leping, have I ever liked you?" Leping, upon hearing the queen's question, is astonished. He questions what exactly she is asking while trying to discern if he misheard Elizabeth's words. He wonders if she really wants to know if he likes her. For her part, Elizabeth, blushing, reflects on how she could have said something like that. At the same time, she admits to herself that she was so jealous that she ended up expressing what she felt deep down in her heart. All of this was happening under the watchful eye of Ruzabed, who, while eating, was trying to understand what was going on and why Elizabeth had confessed her feelings for Leping. However, they were not the only witnesses to the scene. Alpha and the little dog were also observing the situation from outside. The little dog, with great wisdom, suggested they not get involved in the commotion. Alpha, on the other hand, simply commented on how entertaining the spectacle was. However, the queen noticed them, which made her a little angry, and mentioned them as a sign for them to leave. This made Alpha react immediately, suggesting to his superior, Wang Kai, that the weather was perfect for a patrol. Without delay, they both ran away from the house. On the other hand, the queen turns to Ruzbed and orders him to eat the noodles. This leaves the woman in shock, as she did not expect to be noticed by the queen. Determined, she turns around and continues eating in silence. It is then that Leping begins to speak. However, the queen, with a firm attitude, interrupts him and says that, since he had the courage to ask, she is not afraid to admit it. She demands that he answer immediately. The hero, more absent-minded than anyone else, asks if the queen likes to eat noodles with egg and ham, and if she wants him to fry a couple more. Elizabeth, straightforward, tells him to stop pretending to avoid her. Her intentions are clear, and she demands an immediate answer, adding that today he must give her a concrete answer. These words make the hero's heart start beating rapidly. In his mind, multiple mini Lepings assault him. One of them tells him, Calm down, keep pretending, everything will pass. But another part of his consciousness wonders if they have already figured it out, questioning what to do now. He wonders what would happen if he offends the queen with his answer, eventually concluding that he must reflect on who he is and what he is doing there. Then he thinks of running away but knows he won't get far and starts shouting for help, looking for someone who can assist him. However, a part of him urges him to stop being shy and admit that he does like her. But another part believes that whether he answers yes or no, he could offend the queen. It is then that one part of his consciousness reflects that if Elizabeth rejects him, his plan to use his reputation to unite everyone and fight against the Dark Guild will be ruined. Another part wonders why he is worried about that right now. Meanwhile, an inner voice questions whether he really likes her too. One part of him believes that he does, as they have gotten along well all this time, but his counterpart denies it, arguing that in a different world where he doesn't know swords or magic, he would be just an ordinary weakling. Finally, one of his thoughts comments that, in any case, it's just a question, and urges him to sincerely express what he feels in his heart, something all his parts agree on. This leaves the hero blushing from all those thoughts. It is then that the queen, losing patience, slams the table, demanding a quick answer and asking again if he really likes her or not. He reflects on his view of the things that have happened, concluding that he likes how she gets angry sometimes. He also enjoys it when she eagerly waits every time he prepares some food. He likes it when she takes him to see the outside world, or when she always protects him in tough moments. However, he asks himself, what am I, if not just a servant? At most, she might consider him a friend, since she is a mighty demon queen, and he questions how he could dare to aspire to something more. Then, he begins to stammer, trying to form a sentence, something she doesn't understand, which makes her think that his indecision is driving her crazy. Finally, he quickly changes his response, mentioning that he remembered making melon pudding last night. He asks if she'd like to eat it first, and then he will answer her question. His consciousness assures him that it's a good idea, as buying time and offering her her favorite dessert might improve her mood. So he gets up to look for it and comments that this year they have spent together has made him very happy. He confesses that, if she hadn't arrived, he would probably still be living in the world he created himself. So, he takes out the pudding and brings it to the queen, commenting that here it is, and when she finishes eating, she will naturally have his answer. She confirms this, blushing and happy, thinking that she understands what he wants to say. Out of respect for the creator, he didn't want to say it directly. Furthermore, she knows that he used his favorite pudding as an answer and skillfully returned the question to her. She concludes that if she eats that melon pudding, it means she accepts his love. She accepts that he has already taken the first step and that she will gladly receive it. But before she reaches the pudding, the hero takes the dessert, to the queen's surprise, and then says that he takes back what he said, asking her to forget it. She immediately demands to know what he means. He responds that it's because of the rule. It is then that Elizabeth imagines an entire dream world. She wonders what is happening and why he still hasn't expressed his feelings toward her. The hero responds that it's simple and questions if she still hasn't understood. At that moment, he approaches her, cornering her against a nearby wall. He then tells her that whether she likes him or not, that's decided by the rules. However, as the president of the Le Group, he is the one who sets those rules. Finally, he asks if she understands now. Back in the real world, Elizabeth responds that this rule is absurd. She reflects that the answer he gave her has invaded her mind, creating an inexplicable state. He replies that in his previous world, the rule was always like this. He thinks he was so nervous about what Elizabeth said that he almost forgot his period, and that he also can't eat cold things. However, this answer leaves the queen downcast. She admits that she doesn't understand that rule and concludes that what he really means is that she is no different from the others, and that his feelings toward her completely depend on his mood. A small tear slides down her face. Immediately, she uses forced transportation, leaving the hero alone with Rusbed. He, seeing this, asks where she is going. He then comments that it was to be expected, as upon sensing her affection, she felt offended. That's why she teleported immediately. He reflects that he has no experience with love and doesn't understand what a girl thinks. Then she wonders if it was so obvious and if, in her daily life, she always kept a safe distance. It is then that the homewrecker realizes that both of them are fools in love. She considers it a blessing from heaven, as now she sees an opportunity for victory. This makes her smile and show a frightening grin. Then she turns to the hero and says that, since Elizabeth is gone, she begins to unbutton her shirt. She asks if she can try the dessert she made. He immediately denies it, taking the dessert away and claiming it is for its true owner. Rusbed asks why, adding that he himself said Elizabeth couldn't eat it. He replies that, although he feels a little bad, it's an agreement between her and him. He adds that in the past, he promised her that the special fruit pudding would only be for her. If Rusbed wants a pudding, there are box ones in the fridge, the ones they take on their adventures. She replies that, in that case, it's fine not to eat since she's full. Though she thinks that eating these things no longer helps her much, what she really wants is to win the hero. She doesn't know when Elizabeth will return, so she has to conquer him in that time. It is then that, after a brief time, Elizabeth returns. She announces that she is back, has digested her emotions, and from now on, whatever happens, will happen. However, when she arrives, she finds no one and asks where everyone is, noticing that the plates are still on the table. She also hears strange noises coming from the hero's room. This catches her attention, so she heads there, wondering what that sound is. Finally, she slams the door open and asks what they are doing. Upon seeing them both, she starts stuttering and asks that it not be that. She falls to the floor and begs them to stop, desperately pleading for them to stop. However, Rusbed bursts out laughing and says that the rice is already cooked, assuring that from now on, he will be hers, while his laughter intensifies. But obviously, it was all in her imagination, as instantly, Lepping waves his hand in front of her, trying to wake her from the dream. It works, as suddenly, the woman looks at him. Noticing that she's already listening to him, he asks what she was laughing about and what this rice cooking thing was, finally questioning if she wants to eat more. The woman, a little embarrassed, replies that after breakfast, she felt a bit dizzy. Also, the scare of being chased by the Dark Guild hasn't quite worn off yet. Immediately after, she throws herself at the hero and announces that she is going to faint again. However, he holds her by the shoulders and tells her that, if that's the case, he'll take her to the sofa to rest for a while. Intrigued, she asks if he will just take her to the sofa. The man nods, but then questions where he should take her. The harpy responds that she wants to go to her room to rest in her bed, as she would feel more comfortable that way. Finally, he comments that if she's comfortable, he will be too, and in the end, everyone will be comfortable. After hearing what Rusbed said, he also claims that he feels comfortable. However, the woman grabs him by the neck, which leads the hero to ask her to be careful. She then turns around, slowly moving away from the couch, and says she's feeling a bit dizzy, which prevents her from standing properly. Using this strategy, she manages to enter Lepping's room. Looking around, she comments that his room is quite elegant. Later, she locates her target and starts heading toward it, repeating that she's very dizzy and, for that reason, cannot be polite. The man asks her to wait, but the woman thinks she is going to throw herself onto the bed and drag him along with her. At that moment, she lets herself fall. However, Lepping skillfully grabs a chair and throws it toward Rusbed, while saying he really can't do it because he promised something to Elizabeth. Thus, Rusbed ends up sitting on the chair instead of landing on the bed. Then, the chair starts moving, returning to where Lepping was, giving the impression of being a boomerang. When the chair returns, it makes the woman's head hit the table, and also causes the books on the shelf to start trembling. At that moment, Lepping apologizes and explains that the chair is ergonomic, so comfortable that one can rest perfectly on it. Rusbed thinks she was close to achieving her goal and comments that the chair is good. However, the trembling books end up falling on her head, burying her under a pile of them. Starts picking up the books while apologizing, explaining that they are books and notes he had organized according to his tastes when he lived alone to pass the time. She even mentions that he covered each one and didn't expect them to gather dust on the shelf for so long. He confesses they make him feel nostalgic. However, Rusbed, annoyed, calls him insensitive and compares him to a rock. Despite this, she reflects on what he said, as he mentioned that the books reflect his preferences. So she stands up and asks Lepping if she can take a look at them. He nods and mentions that if she doesn't get bored, he also wants to revisit them. Rusbed reflects that, although her strength is unfathomable, the fact that she can control her intimate preferences with such precision shows that even the hardest stone can be broken. She picks a book, spins around on the chair, and asks him to check it, stating that she's chosen this one specifically. Lepping approaches, a moment the woman takes advantage of to use her fatal attraction skill. She deeply enchants him, sending him into a dream where he appears ringing the doorbell of a house. There, Rusbed greets him and says he's finally arrived. Lepping, dressed in a plumber's uniform, responds enthusiastically, "Lepping Professional Maintenance is here. Our motto is customer first and sincere service." Then, he asks how he can help her. The woman explains that her bathroom shower suddenly stopped working and asks him to take a look. Lepping gets to work. Meanwhile, Rusbed, holding the shower in her hands, explains that suddenly there's no water and she hasn't been able to bathe. Lepping assures her it's just a small problem and that he'll fix it right away. Then, he adjusts a screw, causing water to spray out, soaking Rusbed completely. Rusbed comments, while trying to cover herself, that she is getting completely soaked, struggling futilely to prevent her clothes from becoming even wetter under the relentless downpour. Fortunately for her, Lepping acts quickly and shuts off the water valve, stopping the flow before Rusbed ends up taking a fully clothed bath. The relief is evident, although the awkwardness of the moment still lingers. After solving the problem, Lepping addresses his esteemed client with a calm voice, announcing that the service has been completed and that he is about to leave. However, the woman, with an intense gaze and a gesture full of seduction, stops him. Smiling slightly, she asks if he is leaving so soon. Then, in a provocative tone, she comments that he has an impossible-to-ignore temptation right in front of him, questioning whether he doesn't feel the desire to take a closer look. Lepping, caught up in the tension of the moment, can't help but sincerely confess that, indeed, there is an extreme temptation before his eyes. Slowly, he begins to approach, keeping his gaze fixed on the woman's eyes, as he timidly asks if he really has her permission to look, and perhaps touch. The woman, with a smile brimming with lust, answers without hesitation. She assures him that yes, he has complete freedom to do whatever he wants. Both looking and touching are allowed, she declares while watching him with eyes full of desire, making it clear that she grants him total trust and consent. It is then that Lepping runs toward a corner filled with tools, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity he has been given. The man feels even more motivated as he picks up one of the tools, admiring the Guanglun 3000 series electric drill. "The power of its motor is amazing!" he exclaims, marveling at the quality of the equipment. Rusbed, with a look of disbelief, asks what all this is about and why something so irrelevant has suddenly appeared in the middle of the situation. Once out of the illusion, the hero picks up a book titled The Repairman's Last Temptation. He explains that he created that notebook when he arrived at the place, using it as a method to motivate himself to recover all his lost tools. He confesses with a nostalgic smile that now, upon reading it, he realizes that not only did he manage to gather all his tools, but he also improved them, advancing their technology several generations beyond what he had imagined. "Time flies!" he exclaims, as if the passage of years had not taken. The woman, visibly angry, reflects disdainfully on whether he truly believes that what he calls extreme temptation is nothing more than the strange objects he refers to. However, she doesn't give up and declares that she made a mistake in choosing that book. She acknowledges her error, but assures him that this time she will use another book, one that won't be so direct. Instead of confronting him overtly, she will employ a subtler approach, infiltrating with charm and precision according to his tastes. With that decision made, she carefully selects the book titled Reflections on Wellness. She activates her magical powers over the object, filling it with a particular energy, and uses it to send Lepping into a newly crafted illusion. In this new scene, Rusbed becomes an elegant client visiting a doctor in a refined office. She enters the office with a calm demeanor and greets the doctor with a gentle smile. She remarks in a melodic voice that it has been a while, breaking the silence of the room. The man, kind and professional in appearance, greets her courteously, returning the gesture. He also welcomes her to the Lepping Healthcare Center, inviting her to take a seat. Then, with genuine interest, he asks where she feels discomfort. Rusbed, with delicate movements, sits in the chair before him. Slowly and almost theatrically, she explains that she feels exhausted, and her entire body seems tired. She wonders if he could examine her. As she says this, she gracefully extends her wrist, offering her hand for him to take her pulse. Without hesitation, the doctor takes her wrist firmly yet gently and begins to feel the beats of her heart, focusing with a mix of professionalism and curiosity. Lepping, after a brief analysis, concludes that the woman's pulse is weak and slow. Additionally, he senses a notable warmth in the palms of her hands. With calmness, he explains that it's a case of yin kidney deficiency, accompanied by an accumulation of impurities and symptoms related to an excess of indulgence. Intrigued, the woman asks what he means by excess of indulgence, and without hesitation requests his help to treat her condition. With a hopeful tone, she adds that, perhaps with the right treatment, she could finally feel satisfied and find relief. Hearing this, Lepping listens attentively and proceeds to show her something that quickly changes the woman's expression. It is a small package that he holds in his hands. The doctor patiently explains that it contains an herbal medicine that must be prepared carefully. The herbs should be boiled in 3 bowls of water until the liquid is reduced to 1, and then the infusion should be taken once a day. Confidently, he assures her that if she follows this treatment to the letter, she will fully recover. The harpy, cunning and manipulative, begins to argue that she cannot bear the taste of the medicine. With an apparently innocent tone, she asks if he knows of any alternative treatments, suggesting, for example, massages. The doctor, intrigued, asks if she is referring to the massage technique used to realign bones. Additionally, he comments that this technique is much more exciting than simply taking the medicine. Looking at her with a professional air, he adds that if she is really sure about wanting to try this alternative, he asks her to unbutton her clothing slightly. Ruzbed wastes no time and quickly complies. While doing so, she replies that if this technique is as exciting as he suggests, she will undoubtedly like it much more than the medicine. As she slightly unbuttons her shirt, she reflects to herself that this time the interaction has flowed quite naturally and that both seem to have quickly entered the dynamic of the treatment. It is then that Leping, with a calm demeanor, comments that unbuttoning the top button is sufficient. With delicate movements, he places one hand on Ruzbed's neck and the other on her shoulder, preparing to continue with the... By the way, she mentions that she will leave the rest in his hands, and she did not expect him to be so charming and professional. However, suddenly, he makes a precise movement that causes a cracking sound in the woman's neck, who immediately lets out a muffled cry of pain and surprise. Immediately afterward, he positions his thumbs precisely on her back and begins to make circular motions, which seem to resonate deeply within Ruzbed's inner bones, as if reaching the most hidden layers of her being. The technique he uses provokes in her such an intense and overwhelming sensation that she cannot help but let out a faint sound from her mouth, a mix of relief and bewilderment. But the doctor doesn't stop there. With an air of concentration, he takes Ruzbed's head in his hands and in a calm yet firm tone, asks her to hold on. He explains that if she can endure what comes next, all the impurities lodged in her body will be completely eliminated. At that moment, he executes a masterful technique that unleashes a thunderous sound, almost as if Ruzbed's body were releasing something deeply rooted within her. Once the treatment is finished, Leping, with a calm expression and professional curiosity, asks her how she feels. He wonders if her body feels lighter and adds if she can now notice the difference after all the tensions have disappeared. Ruzbed, amazed by the intense emotion she experienced, responds enthusiastically that, yes, indeed. At that moment, she feels her entire body becoming much lighter, as if an invisible burden had suddenly vanished. At the same time, she cannot help but reflect on the lightness that invades her, an incredibly liberating sensation that fills her with a strange euphoria. The joy of that experience seems almost indescribable, as if it connects her to something beyond the physical. However, that feeling of ecstasy is abruptly interrupted when an unexpected sound resonates in the air. To her horror, she discovers that her head has been separated from her body in an inexplicable manner. Instead of succumbing to death, as would be expected, Ruzbed reacts with a cry of surprise, not because of the pain, but because of what her own eyes are showing her. The impact of the situation is so unreal that, for a moment, she cannot process what is happening, while a mix of astonishment and bewilderment is reflected on her face. After that brief scare, Ruzbed returns from her illusion, more precisely to the moment when someone calls her. It was Leping, who informed her that the bone correction techniques described in the book are not mere tricks, but professional skills. He earnestly warned her not to imitate them lightly, as she could seriously injure herself. Visibly overwhelmed by what happened, she can only confirm his request with a slight nod, her mind still trying to process what just occurred. Additionally, she notices with concern that her progression to the rank of 4-star Demon King has failed, leaving her stuck in the 3-star category, something she had never anticipated. While reflecting on the situation, Ruzbed realizes something unsettling. From the beginning to the end of her attempt, it was not her charm spell that truly took effect. Rather, her soul seemed to have completely fallen into the world of books, a subtle and profound trap she had not foreseen. She questions whether, perhaps, He had seen through all her intentions from the moment she entered the room. She wonders if he deliberately left a gap in his preferences as a warning to alert her. Finally, she reaches a grim conclusion. She knows that being ambitious and insatiable in her desires, she cannot escape the truth. Everything she has obtained, no matter how much effort she has put in, will have to be given back entirely, sooner or later. And that is a lesson that, though painful, she cannot ignore. It is then that she sees a book titled Campus Memories and Various Complicated Relationships. This makes her think that the legendary hero is offering her everything, and she wonders how she could refuse such a unique opportunity. The idea that she might be facing an unrepeatable chance fills her with uncertainty and excitement. So, determined, she touches the book and begins infusing it with her power. With resolve, she states that she will try once more without giving up to discover if this time her plan will succeed. At that moment, she finds herself transported again to another reality. In this new dimension, Leping takes on the role of a student, while she assumes the role of an attractive teacher. Without wasting time, she approaches him with an intriguing smile and asks if he is tired of studying after so long. She suggests leaving all that behind and assures him that now it will be his teacher who reviews him, ready to ease his academic burden. Leping, however, responds calmly, assuring her that it will not be necessary. He explains that he has already finished his homework and is now creating his own exercises. In response, the woman moves even closer, showing growing curiosity, and asks with interest if she can take a look at what he is doing. It is then that she sees multiple math exercises, each more complex than the last. However, that was something Ruzbed did not know, as she assumed those circles were simple magical elements. In fact, she thought those circles were ancient and mysterious, and just by observing them, she felt an invisible pressure emanating from them. She believed that if she could master that knowledge, she might reach a deeper understanding of the world's truths, though she knew it was something extremely difficult to achieve. The hero calmly comments that those exercises can be easily solved with knowledge acquired in high school, and wonders if they really won't be complex enough to challenge him. At that moment, Ruzbed advises him not to put so much pressure on himself, reminding him that sometimes it is okay to relax a little. Just then, the young man's phone starts ringing. Looking at the screen, he realizes that the caller is a version of Elizabeth. He then gets up to answer, walking past the teacher as he tells her that his girlfriend is calling and that he is going out for a while. Observing his behavior, the teacher asks if he dares to bring a phone to school and on top of that, have a romance at such a young age. It is then that he reveals that everything was fake, as they graduated a long time ago. He explains that they only dream of such things when under pressure. He asks if she does not believe him and says that if so, he will recite the entire table of derivatives and integrals to prove it. He begins to recite all the formulas he knows. And to Ruzbed, hearing that is the same as listening to a spell. The teacher starts screaming in pain, begging him to stop because her head hurts so much. Finally, she collapses to the floor, left with no choice but to remain motionless. Looking on, Leping and Elizabeth are standing in the doorway, watching the entire scene in astonishment, unable to say anything. As she complains about her severe headache, she takes a moment to reflect silently. Finally, she tells herself that those spells may exert great pressure, but they should not cause such severe damage. However, the sensation of pain she is experiencing now is so intense that she cannot help but compare it to the feeling of someone forcefully ripping her sadness out directly from the depths of her heart. Watching the couple together, she sees them gradually moving away. Anguish consumes her, and Ruzbed can only scream desperately for them not to go, not to leave her alone. It is at that moment when a tank drum is played. The sound of this instrument, soft yet profound, pierces the air and, like shattering glass, breaks the illusion surrounding the woman, bringing her back to reality. But before fully recovering, Lepping takes the book she had been using to create her illusion and hides it. At the same time, he hands her the team tank drum. He asks her to help him hold it and requests that she forget the book, suggesting that it's better for her not to read it as it causes him great embarrassment. He adds that the book contains a series of geometry problems, and he confesses that while writing it, he ended up turning it into a small romantic school story. He apologizes for it, feeling somewhat ashamed by the revelation. She, upon hearing his words, asks Lepping if the story was about pure romance, repeating that it was a pure love, showing an emotional weight in his words, while some tears begin to surface. She reflects deeply, understanding that it's not surprising that the deepest sadness of her heart could not be contained, emerging once more into the light. The memories, those that hurt her so much, resurfaced powerfully, invading her mind and filling her with an unstoppable nostalgia. And so she remembers her younger years when she would call out to her captain. The man, visibly in love, begged her to give him a chance to take care of her forever. It was at that moment when a young Rusbed fell deeply in love. However, not everything was perfect. What was once pure love turned into torment filled with pain and sadness. Now Rusbed was wounded and her clothes were torn, exposing her vulnerability. Despite her pain and condition, she firmly asks him if he hadn't said he would take care of her. Then why does he force her to do such humiliating things with the president of his guild? The captain, the man who had once declared his love, grabs her by the hair and responds coldly. He tells her that if she doesn't manage to please the old president of his guild, he won't become valuable enough to enter high-level dungeons. Without that access, he won't have money. Finally, he asks her defiantly how she expects him to take care of her without resources. Obviously, it could only end with one of them dead, and that was the captain's fate. With a sword pierced through his chest, he was left completely dry, reduced to mere skin and bones. Meanwhile, Rusbed walked out of that place, leaving behind the scene of the tragedy. It was at that moment when she explained that from the moment she was forced by that man, the charm power awakened within her. Since then, she had wandered across the continent of heroes, seducing men and absorbing their magical energy to survive. However, she always did so with an empty gaze, devoid of any vestige of life in her eyes. She revealed that the deeper she fell into darkness, the more powerful she became. And due to this peculiar and dangerous ability, she was invited by the Dark Prince to join and become a member of the Demon Elite. But in reality, everything she had done over the years was nothing more than a desperate attempt to make herself forget the pure love she longed for most deeply in her heart. After sharing that revealing story, Rusbed began playing the pom tank drum again and again, repeating the same action as if each strike could release the weight her soul carried, until she finally began to rise, shining intensely, all this happening in front of Lepping's astonished eyes. Seeing the astonishing phenomenon, he called out to her with some concern. However, Rusbed had transcended her own limits, altering not only her aura but also her appearance, even changing her clothing. Seeing this radical transformation, Lepping questioned in surprise how it was possible for her to transform so suddenly. The new Rusbed, wearing a serene smile and emanating a radiant aura, addressed Lepping with gratitude. She thanked him for being the light that illuminated her in her moment of darkness and told him that, With this new strength of pure love, his humble servant would embark on a transcendental mission to carry that energy to other universes to confront the evil forces threatening them. Playing her instrument once again, making its melody full of power resonate throughout the room. With this final act, Ru's bed disappears from Leping's room, leaving him alone before a landscape of incomprehension. Leping, visibly confused, cannot help but voice out loud that he truly does not understand how they think, the inhabitants of those unknown worlds whose actions seem to go beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, somewhere hidden in the demon domain, a mutant rat was sniffing around when, suddenly, it was unexpectedly crushed. Its destruction was caused by a cat with a strange, dark gear on its head. However, after the impact, the feline noticed something peculiar. The viscous remains of the rat it had just crushed were stuck to its paw. But it was nothing more than a trap, for in the blink of an eye, something quickly absorbed the cat, turning it into nutrients that traveled through a series of tubes resembling veins. These tubes carried it to a deep hole. That hole led to a vast space where a massive egg was feeding on all the living beings it captured. Beside it rested a smaller egg, one created by Emil to protect himself from Whis Malfoy. Meanwhile, Emil was sitting, observing something intently, while his words revealed an emotion he could not hide. He felt envious of the person he was watching, as she had the chance to become the Queen's personal steed, forming such a close bond with her. At that moment, it was revealed that Whis was not observing a real person, but was instead watching Amelia's memories as if they were a movie. The Lord remarks that Her Majesty remains as beautiful and charming as ever, untouched by the passage of time. At that very moment, the flying television catches its master's attention to inform him that Samawi and Luce had left some time ago, suggesting that they might have decided to rebel. It questions whether its master has any intention of addressing the matter, hinting at concern over the situation. While observing, it reflects on how, since the guild became ruins, its master has remained hidden in that place. Whis, in an indifferent tone, mentions that it no longer matters and that, if desired, he is free to leave and wander wherever he wants, as, in his view, there is nothing holding them back or any actions they must take at this moment. The television, visibly worried, adds that it has also lost contact with its clone in the elf tribe, and that there are rumors the tribe will be taken over by the Card Guild. At the same time, it reflects on how the Golden Dragon King's magic has been completely drained, and notes that its master remains there every day, lost in his memories. Despite knowing exactly where the Demon Queen is, he seems to have no intention of acting, as if it were all part of a game or something trivial to him. The old man keeps insisting that nothing else matters, and that the connection they once had with the clone has been lost forever. He adds that finally, he has managed to capture the attention of his Queen Elizabeth, and if not for that, he would not have allowed Emilia to go after him. As he says this, he begins to chuckle softly, as if the situation amuses him with a mix of disdain and amusement. His servant, listening in silence, agrees with him on some points, but in his mind, wonders if the old man is acting this way because the guild no longer exists. The power they had struggled to build has been slowly crumbling, like a house of cards, making him question whether his master is truly so affected by this loss, so defeated. However, after a short while, he reconsiders his thoughts and refuses to accept them. He realizes he must do something, find a way to help him recover. to rise once more from the darkness in which he seems engulfed. At that very moment, a tremor shakes the entire place and the atmosphere fills with palpable tension. Whis, who had been silently observing, is the first to speak. Calmly, but with a grave expression, he mentions that this pressure is something he knows well. The television, previously indifferent to the situation, now says that she has returned, making it clear whom it was referring to. The Lord responds with unsettling calm, and with eyes reflecting concern, states that he already knows, but questions why it is now, as he is not in a state to face her. In the realm of the Dark Guild, a place where life barely existed, the Queen appeared. With tears on her face, she lamented, saying that, in the eyes of her creator, her feelings for her were nothing more than cold, simple rules. At that precise moment, a tear fell from her cheek, and, upon touching the barren ground, something extraordinary occurred. From that dead land sprouted a vast field of grass. The earth was covered with a vibrant, dazzling green, teeming with life. Elizabeth sat there, hugging herself as she murmured that she felt upset. She knew she had made that decision on her own, but even so, sadness overwhelmed her. She considered it ridiculous and wondered how she had become so fragile. However, she added that it didn't matter. She could live well with that decision. On the contrary, she thought that losing an opponent of his caliber had been his greatest mistake. At the same time, she reflected that she would never return, unless he himself came looking for her and asked her to come back. It was then that she perceived something strange. She said she felt Amelia's presence and knew clearly that she was there, in the demonic domain. However, she wondered why she had not completed the task assigned to her. Determined, the Queen took flight at great speed toward where her mount was located. On the way, she encountered animals with dark gears embedded in their bodies. These, one by one, were extracted as the Queen sliced through the sky with the incredible speed of her flight. Gathering all the dark gears, and with a single motion of her fist, the Queen destroyed them completely. That dirty magic persisted everywhere, and that she would resolve it all quickly, though she was aware that as a spectator, she should not get involved. However, she shook her head in denial and murmured to herself that she was no longer playing with him, that she was free to do as she pleased. Determined, she hastened to focus on what really mattered. She directed her gaze toward the place where she felt Amelia's presence, and with firmness, asked why she was hiding there. Then she supposed that perhaps Amelia had accepted that dirty magical power in her eagerness to achieve greater strength. If she really had, it would be a huge disappointment for her. With a strong and determined voice, she shouted Amelia's name, demanding that she come out of her hiding place. However, it was obvious that the little dragon did not respond as she was still inside the egg. Elizabeth reflected for a moment and supposed that perhaps Amelia had already reached the level of a demon king. As a golden dragon, her talent was unparalleled. Even against opponents of her level, she could retreat unscathed. Determined, with a single motion, she sent an energy hand underground, which quickly emerged on the other side. In her power, she held a capsule containing Amelia's egg. With another precise motion, she began to squeeze the capsule until the egg emerged from its confinement. Without wasting time, Elizabeth began to recite a spell in front of the egg and then touched it gently. The spell caused the egg to slowly disintegrate, gathering all the shell into Amelia's center, leaving a mark there as a result of the union of her essence. After that, Elizabeth commented that it seemed she had underestimated the Dark Guild. Upon closer inspection, she perceived that Amelia's life was at 0 and her magical power had been completely drained, leaving only an empty body. Calmly, she approached her and softly whispered, restoring 1,000 years of life to her. Using her forced resurrection ability, she enveloped Amelia with part of her magical power. It was then that the little dragon opened her eyes. The queen, without wasting time, asked her to explain clearly what had happened. However, to Elizabeth's surprise, Amelia looked at her with curiosity and asked who she was, revealing that she did not. After asking that question, the little dragon continued with another, questioning whether she really knew who she was. Elizabeth, upon hearing those words, felt a pang inside her. Immediately, she understood what had happened. Weiss Malfoy had stolen Amelia's soul memories. That revelation provoked an implacable fury in the queen, who through gritted teeth promised herself she would find him and completely destroy him. Elizabeth's anger was such that her power began to manifest uncontrollably. A dark, overflowing energy enveloped not only the demonic territory, but also began to spread across the entire world. At that moment, the queen activated one of her abilities, the Demon Queen's Gaze, a power that projected her will and authority beyond any imaginable limit. That action did not go unnoticed. Many felt the impact of her power, as if the very air had changed its texture. Among them was Annie, who at that moment was in the midst of a battle. Feeling that overwhelming presence, she stopped and looked toward the horizon, visibly unsettled. Questioning whether Elizabeth was also in the demonic territory, she murmured to herself as she tried to understand what was happening and thought that perhaps that powerful queen was there because she had broken the seal of the nine-headed demon serpent. The president of the Sword Saints Guild also felt it and commented that a very powerful magical force was watching them, something Gigi confirmed. However, he asked them not to worry, assuring them he knew exactly who was behind that vigilance. Even Uncle Boss perceived that presence and, with a slightly curious expression, asked if the queen was checking that they were properly taking care of the divine tree. But one of the members of the Dark Sea could not hide his unease. Nervously, he declared that they had been discovered and that for now they had to return to their hiding place. He assured them that soon they would have to face her. However, the little monster at his side interrupted him, questioning how he could know when and where that would be. Meanwhile, Alpha, intrigued, asked what was happening, but Wang Kai, in a dry and authoritative tone, told him to mind his own business and reminded him that they would return home after collecting the protection money. For his part, Leping, with teary eyes, commented emotionally that they had been apart for so long that he couldn't help but cry. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure watched from the shadows, wondering if that was a challenge and if the time had come to defeat her. His words were loaded with intrigue, as if he were measuring every move of the queen. After that impressive demonstration of power, Elizabeth returned to a state of calm, her mind occupied with more personal thoughts. She reflected on something she had seen briefly about him. She saw him saying that he could not stop crying after parting from her. That image brought a slight smile to her face as she concluded that he was still an arrogant guy. But this time, she was determined not to let him escape. He wouldn't get rid of her so easily. However, after that brief revelation, she dismissed the thought, aware that it was not the time to be distracted by those emotions. There were more urgent matters to attend to. Elizabeth leaned toward Amelia and, with a delicacy that contrasted with her imposing power, took the little dragon's face in her hands. She brought her closer slowly and spoke in a warm, reassuring tone. She asked her not to worry, saying they would recover her memories, and promised to ensure everything returned to how it once was. Her determination was unshakable, and the energy she emanated seemed to envelop them both, providing a brief sense of security amid the chaos. Meanwhile, in a volcanic terrain where the air was heavy with scorching heat, rose a desolate landscape of fire and lava. Amid that hellish scene stood the Demon King's training ground, where a familiar capsule was surrounded by the blazing fury of that hostile environment. The little television looked at its master with concern and asked why they had been transported to that place. The man, still trembling, responded with a shaky voice. He explained that he had created a blocking field in that place, specifically designed as the opposite of his queen's magic, to prevent her from finding them. The television, with a mix of curiosity and unease, asked again, "Why did you do that? Wasn't the Demon Queen Elizabeth the goal long to achieve all this time?" Weiss sighed deeply. Finally, he said, "It is precisely because of her that I hid. I need to regain my best condition before I can see her again. Now is not the time." The little television remained silent for a moment, processing its master's words. Then, with a spark of determination on its screen, it asked, "Is there anything I—" As it asked the question, it silently pleaded fervently for its master not to give up. It felt that words were not enough to convey all the support it wanted to offer. Weiss shook his head and replied, "It's not necessary. For now, the only thing that matters is to endure. This is no longer a matter of strategy, but of stamina. In the end, only the one who can hold on until the very last moment will be the true winner." The little television tried to argue again, but its master interrupted it, saying that he had waited a long time for this moment, and now all he had was time. Immediately after, he activated the eye that contained Emilia's memories, allowing him to observe fragments of the Queen's life. The images projected intimate and memorable moments that seemed to have been etched in his magical memory. Weiss's face turned slightly red as he gazed at the scenes. With a faint smile, he murmured that now he could relive Emilia's memories to soothe his nostalgia for her fall. Truly happy to be able to do this. The little television did not question its master's words. It knew those memories held deep meaning for him, though it preferred not to delve further. However, as it observed Weiss's expression, it couldn't help but reflect. If they really could just stay there, simply waiting, it thought to itself, already knowing that if the Swordsman's Guild kept growing stronger, it would inevitably affect its master's plans. A feeling of urgency began to emerge within it. Although it respected Weiss's decision, it understood that they could not afford too much inaction, thinking that it had to do something soon, though it didn't dare voice its concern out loud. Meanwhile, the hero was in the kitchen, carefully and skillfully chopping an onion into tiny pieces. As he worked, he commented that he had finally finished chopping the onion. However, his eyes began to water due to the strong aroma of the vegetable. Moreover, he murmured that as long as the pudding wasn't ready, he could take the opportunity to prepare Elizabeth's favorite onion soup, and with a bit of garlic bread, he was sure to make her happy. Without wasting time, he began preparing the ingredients for the soup. He moved his hands skillfully, but a question that unsettled him kept arising in his mind. While stirring the pot, he said quietly whether his affection for her was so obvious, and whether Elizabeth discovering it would mean they could no longer remain friends. After some time, Lepping, already at the table, watched the main door impatiently. Resting his chin on his hands, he thought that she still hadn't returned. The wait grew long and heavy until, finally, the sound of the door opening broke the silence. Lepping quickly stood up, a look of relief and joy on his face. He called out to Elizabeth. But his happiness was short-lived. Looking toward the entrance, he was greatly surprised. It wasn't Elizabeth who had arrived, but Wang Kai and Alpha. Seeing them, Lepping couldn't hide his disappointment. Recovering immediately, he asked with a certain urgency whether they had seen Elizabeth outside. Alpha mentions that he doesn't have a proper place to store what he's carrying and asks Lepping if he can put the meat in the refrigerator. Lepping, with a melancholic expression, gives permission, although later, in a somewhat disheartened tone, he mentions that perhaps Elizabeth won't show up. At that precise moment, a firm and clear voice interrupts the conversation. Elizabeth asks who said that while extending her hand to take some food, leaving Lepping completely stunned. In disbelief, he watches her closely, trying to confirm if she has really returned. The Queen, with her imposing demeanor, affirms that she has indeed returned, and, without hesitation, asks him if he has something to say about it. At the same time, she mentally urges him to calm down, assuring him that she has already seen everything that happened. She also reveals that she has eliminated the woman who used charm spells, making it clear there is no reason for her to feel uncomfortable with her return. Lepping, reacting immediately, quickly stands up and, with a certain nervousness, confesses that he thought she was angry about what happened that morning and wouldn't return. His words, full of sincerity, reflect the mix of relief and guilt he feels upon seeing her again. Elizabeth responds calmly, saying that she has a lot of patience to deal with such matters. However, inside, she clearly remembers how she had seen him crying alone after her departure. It was precisely that pain that motivated her to give him another chance, trusting that this time she might find a reason to stay by his side. Despite her decision, he remained silent, unable to utter a word. The atmosphere grew heavy, almost suffocating, as an uncomfortable silence settled between them. Suddenly, something stirred beneath Elizabeth's garments, capturing both their attention. A small paw timidly emerged, followed by the full figure of a small golden dragon, revealing itself with a mischievous and curious air. The hero, surprised, pointed at the tiny being while stammering, "What is that?" Just then, the little dragon began sniffing the food on the table enthusiastically, and without hesitation, dove in to devour it with evident delight. Elizabeth patiently explained that she is the golden dragon she found during the treasure mission. But not only that, she also explained that she is her mount and her friend, Emilia. Lepping, with a flash of concern on his face, quickly recalls Emilia and wonders how that little girl could have ended up in such a desolate situation. The doubt torments him as he searches for answers. Elizabeth, in a serious tone but with a hint of sadness, reveals that it was all the work of the Dark Guild. She explains that when she managed to rescue Emilia, she discovered that the young girl had lost all her memories. Even when she used magic to return her to her youthful form, she couldn't recover a single memory. The culprit behind that terrible state had vanished without a trace. For this reason, Elizabeth decides to ask Lepping to help restore Emilia's memories, hoping that together they can reverse the damage. Alpha, who has been attentively listening, suddenly intervenes with a direct question if her memory was also erased. However, before Elizabeth can respond, Lepping sinks into his thoughts. He reflects on how Elizabeth, far from being indifferent to the suffering of the outside world, had repeatedly sent Emilia to fight the Dark Guild. Regretfully, he concludes that he, the so-called legendary hero, has not lived up to expectations. With the weight of guilt on his shoulders, he deeply apologizes to Elizabeth, admitting that everything is his responsibility. The Queen, however, interrupts him firmly. "This is not the time to talk about blame," she says, looking at Lepping with determination. "First, we must focus on helping Emilia recover her memories." As she says this, Elizabeth can't help but think that Lepping's apologies might be related to what happened that morning. In her heart, she begins to believe that perhaps he truly feels something for her, even if he doesn't express it directly. On the other hand, Alpha, with his characteristic air of confidence, mentions that he has experience in the matter of memory recovery. His statement surprises Lepping and Elizabeth, who look at him skeptically. Both can't help but question whether what he says is true and, more importantly, if he really has a solution for this seemingly impossible problem. So, they head to the hall. Emilia is delicately placed on the table. Leaping, frowning, addresses Alpha and directly asks what he plans to do. Alpha, with a calm yet enigmatic smile, asks him not to worry, assuring him that all he needs to do is trust him and let him act. Next, Alpha murmurs something to Wankai. In a firm and determined voice, he explains the details of the plan they are about to carry out, emphasizing the importance of each step. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, visibly uneasy, can't help but voice her concern. "Are you sure this will work? If it doesn't, maybe it's better not to try. We can't afford to waste valuable time," she comments in a tone mixing doubt and urgency. However, the sacred sword, radiating an aura of confidence, intervenes firmly. "There's nothing to worry about. Everything is perfectly prepared," it assures, with an authority that calms Elizabeth, though not entirely. At that moment, the dog and Alpha, with calculated gestures, adopt an intimidating posture and direct their gazes toward the little dragon, saying that if he doesn't cooperate, they'll have no choice but to eliminate him. They threaten in unison, their words echoing throughout the hall. The little dragon, scared and unsure of what to do, quickly retreats, hiding in its secret hideout. After that, Elizabeth, somewhat disappointed, asks if that's all they have to offer. Alpha replies yes and mentions that the last time he recovered his memories through fear, though he doesn't seem entirely convinced as he recalls that method. Upon hearing those words, the queen, visibly upset, strikes them with her energy-filled hands. In a critical tone, she exclaims that this approach is boring and basic, something she wouldn't expect from them. Alpha, ashamed, apologizes for having resorted to that method before, but adds that it was the only thing that brought back his consciousness at the time. As he reflects, he wonders if this time they could find a less drastic and more effective alternative. At that moment, Elizabeth gently takes Emilia into her hands and, looking at her with determination, assures her that she has nothing to fear. She promises to do everything possible to find a way to help her recover her memories, no matter the cost. Just as the tension seems to fill the air, Lepping breaks the silence with a sudden expression of enthusiasm. With a sparkle in his eyes, he exclaims that he knows exactly what to do. So, they leave the house and begin walking toward the hero's plantation, passing through the various crops. Along the way, Lepping mentions that the key to improving memory lies in the brain, and that perhaps, if Emilia eats walnuts to strengthen it, she might recover. Elizabeth, intrigued upon hearing this, asks what exactly walnuts are. Lepping, determined, nimbly climbs a nearby tree. While doing so, he mentions that he thinks he stored something there. Elizabeth watches him from below with curiosity and adds that she has tasted all the fruits he has planted, but doesn't recall any called nuts. Lepping, sitting comfortably on a branch, explains that it's because it was a recent experiment. He confesses that he wanted to try making pastries, so he made a special wish for the fruit tree to grow and produce something different. Unexpectedly, the wish came true, and the tree began to yield unique fruits. Finally, he enthusiastically announces that he found what he was looking for. The young man descends with some fruits in his hand. They are small and round, and he proudly shows them. The queen takes one in her hands, examines it closely, and asks if that strange fruit can really help with memory. Leaping, with a confidence, at least in his world, that's what they say. Excited by the possibility, Elizabeth decides to try it. She breaks off a small piece and chews it carefully. However, her face quickly twists into a grimace of disgust. Complaining, she exclaims that it's bitter and unpleasant to the taste, which elicits a light laugh from Lepping, who seems to have anticipated her reaction. Far from being offended, the hero bursts out laughing and explains that this is not the correct way to eat the nut. With patience, he clarifies that what's actually consumed are the seeds contained within the core of the fruit. He then takes a special tool and with precision cuts the fruit in half, revealing its interior. The queen watches attentively and is completely astonished. Taking in what she sees, she compares the seed to a brain and marvels at the incredible idea of something so complex growing inside the fruit. This discovery leads her to consider Lepping truly worthy of being its creator. Without further ado, he cuts the seed into parts and gives a piece to Amelia and another to the queen. With a smile, he asks if they want to try it, explaining that, while the nuts are raw, it's possible to enjoy their flavor if savored attentively and slowly. The queen, after some thought, decides that the fruit won't have any negative effects on her. However, motivated by the desire to help Amelia, she resolves to eat it. Finally, the three of them prepare to taste the seed together. That moment causes the queen to enter an unexpected state of synchronicity, something no one had anticipated. Transported to a cinema chair, she quickly notices that she has entered a realm. She reflects on the fact that she had almost forgotten the condition of synchronicity. Since they had eaten the seed together, the synchronicity stimulus enhanced its effect, deeply impacting her. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to something on the wall. She wonders if it's her memory and why it's being displayed that way. Before her unfolds her own story, a chapter from the magical world. However, before she can fully understand it, someone shouts that they're both too indecisive and urges them to make things more exciting for her. This sparks Elizabeth's curiosity, and she begins to wonder if there are other people in the realm besides her. Her attention shifts to a version of herself that appears before her, declaring that they already like each other and questioning why it's so hard to admit it. The figure continues, explaining that in her wild world, she would have already taken a more drastic decision. She would have knocked Lepping unconscious with a hammer, dragged him to a cave, and made a baby with him. Another version of Elizabeth mentions that her attitude is rude and that not all worlds are as direct as hers. She reveals that her husband, Lepping, also started from imperial exams, progressing step by step until he reached her side and achieved great feats. This detail underscores the effort and dedication they both shared to achieve their goals. These words cause our queen to reflect deeply and come to a conclusion. All of them are queens of their own worlds, each with unique but equally valuable stories. Another version of Elizabeth explains that, in the world of immortal cultivation, she also faced 81 trials alongside Lepping. After overcoming enormous difficulties and defeating the celestial demon ancestor, they were finally able to be together. Her memories evoke the arduous journey they undertook to achieve happiness, uniting their destinies against all odds. Meanwhile, the pirate version recounts that, in her seafaring world, Lepping knew from the start how to compete with her. Every day, he declared that he wanted to become the Pirate King, an ambitious goal that marked their relationship. However, her story takes an unexpected turn when this version plants her foot determinedly on a chair, rises with energy, and proclaims her truth. She asserts that as a result of their rivalry, Lepping lost to her since she took the great secret treasure in one fell swoop and became the Pirate King. Yet, in an act of honesty with herself, she admits that he probably gave up the treasure on purpose, allowing her to achieve her dream and prove her worth. But now she claims that he can only say sappy things like, "You are my greatest treasure," to console himself, laughing at his attitude. Our Elizabeth observes the whole situation and reflects, assuming that each version of herself, in every world, has a unique way of interacting with Lepping. Ultimately, she wonders where she is. An older woman who seems to be nearby responds that she is in the Elizabeth Theater. a special place where she can observe the stories of the different Elizabeths from other worlds. This leaves the queen somewhat surprised, though she quickly reacts and questions who the woman is. The lady calmly replies that she is the common Elizabeth, the one from the normal world. This leads the queen to ask another question. How did both of them get there? The lady responds that she doesn't know the exact details, but she knows that every Elizabeth has their own path to reach that place, the prerequisite being that their relationship with Lepping reaches a certain depth. At that moment, someone interrupts by shouting, exclaiming that they've argued long enough. The voice urges them to hurry up and have children so the tribe can grow faster. Another person exclaims that they've missed a great opportunity and wonders if they're capable of synchronizing their thoughts to be on the same wavelength. However, Elizabeth pays them no attention and instead questions the development of her relationship with Lepping, wondering how far it could go. Finally, she dares to ask if reaching this point means she has already achieved that level. The lady categorically denies that idea and explains that what they have is merely a simple advancement, clarifying that what she holds in her hand is nothing more than a temporary ticket, a symbol of a path yet to be traveled. Meanwhile, the audience can't contain themselves and begins shouting enthusiastically, urging them to kiss as they are too close to each other. They also comment that the emotional development between them is desperately slow and too calm, which creates some discomfort among the spectators. The queen, upon hearing all that, can't help but wonder if her relationship with Lepping is really as bad as others perceive it. Lady Elizabeth calmly responds that it's impossible to please everyone and reminds her that every Elizabeth is the protagonist of her own world. She firmly advises her to simply follow her heart without being influenced by external opinions. She also adds that if it's about tranquility, she's sure no other world story could surpass the serenity of hers. However, when that story was shown, it caused all the other Elizabeths to break into uncontrollable sobs, while for her, those memories were extraordinarily happy, like a treasure she cherishes dearly. The queen, intrigued, asks what kind of story hers was, hoping to understand the reason behind the others' tears. With a nostalgic smile, Lady Elizabeth replies that it was nothing more than an ordinary life, one in which Lepping and she met, married, had many children, and grew old together, sharing every moment as a family. That revelation leaves the young Elizabeth completely flustered, unable to stop herself from imagining marrying, having children, and growing old with Lepping. Grandma Elizabeth comments that even without magic, mystical abilities, or advanced technology, she managed to have a simple and happy life. Her words are full of nostalgia and pride, reflecting the memories she treasures deep in her heart. This leads her to remember the moment she met young Lepping, an ordinary man who would soon become the love of her life. Their first encounter was as peculiar as it was amusing. She, impulsive as always, decided to attack him by throwing a tomato while mocking him shamelessly. However, Lepping did not hold back. With unexpected speed, he threw water at her, drenching her completely, and accompanied his revenge with a mocking expression that made Elizabeth unable to help but smile. Amid games, quarrels, and glances filled with complicity, what began as an exchange of insults turned into something deeper. That's how, without realizing it, love was born. Sooner than Elizabeth had imagined, they both decided to marry. Their life as a couple was marked by joy and peace, though they also faced challenging moments. One of those challenges came with the birth of their child, a little one who filled their days with new experiences. She fondly remembers how they took turns caring for him, cleaning him, and attending to his needs, learning together what it meant to be parents. Time passed, and that little boy grew up. One day, now an adult, he left the family home to start his own life. Although his departure left their lives a bit quieter, Elizabeth and Lepping did not feel sad. "We had each other," says the grandmother with a warm smile, recalling those days when their love grew even stronger. For them, it wasn't found in extraordinary powers or technological advances, but in the small moments shared, the laughter, and simply walking together along life's path. Back in the present, she reflects on the fleeting nature of life. Parents will leave, children will grow, and in the end, the one who will always be by her side will be Lepping. Life is too short, and everything happens in the blink of an eye, leaving us barely enough time to appreciate what truly matters. At that moment, everyone's attention is captured by a special broadcast appearing on the screen, Lepping's inner monologue. The scene is unexpected, and he is shown on camera, a mix of nervousness and sincerity, confessing that, of course, he likes her. Moments later, Lepping delves deeper into his thoughts and expresses something even more revealing. If Elizabeth could be his girlfriend, it would be simply wonderful. It's a declaration that not only disarms the audience, but also plants a seed of hope in those who have been following their story. In another scene, Elizabeth watches as Lepping pleads with a mix of vulnerability and determination for her to return to his side. This gesture leads her to reflect deeply. While seeing his sincerity, she understands something that had remained hidden in her heart. If these are Lepping's thoughts, it means that, for a long time, he has also felt the same way about her. Meanwhile, the audience witnessing these confessions can't contain their excitement. Amid cheers and emotional comments, they declare that, although Lepping has always appeared as a reserved man, he is also clearly passionate. However, just as the projection reaches its emotional climax, it abruptly ends, leaving viewers frustrated. "This is a mistake!" some exclaim, as this trailer only leaves them wanting more. Suddenly, the tribal version of Elizabeth appears, visibly indignant. With an emphatic tone, she exclaims that all of this is absurd and demands to know when the full movie will be released. Moreover, she impatiently wonders where the scenes showing how they will have children are, shouting that she wants to see that immediately. Another version of Elizabeth intervenes, with a more reflective but equally curious air. Although she admits that she has always focused her attention on the wedding night, something she considers a bit vulgar, she can't help but confess that she is also intrigued by how this relationship will develop. Another spectator comments that, upon closer observation, she considers Lepping a very kind and sweet person. She adds that a change of style from time to time wouldn't. Another person, visibly excited, mentions how intriguing the whole situation is. They wonder how it will be that they end up together in the end, leaving an aura of anticipation in the air. It's then that Grandma Elizabeth speaks up. With her warm but firm voice, she announces that the trailer has come to an end, and that, unfortunately, the temporary ticket she possesses is about to expire. Before leaving, Grandma Elizabeth offers one last piece of advice. She reminds them that in each world, Lepping and Elizabeth have their own unique destiny. With a wise and serene gaze, she asks her other version not to rush. "Just follow your heart," she insists, leaving a profound reflection in the air. Elizabeth tries to ask one last question, her mind filled with doubts about the unique destiny the grandmother mentioned. However, she fails to finish her sentence, as in the blink of an eye, she feels she has returned to the place where it all began. On the other hand, she observes Amelia struggling to stay on her feet. She seems to be battling a severe headache, which causes concern in Lepping, who quickly approaches Elizabeth. In a worried tone, he asks her to look at Amelia, explaining that she doesn't seem well and wondering if she might be allergic to nuts. It is then that the queen, with her characteristic majesty, decides to intervene. Focusing deeply, she uses her powerful healing spell. However, the little dragon girl let out a piercing scream, manifesting the intense pain coursing through her head. Leping, alarmed by the scene, asked worriedly what was happening. The queen, with a serious expression, explained that she had overestimated Amelia's abilities and that the situation was more complicated than they had anticipated. A bit nervous and seeking answers, Leping dared to ask if there was any possible solution. In his mind, he began speculating if the little dragon girl might be suffering from a nut allergy. The queen, with a tone of resignation, responded that there was no immediate solution. Everything depended solely on Amelia and her ability to overcome the situation. Reflecting to herself, the queen believed that Leping had used the nut synchronization to stimulate memory areas in Amelia's brain, managing to reactivate dormant memories. However, the real problem was that Amelia was unable to fully recover the missing fragments of her memory or fill the gaps left in her mind. These empty memory fragments were like thorns piercing Amelia's mind, causing a deep and constant discomfort. The queen added that despite her efforts to locate Amelia's memories, searching all over the world without success, she hadn't been able to find them. This led her to conclude that there was nothing more they could do to help her. Leping, saddened by the situation, approached Amelia and, with regret in his eyes, apologized to her while extending his hand to comfort her. However, that simple gesture provoked an unexpected reaction. For Amelia, Leping's movement evoked a deep fear, the overwhelming memory of being dominated. That feeling of terror caused the memories the elder was trying to observe to completely vanish, as if they had dissolved into thin air. Confused and worried, the elder began to wonder if Amelia's memory files had been recovered somehow, or if the queen had managed to discover that hidden place where they resided. Though he struggled to understand what had happened, deep down, he knew it seemed like an insurmountable challenge, something bordering on the impossible. On the other hand, the little dragon girl cried out desperately, calling for her master, begging for help as her tears flowed endlessly. Filled with fear, she flew, trying to escape Leping, not knowing what else to do. In her desperation, she ended up crashing head-on into her master's imposing figure, whose majestic stance stopped her dead in her tracks. The impact was so strong that the little dragon girl fainted completely into Elizabeth's arms, who held her delicately, as if she were a precious treasure. Elizabeth, seeing the scene, slightly furrowed her brow. In her mind, she began to piece together the events and reached an unsettling conclusion. The hero had undoubtedly used the power of the rule to take Amelia's sealed memories. She recalled how in the past, he showed no interest in getting involved in matters he considered trivial, but now, for some reason beyond her understanding, he had made an exception. Meanwhile, Leping, visibly ashamed, deeply apologized, acknowledging that everything that had happened was his fault. However, Elizabeth didn't seem to pay immediate attention to his words. With a calm but determined gesture, she activated a teleportation spell to send Amelia back to the contract space, a place where she could rest and recover. Before disappearing, the queen asked him not to worry. Since Amelia was able to endure it, that's why she sent her there. The hero, somewhat relieved, silently nods and accepts her words. However, he cannot help but stand in front of Elizabeth, uneasy, searching for something more to say. On her part, Elizabeth stares at him intently for several seconds, analyzing him as if trying to decipher some hidden enigma in his eyes. The silence between them becomes increasingly heavy, almost unbearable. They exchange glances in a strange game of expectations and doubts, until Leping finally breaks the tension by asking if she doesn't think the sky is especially clear tonight, causing a slight blush to appear on his face. Elizabeth, surprised by the sudden change of topic, confirms it while also blushing. All of this is observed by both Wang Kai and Alpha, who cannot look away. Alpha, with a somewhat disappointed tone, comments that his plan was only to scare her into regaining her memories, but concludes that if he does it, it's boring and basic. On the other hand, if Lepping does it, it's something impressive and admirable. The little dog, upon hearing these words, nods and reaffirms that this is obvious, questioning Alpha on how he could even compare himself to his master, clearly demonstrating his respect and loyalty to Lepping. Suddenly, something strange begins to happen to Alpha. His expression changes as he notices a message appearing in front of him. Someone was persistently calling him, accompanied by a warning that a punishment awaited if he chose to ignore the summons. This warning deeply unsettles him, causing him to lose his balance and fall off the wall where he was sitting. His fall does not go unnoticed by the dog, who looks alarmed at what has happened. Alpha begins to complain, clutching his head and exclaiming that the noise is unbearable. He cries out in desperation, describing an intense pain invading him to the point of feeling as if his head is about to explode. Fortunately, Wang Kai keeps his calm and acts quickly. He pulls out something he was carrying, a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Without hesitation, he carefully places them over Alpha's ears. The reaction is immediate. Alpha begins to relax almost instantly, falling asleep. Meanwhile, Wang Kai watches over him, ensuring that his friend is safe and able to rest. Additionally, he comments that if it's about the noise, the best option is to use that. However, he quickly questions what is happening since his sensors are not detecting any unusual sounds. Despite his uncertainty, he decides the wisest course of action is to take Alpha to the workshop for a full checkup. He effortlessly lifts him as if he were a feather, showcasing his strength and skill. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the queen begins to leave. Before taking her first step, she turns around and, in a serious tone, tells him that if he has nothing else to add, she will leave first. With each step she takes, the distance between them increases, and her silhouette gradually fades into the distance, showing not a hint of doubt or hesitation to stop. Already at a considerable distance, her thoughts overwhelm her. She considers how naive he is for not doing anything to stop her, and she cannot help but wonder if he truly will not pursue her. She knows well that in other worlds, her version of Lepping would be much more proactive, more determined, and less passive. On his part, Lepping seems trapped in a labyrinth of thoughts. The reason for his apparent immobility is the voices in his mind, multiple miniature versions of himself, the mini Leppings, who will not stop talking. Each represents an intrusive thought that further complicates his ability to act. One suggested that he should go after her without hesitation. Another, more reserved, asked if he wasn't afraid she would leave forever and never return. Yet another chimed in, warning him that if he didn't pursue her, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. A small, timid whisper, full of reproach, called him a coward. Meanwhile, the one sitting on his shoulder, like an unavoidable weight, reminded him that once he spoke clearly, there would be no turning back. Finally, a more direct voice, though laden with concern, asked him if he was truly afraid of being left without protection, or if he truly feared never seeing Elizabeth again. It was then, amidst that storm of thoughts, that the true impulse emerged. He clung to a single idea, a decision that resonated strongly within him. Even if he was rejected, he didn't want to carry the regret of having silenced his feelings for the rest of his life. For her part, the queen wondered if it would really be her who would take the initiative, unable to believe she would have to do such a thing. She was deep in thought when she remembered that, in every world, there was a version of herself and Leaping that followed their own destiny. With that certainty, she decided to follow her heart and began activating her teleportation magic. However, just at that moment, Leping called out to her, asking her to wait a moment. She stopped and he, visibly nervous, looked at her, asking if she hadn't asked him before if he liked her. His voice trembled slightly, as if he were questioning something he dared not confess. The queen, a bit flushed, turned halfway around, looking at him with curiosity. She hadn't expected that question, and her mind was filled with confusion. Leping, for his part, continued speaking, though at a slower pace, as if he were processing his own emotions. He said that without realizing it, they had lived together for over a year. But it wasn't until that moment that he realized how vast the gap between them was. He felt small and vulnerable upon becoming aware of the differences between them, what it meant to be a queen and what he represented, a man marked by the fame of being a legendary hero. He confessed to himself that even though they called him a hero, he understood nothing about swords or magic. He knew he wasn't worthy of standing at her level. But then, as if that confession wasn't enough, his words changed. He said that, if it were possible, he would like to live a normal life with her. His words stirred a strange feeling within the queen. For a moment, she thought he was merely trying to emphasize his own role as the creator, as if he were deigning to share a simple life with her. But then Leping confessed that he was a homebody, had no experience in love, didn't know how to make a girl happy, and due to his status, he didn't dare express his thoughts. However, he didn't think she would find out. And now that she had asked, he could no longer escape. His voice began to tremble as he pronounced Elizabeth. But upon closing his eyes, he found the strength to shout his confession, "Yes, I like you, Elizabeth." When he opened his eyes, he felt that he had finally said it, but before he could continue his thoughts, something unexpected happened. The queen jumped on him, giving him a comforting hug. He, completely flushed, called out to her, but at that moment, he realized it was futile. The two began to rise, flying together through the air. The moon, large and luminous, bore witness to the scene, watching silently as Elizabeth whispered to him that it was nothing, that she was simply following the deepest desires of her heart. Leping, filled with curiosity, asked what that meant, but before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a passionate kiss from the queen, leaving him speechless and breathless. He, still stunned by her action, could only repeat over and over that he liked her. This time, the response he received was similar, as Elizabeth, covering her face with her hands, confessed that she felt the same way about him. However, before he could fully process her words, she disappeared before his eyes, as if she had never been there. Upon seeing and hearing this, he wondered if for a moment he was truly dreaming. Disbelief overtook him, but soon he realized he was in a very high place, making him question how he would manage to get back. Leping is softly humming a melody while preparing some food. With careful movements, he picks up each ingredient that needs to be cut and slices them with precision, shaping them into small hearts. The result is a plate of noodles that, with its detail and dedication, seems to radiate a romantic and enchanting air. It's then that he calls Elizabeth, announcing that breakfast is ready. The queen observes the dish with curiosity, her eyes lingering on the tiny hearts adorning the noodles. Intrigued, she asks Leping why this seemingly simple breakfast feels different from the usual. As she reflects, she admits that not only does she sense an intense magic in the dish, but also a mysterious, warm, and unfamiliar feeling she has never experienced before. In her mind, she begins to wonder what this strange sensation might be. For his part, Leping, somewhat puzzled, responds that he has no idea what she's talking about. His tone is light but honest as he asks her to eat quickly before the dish cools and loses its charm. However, after speaking, he doubts himself. He wonders if his way of saying it came across as too blunt, or if the breakfast he prepared with so much care for his beloved Elizabeth might be excessively sweet for her taste. That's when the queen begins to eat, and the taste leaves her completely amazed. Her eyes reflect not only her love for the food, but also the feelings she holds for Leping, igniting a spark in her heart as if she could feel the care he put into every detail of the breakfast. While savoring the noodles, she deeply reflects on the meaning of love. To her, it's not just a feeling, but something conveyed even in the smallest gestures, like a dish prepared with dedication. She clearly perceives that he has infused a great amount of love into preparing her food. On the other hand, Leping, noticing that she is paralyzed after taking the first bite, can't help but worry. He anxiously wonders if he made a mistake seasoning the food and, with some insecurity, asks her for permission to taste a bit. Without hesitation, he takes a bit of the noodles, but by curious coincidence, he picks the same strand she had in her mouth. Thus, just like in those iconic romantic movie scenes with certain dogs, the two slowly begin to draw closer as the noodle connecting them shortens. Their gazes meet, and a mix of surprise and anticipation fills the air. As they are about to share a second kiss, an abrupt sound breaks the moment. Someone bursts through the door. It's Alpha, who enters the room with overwhelming energy, cheerfully asking Leping what orders he has for him today. The poor sacred sword is quickly struck by a hand of energy from the queen, who reacts furiously at having her sweet moment interrupted. The impact is so strong that it hurls the object miles away, putting it completely out of reach. Wasting no time, the queen closes the door with a decisive motion, making it clear she wants no further interruptions. Fuming, she curses the sword for a few seconds, reproaching it for ruining her plans in such an untimely manner. Her words are loaded with frustration, and though her tone is severe, it also reflects the weight of what has occurred. For his part, Leping, somewhat affected by the situation, tries to calm things down. Knowing they can't resume what they were doing, he suggests watching some TV after breakfast to shift their focus and ease the tension of the moment. However, deep inside, he can't help but admit to himself that he is completely inexperienced in love. This thought leads him to reflect on how he could improve their relationship, feeling somewhat insecure but determined to make an effort. Meanwhile, the queen, with a slight blush on her face betraying her discomfort, agrees to Leping's suggestion. Though she tries to maintain her composure, the flush in her cheeks reveals that, despite everything, the bond between them continues to grow stronger. In another setting, they are both watching TV. Amid the entertainment and with some distance between them, a timid Leping tries to move his hand closer to the queen's. His movements are slow and measured, and just as he's about to touch her hand, she naturally pulls hers away. The reason turns out to be simple. She was reaching for some juice on the table. However, that gesture leaves the hero slightly nervous. Uncertainty begins to invade his mind, making him wonder if what happened the night before could be considered an official declaration of their relationship. At the same time, he can't help but fear that maybe she is just playing with him, given her position as the demon queen. He watches her carefully as she drinks the juice with calm serenity, and the contrast between her composure and his own thoughts only unsettles him more. He lowers his gaze, immersed in his doubts, wondering if he had been the only one to misinterpret everything. Maybe what happened the night before was just an illusion on his part. But despite it all, he convinces himself that something meaningful had truly occurred. All those questions and insecurities vanish instantly when, unexpectedly, The queen takes his hand. The gesture leaves him completely surprised, unable to react for a few moments. It's then that Elizabeth, with her usual calm demeanor, asks if there's a problem. Lepping, slightly flustered, responds in a hesitant but sincere tone, saying that no, everything is fine. But she glances at him sideways and slowly leans closer to him, letting her weight rest on his side, until they end up side by side, causing the hero to be overjoyed by this unexpected action from his beloved. While watching something on TV, the queen, unable to contain her curiosity, asks him if there are any special customs that couples in his world usually share. Hearing her question, he averts his gaze for a moment, delving into his memories. After a brief silence, he replies that, in his world, being in a relationship usually involves sharing meals, going for walks, watching series together, and enjoying small, everyday moments. That's not what they're already doing, to which he, with a slight smile, replies that it seems they are. Elizabeth, visibly happy to hear his response, slightly changes her tone and asks what things are exclusive to couples, expressing her desire to experience those things with him as well. This leaves Lepping a bit nervous. With a slight blush on his face, he replies that it depends on the level of progress in the relationship. Generally, he explains, it all starts with something as simple as holding hands, just as they are doing at that moment. She, intrigued and a bit excited, asks if that's really just the beginning. With a mix of seriousness and sincerity, she confesses that holding hands doesn't seem enough, making it clear that she wants to move beyond the first steps of their relationship. Her declaration leaves the hero confused and slightly overwhelmed. However, after thinking for a moment and with some embarrassment, he suggests that they could repeat what they did last night. Elizabeth, feigning innocence, tilts her head and asks what he means by last night, while a spark of mischief glints in her eyes. Both, realizing their true feelings and thoughts, set words aside and begin to draw closer, letting the atmosphere between them speak for itself. Finally, their faces meet, and they prepare to share a kiss that encapsulates everything they feel. However, that intimate moment is abruptly interrupted by a sound coming from the window. Alpha, the sacred sword, is there, shamelessly watching everything. The situation enrages Elizabeth, who, with her face red with anger, immediately activates her power. At the same time, she demands that Alpha give her a good explanation for his intrusion, making it clear that she won't tolerate interruptions during such an important moment for them. Alpha, gripped by panic, shouted at the top of his lungs that he wasn't spying, immediately revealing the presence of guests. With a lump in his throat, he announced that someone had come looking for them. The truth came to light. The entire group Lepping had formed was at the window watching them. The tension in the air was palpable, and for a moment, they feared the worst. After this near incident, everyone gathered outside to try to understand the reason for this unexpected visit. Lepping was the first to break the silence, expressing his puzzlement at the situation. He asked why everyone had come here and why all at the same time. Annie, always direct, spoke up, explaining that a few days ago she felt the magical power of Elizabeth in the demon realm and decided to investigate what was happening. But at the same time, as she was saying this, she couldn't help but wonder if they had found out that she had opened the treasure of the nine-headed dragon. She had gone there to test Raphael's abilities, and had he failed, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Gigi, in turn, nodded in confirmation. What Annie had said was true. She too had sensed the overwhelming presence, the unmistakable power of the great demon queen. That same perception, that resonating call within her, had driven her to seek out Lepping and his group. Her purpose was clear: to present herself before them, and await their orders, ready to serve under their command. Uncle Boss corroborated Gigi's words. He too had reached the same conclusion about the Demon Queen's influence. Moreover, he took the opportunity to inform them about the remarkable growth of the sacred tree, an event he considered worthy of their attention. Alpha, with a hint of joy in his voice, expressed a kind of envy toward his companions. He felt that they played the role of supporting characters, a position that, in his opinion, allowed them greater freedom and peace of mind. Unlike him, who was constantly embroiled in important tasks alongside Lepping, they didn't face the same pressure. However, the atmosphere of camaraderie was interrupted when Elizabeth, with a firm and sharp tone, raised her voice. She declared that she hadn't invited anyone and demanded that they leave immediately. Her attitude was inflexible, and she didn't seem willing to relent. Amid the created tension, Lepping intervened with a conciliatory proposal. He asked everyone not to rush and, taking advantage of their presence, suggested they share information about the situation in their respective regions and the events unfolding outside. He hoped to gain a broader perspective of the situation. Gigi, responding to Lepping's request, explained that she had followed his advice to the letter. With courage, she had decided to resume her studies at the Sword Saint Guild, sharing her knowledge with its members. Additionally, she reported that news about the Dark Guild was practically non-existent. Only occasional sightings of corrupted beasts were recorded, but nothing of greater significance. Annie, for her part, added an even more intriguing detail. She confessed that she didn't know why, but the Dark Guild seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth suddenly. Even in the demon realm, despite her exhaustive searches, she had found no trace of its whereabouts. Lepping received this news with a mix of relief and satisfaction. He was deeply glad that the Sword Saint Guild had accepted Gigi and that the Dark Guild's activity had drastically reduced. He considered both facts positive signs, a respite amidst the uncertainty surrounding them. Elife reported that in the Elven territory, radical new policies had been implemented. The old hierarchy, deemed obsolete and restrictive, had been abolished, and in its place, an intricate decentralized information network had been established. This network, Elife explained, not only facilitated communication and collective decision-making, but also represented a crucial strategy for resisting the growing influence of the Dark Guild, an organization threatening the region's peace and stability. The new structure allowed greater flexibility and quicker responses to potential threats from the Guild. On the other hand, Alpha, eager to share his own contributions, recounted that the previous night he had helped Lepping collect the protection fee. This task, although routine, had recently become more complicated, and Alpha's intervention was critical in resolving a pressing issue, securing the food supply for the following week. His actions had averted a potential hunger crisis within the community. After listening carefully to Elife and Alpha's reports, the hero, with a serious and enigmatic expression, announced that he had something important to communicate to everyone. His words created a palpable atmosphere of uncertainty and fear. Silence grew heavy, and anxious glances were exchanged. Uncle Boss, with his characteristic pragmatism, thought his suspicions were confirmed. The next round of new missions, those that would test the skills they had worked so hard to perfect, was about to begin. The idea of new challenges, though exciting, also caused some unease. Elife, on her part, tried to remain calm and convey serenity. She reflected that there was really nothing to fear. With the union of her powers and those of her father, she firmly believed they could gain a significant advantage for her elven tribe. The combined strength of both represented a powerful defense against any threat. Annie, with her competitive spirit, interpreted the hero's announcement as the prelude to a competition. She suspected that Leaping, with his hidden motivations, was instigating rivalry among them, seeking to pit the group members against one another. Gigi, with her analytical mind, wondered if the recent disappearance of the Dark Guild had also been orchestrated by the hero. She considered the possibility that there were even more powerful enemies lurking in the shadows, enemies whose existence they couldn't even imagine. The uncertainty gnawed at her. However, what the hero wanted to communicate was something entirely different. With a gentle yet firm gesture, he took Queen Elizabeth's hand and, with a radiant smile, announced to everyone that they were together. His declaration reverberated in the air like a shockwave, leaving everyone astonished. A deep silence took over the atmosphere. An expectant murmur filled the air. Almost in unison, a question echoed, a collective curiosity from everyone asking what comes next. Lepping, with an expression attempting to conceal a certain unease, inquired whether no one was surprised by his previous statement. After a brief pause, he added, with a sincerity that resonated in the room, that what he was trying to say is that he is in love with the Demon Queen. The confession lingered in the air, provoking various reactions among those present. Annie, after processing the information, thought she understood the true intent behind Lepping's words. She interpreted that the hero was trying to convey the need for them to rely on themselves in future missions, avoiding constant dependence on his help. This interpretation resonated with Gigi's previous words, confirming the validity of her perspective. Delving into her thoughts, Annie reviewed the events from the treasure mission to her experience in the Elven tribe. She recognized that without the constant support of Lepping and Elizabeth, she would have failed countless times. She concluded that her training aimed to make her a force capable of protecting the continent's peace, a responsibility that could not perpetually rest on the hero's shoulders. She assumed the time had come to demonstrate her independence and take on a more active role. With a direct look at Lepping, she asked if he had anything else to add, requesting clarity and frankness in his response. Gigi, for her part, became immersed in her own thoughts. She recalled that although she had taken on much of the fight against the Dark Guild, it came at the cost of a dangerous pact with the Dark Sea. She acknowledged that if not for the Demon Queen and her intervention to break the curse, her actions would have unleashed a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. The warrior wondered whether, with the hero's new teachings on the art of the sword, she now had the strength to face even more powerful enemies. Despite the uncertainty, an unbreakable determination shone in her eyes. She declared firmly that she was willing to face any danger and would never retreat in the face of adversity. In a corner, Uncle Boss trembled slightly. The memory of a critical moment haunted him. When the treasure cards fell into the hands of the Dark Guild, the world was on the brink of destruction. The image of a desolate future shook him, aware that if Lepping and the others had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been catastrophic, surpassing any imaginable limits. Now, faced with the possibility of assigning a new and powerful mission, a deep doubt consumed him. He wasn't sure if father and daughter could handle it, especially considering Lepping's firm declaration of not participating. This absence weighed heavily on his shoulders, generating great uncertainty. Amid this tension, Boss cautiously responded that they would only obey Lepping's orders, a total submission, reflecting the great admiration and respect they felt for the hero, or perhaps fear. Leaping, for his part, let out a slight laugh, a gesture that puzzled those present. He revealed that, in fact, he had a request for them, a petition that seemed to transcend mere formality. However, this revelation manifested peculiarly for the others. They mentally envisioned a gigantic, imposing Lepping, proclaiming that he had something to ask of them all, but adding a warning. If it was too difficult, It was better to forget it. The girls interpreted this message as a sign of imminent disaster. They concluded that the brave hero had read their minds, as both wanted to teach their skills to the hero. Father and daughter, on the other hand, perceived Lord Lepping's words as a reprimand. They assumed it was a sign of disappointment, a clear indication of their insignificance. Without Lepping's grace and support, they saw themselves as mere nobodies destined for oblivion. This conviction drove them to accept the mission, even if it seemed impossible to complete. They felt the need to prove their worth, to redeem themselves in the eyes of their idol. It was then that the hero revealed his true plan, which was a journey with Elizabeth. This news left the queen visibly confused. She didn't understand the purpose of such a trip or the sudden announcement. Gigi, with her characteristic curiosity, couldn't contain herself and asked what their destination would be. Lepping responded that they were heading to the kingdom of Aristotle. He proclaimed far and wide that their presence there had a single purpose: to forge a solid alliance against the infamous Dark Guild. His ultimate goal, as he declared, was to fulfill his duty as a hero, achieve world peace, and finally enjoy a tranquil and fulfilling life. However, behind this facade of nobility and determination lies a more complex truth. Deep down, Lepping feels that, as the bearer of the title of legendary hero, this is the only path he can take. Overwhelmed by the weight of his responsibility, he places all his hopes in everything going according to plan, although a shadow of doubt lingers within him. Meanwhile, Queen Elizabeth meticulously evaluates the places they've visited and where they've managed to establish alliances. Analyzing the situation carefully, she concludes that if Lepping continues with his plan to support the four heavenly kings of the North, South, East, and West, he will achieve a prosperous and satisfying life. Nonetheless, a question persists in her mind, wanting to know what that tranquil and fulfilling life he mentioned would truly mean. It is then that the image of the two of them, alone and in peace, fleetingly crosses her mind. Elizabeth quickly considers herself slow to grasp certain things. In the past, her intense desire for victory had blinded her, leading her to misunderstand Lepping's actions. She had come to think that he manipulated her and helped mortals merely for fun, with the sole purpose of showing off his strength to her. But now, with a renewed perspective, Elizabeth understands that the reality is very different. Reflecting on her memories, she realizes that from their first adventure together, Lepping was already planning their future by her side. This revelation, though imagined, deeply impacts her. Faced with this epiphany, Elizabeth declares with determination that, since this is the last place on their journey, she herself will handle the situation. She announces that if the inhabitants of this kingdom do not submit peacefully, she will not hesitate to destroy it completely. However, Lepping, with caution and serenity, asks her to wait. He considers that Elizabeth is rushing and assures her that he will resolve the situation in the best possible way, seeking a peaceful solution before resorting to force. The hero reflected on the situation. He had promised himself and the world that this time he would be the one to restore order and peace. However, he understood that resolution could not come through violence. An armed conflict would only invalidate the very purpose of his visit and tarnish his mission. His plan required a more strategic approach, one that, though effective, would inevitably involve using Elizabeth's reputation. The queen, with a slight blush on her cheeks, nodded at his words, confirming her willingness to follow his directives. But just before they could outline a concrete action plan, Annie interrupted, expressing her fervent desire to make a request. Her petition was simple. She wanted to accompany them on their journey to the kingdom of Aristotle. Gigi, not wanting to be left behind, enthusiastically intervened, assuring them she knew the best way to enter the kingdom. Annie, upon hearing her, considered that despite Gigi's resignation as president of the Sword Saint Guild, her contacts and knowledge of the terrain could prove very useful. In the middle of the conversation, Uncle Boss raised his voice, offering to guarantee the resolution of the most difficult tasks they would face. Elif, for her part, added that she could also join them, explaining that General Blanchett was managing and taking care of the divine tree in the Elven tribe, which allowed her to be absent without major inconveniences. Faced with the wave of volunteers, Lepping intervened, clarifying that everything had been a misunderstanding. What he really wanted to ask had nothing to do with the kingdom of Aristotle. The queen, with a raised eyebrow, inquired about the meaning of his words and the sudden avalanche of offers. She firmly warned that anyone who dared to ruin her mood would face severe consequences. The hero, with a conciliatory attitude, suggested to the queen that she return home and wait for him there. He assured her that he would handle speaking with Uncle Boss and the others to resolve the matter. The queen, accepting the suggestion with a sigh of exhaustion and a clear disinterest in the matters at hand, used her power to teleport immediately. Once alone with his companions, the hero asked them to come closer. With an intriguing tone of voice, he told them that what he wanted to ask was something very specific. Curiosity took hold of the group, and Uncle Boss, unable to contain himself, urged him to reveal the mystery. Asking impatiently, "What is so secret that you can't just say it already?" The hero finally formulated his question, wanting to know if any of them knew where there were hot springs. After asking that question, Elif asks Lepping if he thinks the healing spring from the elf tribe could work, adding that they could heat it up using fire magic. Lepping replies that they have already visited the elf tribe and fears that this place will not interest Elizabeth much. He also mentions that what he really wants is a natural hot spring. Annie suggests that near the volcano in the magical territory, hot springs often emerge. She explains that with some development, these could turn into natural hot springs. However, she thinks the place is dangerous, although she adds that for the legendary hero and the demon queen, this detail should not be a problem. In response to this idea, Lepping enthusiastically replies that this is exactly the kind of place he is looking for. He then asks if they could help clear the area and create a spring area, confessing that his intention is to surprise Elizabeth. At the same time, he reflects that since they all have knowledge of magic, the project should not be too complicated. Gigi, willing to collaborate, assures that she will take care of it. However, as she says this, she recalls that the place is near the ruins where the Demon Queen's training took place. This thought leads her to wonder if the hero is implying something with his proposal. On the other hand, Uncle Boss, upon hearing the word clear, immediately deduces Lepping's true intentions. He firmly believes that what Lepping really wants is for them to deal with the new evil spirit that has appeared in that area, making it clear that the task will be much more challenging than it seems. Thus, he turns to Gigi, saying that he will also participate and use all his power to clear the way. She, on her part, gratefully accepts the help and confesses that if everyone works together, they will be more confident in overcoming the challenges ahead. Lepping, satisfied with the collective effort, expresses his joy and comments that he has already made a decision regarding the springs. Calmly, he adds that there is no rush since they have a month to carry out this task. However, in his thoughts, Lepping admits that this time is actually planned as an excuse to enjoy a little more the moment spent with Elizabeth. He reveals that, once that month has passed, he will organize a trip to the springs. The hero's group, unaware of Lepping's true motives, interprets his words differently. Gigi, with determination, says that she will make sure he does not worry, as they will handle everything necessary. At that moment, Lepping bids farewell to the group, walking away while reflecting in silence. The team, on their part, sighs in relief after his departure. It is then that Uncle Boss breaks the silence and warns that in a month, evil will descend near the Death Volcano, located in the demon territory. He declares gravely that neither the hero nor the demon queen will intervene this time, making it clear that they will only be able to rely on. Gigi mentions that this evil is probably a life form from another world, specifically from the Sea of Darkness. She promises to gather more detailed information and send it to everyone once it's ready. Annie, thoughtful, reveals that she is not surprised by the news. While training in the demon territory, her scarlet demon eye constantly sensed a mysterious, latent, and unsettling force emanating from that place. Thus, Elif points out with some relief that they still have a month to prepare. During that time, they must give their best to reach the Demon King's level and face the upcoming challenge. Alpha, with his haughty attitude and nose in the air, interrupts the moment to ask if they really heard everything they need to do. He adds provocatively that, according to him, Lepping only gathered them this time for one reason. However, he doesn't finish his sentence, as at that instant, he and everyone present are suddenly teleported, leaving his words hanging in the air. It is then that the queen grabs the hero by the wrist and firmly drags him inside the house. Once inside, she begins to look at him with desire, declaring that finally, no one can interrupt them. Lepping, confused, asks what is happening. The queen, unafraid to reveal her feelings, responds with determination that, of course, they must continue what they left pending, as there are things that only lovers can do together. Filling the house with love? A week passes, and the inhabitants of the house walk quietly through a forest. However, Lepping doesn't seem to be in his best shape. His appearance reflects clear physical exhaustion. In his mind, he remembers the moments that led him to this state. When doing household chores, the queen would unexpectedly appear, eagerly announcing that she wanted to be close to him. He also recalls the moment when, while working focused, she would open a teleportation portal just to fall into his arms, whispering that she wanted to cuddle with him. He even recalls the time when, while calmly bathing, she suddenly barged in, proclaiming her desire to be closer to him in the bathtub. Not even when he was deeply asleep could he escape her insistence. The queen appeared again and again, whispering that she wanted to snuggle even more. Tired, Lepping once asked her if she was not used to resting in her own space. The queen, without hesitation, replied that she didn't care, and that, from now on, she wanted to sleep with him always. Now, in the present, while walking through the forest, Lepping cannot help but wonder how he will ever be able to rest properly if she insists on always being so close to him. Luckily, the hero has something prepared. He pulls from his pocket a small paper bag with the words, "Lepping's Power Pills." Alpha, intrigued upon seeing the mysterious package, asks curiously what it is. The hero calmly replies that it is a pill he made using herbs from his garden. He explains that he made them following the secrets of traditional Chinese medicine found in an ancient book forgotten on a shelf. Upon taking one of these pills, he feels his energy return surprisingly, as if a torrent of renewed vitality coursed through his body, refreshing his spirit completely. The sensation was so intense that, laughing, he says he feels like a new man, overflowing with energy in every movement. Alpha, amazed by the effect of the pill, exclaims that it looks incredible and asks excitedly if he can try one. However, the hero firmly denies him. He explains that children cannot consume something so powerful, and besides, Alpha is a sword. The side effects in a being like him are completely unknown, and the risk would be too high. On the other hand, the queen watches all of this with a relaxed expression and an unusually good mood. She thinks to herself that Lepping's secrets seem endless, always revealing something new and unexpected. She also reflects on the positive impact her relationship with him has had on her own growth, as, thanks to this connection, she has managed to break through the limitations of the demon level and reach the first star saint level. With an ambitious smile, she considers that once her power increases a few more stars, it will be the perfect time to get even closer to Lepping. In her mind, she plans to conceive with him the strongest child of all, someone who will inherit an incomparable power. This idea makes her laugh quietly, while Lepping also laughs, as if they both share a thought that brings them even closer together. Alpha, observing the knowing attitude between the two, thinks that since that special night, they seem to be growing more and more connected, as if they resemble each other more and more. The little dog, who was nearby, quickly approaches and seriously warns Alpha to be careful with what he says or does. It reminds him that it's rare for his master to take him out for a walk, and asks him not to do anything that could spoil Lepping's good. It is then, while the atmosphere remains calm, that a figure appears in the distance. Gigi, accompanied by a dwarf, calls them from afar. Upon seeing her, Leaping immediately understands that they have reached the border of the dwarf. Without wasting any time, Gigi joins them, and with her leading the way, they all enter the mysterious kingdom, ready to face whatever it holds for them. Already in those lands, many dwarves work diligently, dedicating themselves to the construction of weapons and shields with a skill that only their race seems to possess. Lepping, observing the scene, cannot help but marvel at the dwarves' skill. He comments that their forging prowess is undeniable, and the abundance of weapon and equipment shops in every corner of the kingdom only reinforces their prestige. It is evident that they have perfected their craft over generations. However, upon hearing Lepping's admiration, Alpha crosses his arms and, with an air of superiority, dismisses their reputation. He presumes himself superior, claiming that the dwarves' fame is exaggerated. In his opinion, it is nothing more than an unfounded legend, for despite the number of shops they have visited, he has yet to see a single sword that can compare to him. The hero, in an attempt to avoid trouble, suggests that he keep a low profile, while the queen, intrigued, decides to clarify her doubts. With curiosity in her gaze, she asks why they must first head to the Dwarven Kingdom before continuing on their journey. Gigi, with his characteristic tone of confidence, responds immediately. He explains that the Dwarven Kingdom is the only one maintaining active trade with the Kingdom of Aristotle. Therefore, if they manage to obtain the Dwarven King's recommendation, they could secure a peaceful passage to the Kingdom of Aristotle without the need for violence. It is then that the dwarf accompanying them, attentive to the conversation, steps forward to provide crucial information. With a firm voice, he mentions that Gigi is right, but that it will not be so simple. If they wish for the king's recommendation, they must prove that they can help resolve a problem plaguing his people. The greatest concern of the dwarves is that they have lost the ability to forge S-level weapons. The dwarf adds that although Lord Lepping has developed magical tools in the form of cards, crafting weapons of such caliber requires materials and knowledge that even his current abilities cannot match. To make matters worse, the precious celestial mineral, essential in the creation of such weapons, has been depleted, leaving the dwarves without the means to reclaim their former greatness. He concludes by saying that if he does not have complete confidence in achieving this, it would be best not to trouble his father, as his volatile temper could lead to an explosive reaction. Lepping, intrigued upon hearing about the celestial mineral, does not hesitate to ask exactly what it is. It is then that the dwarf, with a serious and respectful tone, begins to explain. He recounts that 2,000 years ago, a colossal meteorite streaked across the sky and crashed into the continent of heroes. The impact was so devastating that it not only left an immense scar on the land, but also completely altered the geography of the region. It was at that moment that the sacred mountain was formed, the very same one that today protects the Dwarven Kingdom. Pointing firmly toward an imposing mountain range in the distance, the dwarf continues his tale. With a solemn voice, he informs them that his father, a master smith and one of the greatest blacksmiths of his people, is currently in seclusion in the deepest mine of the Sacred Hammer Peak. There, deep within the mountain, he has dedicated his life to researching the secrets of forging and seeking a way to restore the legendary ability of the dwarves to create S-level weapons. Thus, it is revealed that deep within the mountain, a man tirelessly forges a sword. His firm hand grips the glowing metal, while his other hand strikes as if it were a heavy hammer, each impact resonating like thunder in the vast cavern. Once satisfied with the initial shape, he exhales forcefully, letting the wind from his own breath cool the red-hot steel. The dwarf takes note of the progress. With a meticulous voice, he comments that this is attempt number 10,997. Examining the piece with a critical eye, he concludes that this time, the raw blade has reached level A. However, it is still not enough. He records that, for the final polishing phase, he will use the hardest tungsten available, hoping to surpass the imperfections that have frustrated his previous attempts. Without wasting more time, he begins sliding the sword over a specially prepared metal bar for polishing. Next, he takes a precision lens and prepares to scrutinize his work even more thoroughly. First, he magnifies the image 20 times. Then, he increases the magnification to 100 times, exploring every detail in search of hidden imperfections. That's when he finds small cracks in the blade, barely perceptible, but enough to doom his work. His face tenses with fury, and with a cry of frustration, he bends the sword with his own hands. As he breathes heavily, his thoughts overflow. He doesn't understand why he can't achieve it, what material could replace what is missing. His anger grows, and with one last outburst of desperation, he crushes the deformed sword even further. He murmurs to himself, as if trying to convince himself that this is nothing but a nightmare, and mentions that the foundation of his dwarven kingdom's forge cannot crumble in his hands. At that precise moment, his son bursts into the forge, interrupting his internal torment. With a calm tone, he informs his father that he has brought some visitors. The blacksmith, still consumed by fury, demands that they leave. He had made it very clear that he didn't want to see anyone while in seclusion. His son, unfazed by his explosion of anger, responds firmly. This time is different. They have come on the recommendation of Gigi from the Sacred Swordsman Association. However, his father, still enraged by his failure to create an S-rank weapon, casts a severe gaze at his son. With a furrowed brow, he calls him insolent and warns him not to dare talk back. His voice echoes through the forge as, with a shout filled with frustration, he orders him to leave. He doesn't care who they are or what business they have. With an authoritative gesture, he reinforces his order. He demands that everyone leave immediately and not interfere with his work. To him, his forge is sacred, and nothing and no one should interrupt his pursuit of perfection. Gigi, witnessing the scene, steps forward calmly and asks the Dwarf King to reconsider. He reminds him that for years their two guilds have cooperated, and that if he would just listen, they might offer him a new perspective. It could be the key to finding an alternative method to forge S-rank weapons, something he himself has not yet achieved. The king's son observes the tension in the air and, in a measured voice, comments that they still have time to leave. However, instead of responding with words, the Dwarf King takes action. He propels himself with force, and his flight boots, a superior level 5 artifact, come to life. Crafted with the feathers of the revered elven spirit beast, the White Sparrow, these boots are a marvel of dwarven engineering. The delicate feathers, separated thread by thread and then meticulously reassembled, were hand-sewn by the king himself. Thanks to them, he can move with superhuman lightness. With a single leap, he launches himself towards them with astonishing speed, shouting that they are far too insolent. As he lands forcefully in front of the group, his presence is overwhelming. It is at that moment that everyone realizes the truth. Unlike common dwarves, his stature and build are imposing. His mere presence eclipses the others, and his deep voice resonates with absolute authority as he finally introduces himself. He proudly declares that his name is Heimerdinger and that he is the greatest blacksmith in the world. His eyes gleam with defiance as he questions how they dare insinuate that others might find the solution to a problem that even he has been unable to solve. Gigi, unfazed, responds firmly that this is exactly what he believes. He is convinced that they can definitely do it. The king's son, worried about the growing tension, intervenes and asks his father to calm down. But Heimerdinger ignores the plea. He raises both hands in fury and proclaims that this is an insult, an unforgivable humiliation for him. His iron fists tense as he prepares to unleash his wrath. However, before he can act, slow footsteps echo through the hall. The person approaching doesn't say much, only comments in a firm voice that when there are no tigers in the mountain, the monkeys proclaim themselves kings. Heimerdinger, recognizing who it is, freezes. His lips part, but no words escape them. It is then that the queen, with her usual majestic demeanor, greets him and calmly mentions that it has been a long time since they last met. The impact of her presence is immediate. Without a second thought, the dwarf king abruptly bows and strikes the ground with such a powerful reverence that a small tremor shakes the forge. Gigi and the king's son watch the scene in disbelief, unable to hide their astonishment. With a trembling voice, Heimerdinger murmurs that he has been a fool. His pride dissolves in an instant as he admits his ignorance. He states that he never would have imagined that the demon queen would appear in that place. With an almost reverent whisper, he adds that 500 years have passed since the last time. The queen observes him closely before asking him a simple question. Wanting to know what is happening, and if he really believed she was dead. Her voice, though calm, carries a tone of reproach. Furthermore, she coldly questions him. If he truly thought she had disappeared, is that why he couldn't wait to proclaim himself king? Lepping, until then merely a spectator, also appears surprised and asks if the dwarf king was also a subject of Elizabeth. The great man, still prostrated on the ground, takes a deep breath before slowly lifting his gaze. With a solemn tone, he acknowledges that he understands the situation. He knows he deserves to be eliminated for his actions. However, before any decision is made, he begs the queen to allow him to explain his situation, confessing that he had no other choice. Heimerdinger mentions that the world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and as the leader of the clan, he had no choice but to take responsibility for preserving his people. Therefore, he returned to the Sacred Hammer Summit with the purpose of rebuilding the Dwarven Kingdom. The king's son asks Gigi if they are actually the hero and the demon queen. He also wants to know why she never told him before. The swordswoman apologizes and explains that they decided to live in anonymity. To avoid bothering them, she could not reveal any information about them. However, now that Heimerdinger, a former subordinate of the Demon Queen, has recognized her, there is no longer a need to hide the truth. Meanwhile, the queen asks where the others are and requests that the dwarf king tell her everything. Heimerdinger nods and explains that there is no need to say much, starting by informing them about Malfoy, as he was the one who founded the Dark Guild, plunging the world into chaos and destruction. Furthermore, Malfoy has been capturing people of different races to use them as test subjects for his life magic experiments. The king confesses that many dwarves were victims of his creations. On the other hand, Lord Jim Jim has been searching for the queen's whereabouts. It is said that, in the process, he met a human woman, and they had a child together. However, he was later marked as a target by the Dark Guild and has now disappeared. He also mentions Mugol, revealing that his fate was tragic, as all the great orc chiefs united to betray and eliminate him. That event was recorded as the beginning of the orc race's decline, for after Mugol's death, the chief divided his territory as he pleased. However, this also exacerbated internal exclusion among the orcs, plunging them into an endless cycle of fratricide to the point that, even now, they find it difficult to unite as a single force. As for the elf Tavira, all that is known is that she sacrificed her own life to bless her people, but no further details are available. Regarding the destination they wished to reach, the kingdom of Aristotle, it was originally a human settlement led by the great priest Barlow. However, later the young Aristotle used the power of science to make a great contribution to the fight against the Dark Guild. Since human life is short, countless leaders have changed since Aristotle's death, and the region has become increasingly isolated. After hearing all this, the queen calls them fools, and upon learning that the Dark Guild was rising, asks why they did not unite to fight it. Instead of doing so, each acted on their own. She also mentions that she had ordered everyone to forget their differences and seek peace, and she asks the dwarf king if he and all his subjects have forgotten her command. Heimerdinger, with a trembling voice, apologizes and explains that, at first, everyone followed her principles. But over time, there would always be people who were more selfish and arrogant. Even he had to admit that he found himself in that same situation. Lepping, after hearing everything, asks Elizabeth not to blame them and explains that this happens when there is no director in the study hall. There will always be restless people who start making noise and disturb others. The queen, upon hearing him, turns around in a good mood and responds that if it is him speaking, then there is no problem. Gigi calls the great hero and asks him to help the Dwarven Kingdom solve the crisis of being unable to forge weapons above S grade. The king's son clarifies that he does not question the legendary hero's abilities, but the reality is that the celestial ore has been depleted, and unless another meteorite falls from the sky, it will not be possible to forge S-grade weapons again. The dwarf king comments that, although he does not want to admit it, what his son Brian said is true. He reports that he has been secluded there and has conducted more than 10,000 experiments, but all have failed. He adds that without the celestial ore, he can only replicate A-level weapons or, at best, a lower-quality S-level weapon. Lepping believes that if they truly need that material to create S-level weapons, then they are in serious trouble. At the same time, he thinks that the dwarves of that world are amazing, as they even use precious meteorites to forge weapons. It is then that Heimerdinger explains that the celestial mineral is not a material for forging weapons, but a special sharpening stone, and that its discovery dates back to his grandparents' generation. He recounts that long ago, his dwarf race was a nomadic people of blacksmiths who traveled everywhere, extracting minerals and forging weapons for others. Until his grandfather led his people in search of minerals and found that place, rich in resources and perfect for settling. Additionally, there was the peculiar Sacred Hammer Mountain. Exploring the mountain and relying on his talent for finding minerals, his grandfather guided his people to dig deep into its depths, until they reached exactly the place where they now stand. There, they discovered a 7-colored stone, never seen before. Everyone was amazed, and his grandfather assumed that the stone came from outer space. Intrigued, he tried striking it with his hoe to obtain some fragments and analyze them. But to his surprise, upon striking it, his hoe transformed into a golden one. Since then, the news that the celestial mineral could enhance weapons when used as a sharpening stone spread quickly among the tribe, and all the dwarves began sharpening their weapons with it. Day after day, year after year, The celestial mineral allowed the dwarves to craft increasingly advanced weapons to protect themselves, leading to the foundation of the dwarven kingdom. However, its excessive use consumed half of their reserves. To secure the kingdom's future, it was decided to restrict its use exclusively to the top one. Over time, wars between races intensified, and the demand for advanced weapons kept growing. In response, the rules changed. First, the use of the celestial mineral was limited to the top 100 blacksmiths, then to 50, later to 20, and finally to only 10, until the point where only the king had access to it. Fortunately, more than 500 years ago, Her Majesty the Demon Queen managed to pacify the conflicts between the races on her own, drastically reducing the consumption of the celestial mineral. However, when the stone reached her hands, only a watermelon-sized fragment remained, and since then it has been used solely to forge cutlery and tableware. Sometime later, the queen disappeared for 500 years, and the world once again fell into chaos. Heimerdinger confessed that he had no choice but to use the celestial mineral to forge S-level weapons and ally with the Guild of the Holy Swords to confront the Dark Guild. That was when the last fragment of celestial mineral was depleted. 5 years have passed since then, and although Heimerdinger has been searching for a suitable substitute, after thousands of attempts, he has yet to recreate an S-level weapon. Heimerdinger trembles as he says that the dwarves' legacy, forged thanks to the celestial mineral, will disappear along with the extinction of that very mineral, the same one that granted them glory. He wonders if everything will. His son, worried, asks why he blames himself in such a way and states that in reality, it is his own fault for not surpassing his master. Lepping, after analyzing the situation, responds sincerely. He assures them that he has extensive experience in forging and asks if he can give it a try. Although he does not fully understand swords or magic, when it comes to forging, that is his specialty. Moreover, being in the Dwarven Kingdom, he cannot miss the opportunity to exchange knowledge with these masters. Heimerdinger nods and, after a brief pause, points out that if he is not mistaken, the spirit of the weapon must be the sacred sword wielded by the Demon Queen in the past. Then he points at Alpha and mentions that he had examined it before. However, in the end, he discovered that it is a perfect work of nature, something completely impossible to replicate. Intrigued, he asks the hero if he was the one who created it. Lepping replies no, clarifying that his work does not resemble Alpha in any way. His words somehow seem to boost the sword's self-esteem. At that moment, the hero lightly kicks his small companion, who, understanding the signal, quickly pulls out a sharpening stone. Lepping explains that he knew he would visit the Dwarven Kingdom, so he brought some forging tools to exchange knowledge. As he shows the sharpening stone, he mentions that he frequently uses it and finds it very useful. Then, he asks if it could be of help to them. Heimerdinger, upon seeing the stone, seems to become furious. With a severe tone, he asks if he has any idea how many materials he has tested before and claims that using that stone would yield no results. He insists that it would be impossible to use it on their weapons. However, Elizabeth intervenes and with a firm tone, asks if he really dares to question the Queen's man. Faced with her challenge, the dwarf hesitates and finally grants permission to use the stone. Then, the Queen begins to release a bit of her power and with a stern expression, asks if he has not yet made the arrangements immediately. Heimerdinger, upon witnessing Her Majesty's anger, feels a chill run down his spine, and with a hurried movement, responds that he will do it right away. His voice, though firm, betrays a slight hesitation under the pressure imposed by the Queen. Without further delay, they take the hero to a place where the heat is stifling, with rivers of lava or molten metal flowing like currents of liquid fire. Lepping, upon witnessing the scene, curiously asks if that is the original material used to forge the weapons. Brian, with a tone of pride and confidence, nods and replies that it is, explaining that it is a liquid refined mineral mixed with more than 100 different types of materials. He adds that the exact proportion of the mixture was determined by the King Father after centuries of experience and refinement, thus achieving a perfect balance for the creation of legendary weapons. Then, the drunken master blacksmith Brian skillfully takes a tool and, spinning it in the air with a fluid motion, introduces himself with a confident smile. He declares that, although he cannot yet compare to his father, he has been recognized as a prodigy in blacksmithing and has perfected his skills in the rough forging phase, demonstrating his talent even under the effects of alcohol. With a precise gesture, he dips the tool into the molten metal and, without wasting a second, tosses it into the air. As the burning liquid dances in the air like a river suspended in time, Brian drinks from a container. Then, with a powerful breath, he sprays the liquid as if it were a misting spray, enveloping the metal in a fine mist of liquor. The clash between the scorching metal and the drink creates an immediate effect, solidifying the metal with a unique tempering process. From within the smoky mist, the shape of a gleaming sword emerges. With impressive precision, Brian extends his hand and, at the last moment, catches the sword before it hits the ground. A little drunk, Brian informs his father that the final key stage of the forging process, polishing, will be left in his charge. It is then that the Dwarf King, without hesitation, bites the piece of metal firmly, while his son holds it with both hands and pulls it out with great force and speed. This technique is known as iron jaw sharpening. Leping, attentively observing the entire scene, cannot help but be astonished. In his mind, there is no doubt that the dwarves possess an incredibly wild, almost instinctive forging style, as if they were more in tune with metal than with the conventional logic of human blacksmiths. Right after completing the final step in creating the sword, Brian turns to his father and, with some expectation, asks him to evaluate his work. The Dwarf King takes the sword in his hands and puts on his magnifying glasses to examine it carefully. His eyes scan the blade with precision, measuring every detail and checking the quality of the edge. After a long moment of analysis, he declares that the Drunken 100 Minerals Storm has a special effect. Its blade, forged with unique materials, grants the wielder a temporary state of euphoria and immunity to pain as long as they are drunk. Additionally, when striking an enemy, there is a 30% chance that the impact will immediately intoxicate them, affecting their senses and combat ability. The hero, upon hearing such an ability, cannot help but express his amazement. He comments with a hint of envy that it is an exceptional evaluation skill and that he feels somewhat jealous. For his part, Brian, still somewhat nervous, asks his father what he thinks of the sword in terms of overall quality. But Heimenderger, without warning, takes the sword and crushes it with an angry gesture. His expression is stern as he responds that, despite its special effect, the sword only reaches high A rank. Brian, feeling that he has failed, lowers his gaze in frustration. He immediately apologizes, saying that he is useless and that he has surely disappointed his father. However, the Dwarf King, without hesitation, ruffles his hair with one hand in a paternal gesture. With a firm but proud voice, he asks what he is talking about. With a smile, he tells him that what he has achieved is a great advancement, that he is young, and that, without a doubt, in a few hundred years, he will surpass him. Brian, moved by his father's words, sincerely thanks him for his support and words of comfort. It is at that moment that Heimenderger announces that it is the turn of the legendary hero. He thinks, although the Demon Queen herself has recognized his power, he doubts that his blacksmithing skills can surpass those of his dwarf race, whose talent in forging is unparalleled. Leaping, with a serene yet determined expression, declares that he will now demonstrate his skills. As he prepares, he reflects on the importance of his work. He knows that what he is about to forge will be evaluated by the Dwarf King, which fills him with both excitement and expectation. The scene is observed with great interest by the Queen and the others present. Elizabeth, always observant, is the first to comment. She expresses her surprise at seeing Lepping demonstrate his talent outside his usual environment. Then, in a praising tone, she congratulates Gigi, acknowledging that, on this occasion, his planning deserves recognition. The swordswoman, flattered, slightly bows her head in gratitude to the Queen. Internally, she reflects that, although swordless combat has its value, not everyone can understand it immediately. Therefore, the creation of the Dwarf King's S-rank weapons is essential to face the imminent arrival of the Dark Sea. Alpha also intervenes, adding a perceptive comment. He explains that S-rank weapons are ephemeral since, if they cannot materialize into weapon spirits, they remain mere extensions of their users. Then, with a sharp gaze, he reflects that, according to his knowledge, he himself is the most powerful weapon ever created. Wang Kai, intrigued, throws a direct question at him, asking if he is referring to the spirits of weapons, and questioning what about. Alpha responds that he is an intelligent piece of furniture, and already understands his comprehension. However, he cannot understand the knives, forks, and plates of the house. The little dog, intrigued by the answer, then asks what they really are, to which the sacred sword solemnly responds that those utensils are not mere instruments, but the dwelling place of the gods. Meanwhile, Lepping prepares to begin the forging process. With precise movements, he takes some of the molten metal and carefully pours it into a mold, ensuring that the shape gains consistency. The king, watching closely, cannot help but wonder if all he is going to make is a simple dagger. From his perspective, the process seems too simple for a weapon worthy of mention. At first glance, his assumption seems correct, as Lepping removes the piece from the mold almost immediately and proceeds to cool it with a controlled bath. Examining it closely, he confidently comments that only the final step remains: polishing, a crucial stage to perfect the details of the blade and give it the proper edge. On the other hand, Brian expresses his opinion about the forging technique used. With a critical tone, he points out that he finds nothing particularly special about it and even dares to claim that, in terms of skill, both he and the other artisans of the Dwarf Kingdom are clearly superior. However, Heimenderger, not letting appearances deceive him, turns his gaze toward his son and asks a question with evident interest, wanting to know if he has noticed it as well. His son nods with conviction and explains that yes, the difference lies in the philosophy behind the process. While they see forging as a constant struggle to achieve supreme quality in every weapon, Lepping, on the other hand, enjoys every moment of the process as if it were an art in itself and not just a means to an end. Lepping positioned the knife on the stone and asked them to listen carefully to the sound of the forging. Thus began the meticulous process of polishing and sharpening, repeatedly passing the blade over the stone he had brought with him. Each stroke produced a sharp and clean sound, a metallic echo that resonated in the air. With each precise movement, a faint glow emerged between the two objects, as if the energy of the steel had come to life. After a period of uninterrupted work, the hero stopped and calmly announced that he had finished. Heimenderger, his gaze fixed on the scene, called his son to witness the forging. However, Brian squinted and shook his head, saying he couldn't see because the glow was too intense. The Dwarf King watched intently, feeling a shiver run down his spine. In his nearly 700 years of forging experience, he had never witnessed anything like this. Before his eyes, a god descended and seemed to enter the knife that Lepping had just created, as if the essence of that powerful being had been trapped in the blade. Alpha, perplexed by what he had just witnessed, urged his superior, Wang Kai, to take a closer look. He added that it was exactly as he had described. At that moment, a disturbing thought crossed his mind. The weapon forged by the hero had the power to attract gods from different worlds and allow a part of their consciousness to inhabit it. After that astonishing revelation, Lepping walked toward Heimendirger with firm steps, holding the knife with both hands. His voice, serene yet determined, broke the silence. He asked the Great Lord if he could help analyze his work. The king, still with a slight tremor in his hands after witnessing the hero's miraculous forging, nodded slowly. With a deep sigh, he agreed to examine the knife. Taking it and using the evaluation ability, he magnified the image 10,000 times. He reflected that, even at maximum magnification, the edge remained perfectly smooth. He wondered how that could be possible, and even considered that his glasses might be broken. However, he decided not to dwell on it. What really mattered to him now was identifying whether the knife had any special effects. It was then that he noticed the terrifying special effect of the table knife, forged by Lepping's hands, instant death. Seeing this information, Heimendirger was startled. A chill ran down his spine as he cried out in fear, questioning what was happening. How could a simple table knife have such a devastating special effect? He thought that this could no longer be classified as an S-class weapon, not even as a super S-class. No, this was something far beyond that. What lay before his eyes was a divine artifact, a true and pure divine artifact. After analyzing the situation, he turned around with a look of disbelief on his face. At that moment, an idea took hold of his mind. The key to achieving such an effect must lie in the sharpening stone used in the forging. With that certainty in mind, he asked for permission to examine it up close. He slowly approached the stone and, observing it closely, assumed it must be a material more advanced than celestial ore. However, when he touched it, the stone shattered into pieces. Heimendirger froze in shock, his mind unable to process what had just happened. Could it really have been just an ordinary sharpening stone? The great man fell to his knees, feeling his understanding of the world shaken. A deep sense of helplessness overcame him, and unable to resist, he began to cry. Lepping, a little concerned by his reaction, approached and asked what was wrong. Heimendirger, his voice trembling, responded with two questions. The first, how did he manage to forge something like that? And the second, could he share his forging method? Upon hearing that, Lepping sighed and simply asked the Dwarf King not to joke with him. At the same time, he thought that Heimendirger was being ironic. After all, the Dwarf King had described his knife as something like that, as if it were just any ordinary object. He couldn't help but feel insecure. His forging was entirely ordinary, and in his mind, it could never compare to that of the dwarves. That's why he answered sincerely. He said that, in reality, he had never thought too much about forging. And if he had to say anything about his own work, it would be that his understanding of the subject was quite basic. Moreover, he also reflected that the Dwarf King was probably just being polite because Elizabeth was present, although in his opinion, his reaction was a bit too exaggerated. Finally, Lepping simply said that when forging, the only thing he did was use his heart. That left Heimendirger confused, but he quickly said that now he understood, looking at Lepping as if he were the god of forging. The queen let out a soft laugh and commented that it was better to teach someone how to fish than to simply give them a fish, pointing out that Lepping had used a simple principle to reveal the essence of the power of rules. After that, in another place, a train awaited them. Heimendirger informed everyone that the train would transport the ore directly to the kingdom of Aristotle, and that the demon queen would take on the role of transport officer. Thanks to this, they would have permission to enter the capital without any issues. Then, he added that the train journey would take approximately 2 days, and, with some curiosity, asked the hero why he and his group didn't simply teleport. Leping calmly replied that time was not an issue, but rather, the most important thing was for the kingdom of Aristotle to feel his goodwill. Gigi, with a thoughtful expression, wondered aloud if that goodwill would be well received. He couldn't help but think that if the kingdom of Aristotle rejected them, they might have to force their way in. Elizabeth, on the other hand, had a completely different concern and asked what they would have for dinner that night, considering the journey would take 2 days. Before anyone could answer, Brian intervened with a serious warning. He explained that bandits had recently appeared along the route and that several cargo trains had been raided, so he urged the hero and the queen to be careful. However, both completely ignored him, something he himself noticed with a hint of resignation. Nevertheless, Leping responded to Elizabeth with a smile, saying that he had brought ingredients and only needed her to say what she wanted to eat, as he would prepare it. The queen, without much thought, stated that whatever he made would be enough and that she wouldn't complain. At that moment, Heimenderger changed the subject and asked the hero if the precious object he had forged was truly a gift for the dwarf kingdom. Leping, without giving it much importance, replied that there was no need for such formality and simply asked them to take it. The Dwarf King, deeply moved, sincerely thanks him and declares that, thanks to that blade, dwarven forging will reach a new level. Immediately afterward, he kneels and asks his son to do the same. Without hesitation, the young man obeys, and both express their gratitude to Leping, assuring him that, for their dwarven kingdom, he will forever be recognized as a god of forging. Leping, feeling a bit embarrassed by the exaggerated display of respect, quickly asks them to stand up and tells them they don't need to do that. Suddenly, a voice interrupts them. Someone calls out to both of them, warning that the train is about to depart. It's Alpha, who is already aboard the locomotive. Elizabeth, wasting no more time, says it's best to leave now, as the sooner they complete their mission, the faster they can return home. After that, Leping bids farewell to part of his group, who are now saying goodbye to the hero, who was about to depart. The queen gracefully spreads her wings and begins to ascend into the air, holding Leping with her as she rises firmly. Both land gently on the train transporting minerals to the kingdom of Aristotle. The closeness between them is undeniable, and now, more than ever, it is evident that their relationship has changed. They are no longer just allies or battle companions. They have crossed the line into something more. Elizabeth gazes at Leping with curiosity and asks what he is thinking at that very moment. At the same time, her own thoughts intertwine with the idea that once he makes the final correction according to his judgment, they will be able to leave conflicts behind, return to peace, and finally enjoy their world together without worries. The hero moves a little closer, his gaze reflecting determination, and in a serious tone, he expresses that there is something he truly wants to know. Intrigued by his words, the queen tilts her head, a spark of curiosity in her eyes, and asks what it is that he wishes to learn. Then he positions himself in front of her with an enigmatic expression and poses an unexpected question. He wants to know what kind of combination would emerge if technology, which he represents, and magic, which defines Elizabeth, were to merge into a single concept. The queen's heart pounds upon hearing those words. A warm sensation washes over her, and in that instant she becomes convinced that the train of love has begun moving with no way back. With an intense blush on her cheeks, Elizabeth covers her face with both hands, feeling a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Her trembling voice breaks the silence as she nervously questions what kind of fusion he is referring to, suddenly realizing with a start that they are still out in the open. But the hero says that according to Annie, Aristotle is a kingdom where technology and magic merge in perfect harmony, creating a unique balance in the world. However, the queen remains lost in thought, her gaze distant, and responds enigmatically that if he so desires, it is not impossible for something like that to happen between them as well. Upon hearing this, Leping cannot help but smile with excitement and comments that he has always wanted to visit the kingdom of Aristotle. Now, after so long dreaming about it, he finally has the chance to see with his own eyes the place he has heard so much about. The queen, gradually regaining her composure, observes him more intently and, with some intrigue, asks what is truly on his mind. She wants to know if he has something planned or if he is simply letting things flow without thinking too much about them. That is when he, with a determined gesture, takes Elizabeth's hands in his. His expression turns serious, yet warm, and in a firm voice, he confesses that, of course, he has something in mind for them. However, he does not want to reveal it at that moment. He prefers to unveil it on a special occasion, their anniversary, which will take place in a month. The queen, somewhat curious and with a slight smile of impatience, insists that he say it now. She wants to hear it, to feel the words he is so determined to keep secret. But he only responds with an air of mystery, assuring her that after this adventure he wants to formally confess. Before he can add anything else, a sudden explosion shatters the moment. Something is coming at full speed in their direction. It crashes into the train with devastating force, blowing up part of the locomotive and destroying the track supporting it. Leaping, startled by the explosion, immediately turns around and urgently asks what is happening. The queen, reacting instantly, swiftly turns around. Her expression shifts drastically from relaxation to anger in a matter of seconds. That is when she sees several pirates attacking mercilessly. One of them, in a defiant voice, proclaims that as long as they are there, no stone will enter the kingdom of Aristotle. Another, with the same fervor, gives the order to attack, urging his companions to leave them no escape. Projectiles begin to soar through the air. The train speeds forward, trying to evade the attacks, but the pirates persist in their assault. However, with a simple wave of her hand, the queen causes the explosive bullets to detonate in mid-air before they can reach their target. Leaping, his eyes fixed on the battle, tries to analyze the situation. He wonders aloud if these enemies are using airships and bombs, and whether they have truly encountered bandits, or if there is something more behind this assault. Concerned about the situation, he asks Elizabeth not to strike the attackers too hard, as they need information and must interrogate them. He also adds that if they manage to capture these bandits who are extracting resources from the kingdom of Aristotle, they will be able to better prove their intentions and earn the trust of those who still doubt them in the kingdom they are heading to. Elizabeth nods calmly and assures him that there is no need to worry. However, she warns him seriously that if these men are connected to the Dark Guild, the situation will be different. Meanwhile, in her mind, she reflects on the time they have left. She knows that Emily will awaken in a day, and that will be the moment when she finally eradicates the Dark Guild completely. That is when Alpha runs up to them, calling for them to wait. Leping, puzzled, asks what is going on. The sacred sword, slightly breathless from running, responds that he should leave that little matter in his hands. The hero, somewhat hesitant, asks if he will be all right, to which the young man firmly nods and replies that the time has come for the true sacred sword, Alpha, to take action. One of the pirates observes the situation and comments that this time's officers do not belong to the dwarf race. He wonders if they have finally hired a bounty hunter. The other pirate, intrigued, responds with another question. If he really is a bounty hunter, does that mean they can eliminate him? The leader of the group, with a serious expression, intervenes. He remarks that those capable of destroying their special projectiles with magic must possess exceptional abilities. Upon hearing his words, the henchmen turn to him, awaiting instructions. One of them asks him what they should do. The leader of the Tea-Fish Mountain conglomerate, Pisces, speaks with determination. He orders them not to worry about those individuals and to focus all their firepower on destroying the locomotive. Once their mission is accomplished, they will retreat immediately. Upon receiving the order, the pirates shout that they understand and, without hesitation, launch into the attack. They begin moving quickly across the train, circling around in search of the exact moment to strike. Leping, noticing where they are heading, informs them that their target is the front. They want to destroy the locomotive. Alpha, with a look of absolute confidence, responds. The explosive bullets were heading directly toward the train, but before they could cause any damage to the locomotive, they were sliced in half with astonishing speed. The one responsible for this act was none other than Alpha. As his intervention was revealed, he reflected on the legendary golden sword, the noble sacred blade, the divine weapon capable of deciding the course of a battle. For a brief moment, he felt that the sensation that once characterized him had returned, even if only a little. He believed that outside his home, there were no monsters like the ones he usually faced, and concluded that he was someone beneath only 3 people, but above more than 10,000. For that reason, he now prepared to enjoy crushing the weak, and thus rid himself of all this accumulated frustration. Meanwhile, one of the pirates questioned the boy's identity, intrigued by his strength. Another, noticing the situation, warned that this group of bounty hunters was not simple at all. With some unease, he asked their leader what they should do next. The leader, realizing they were cornered, ordered the execution of strategy number 2. However, countless questions accumulated in his mind. Was that boy a weapon spirit? Wasn't the rainbow mineral from the dwarf kingdom supposed to be depleted? But above all, how was it possible that Aristotle had developed a weapon of that level? The priority was to stop him. At that moment, the pirates moved, surrounding Alpha with calculated movements as if seeking an opportunity to attack. Amid this maneuver, they began to release a gas from their vehicles. Alpha, observing the scene, frowned and wondered what that substance was, questioning whether it was smoke. Immediately, they realized that something was wrong as the smoke began to solidify. It was then revealed that what they had used was a solidification aerosol. That foam quickly hardened in the place where Alpha stood, trapping him for a moment before he fell heavily to the ground. One of the pirates, with a satisfied smile, commented that the job was done and praised the boss's invention, laughing with a certain admiration. Leping, visibly worried, questioned whether something like that should even be possible and desperately shouted Alpha's name. However, the queen, with a serene expression, asked him not to worry, assuring him that everything was under control. She added in a confident tone that although he usually acted impulsively, he should not forget that Alpha was not only strong but also a sacred sword, capable of handling the situation without difficulty. The hero confirmed her words. If she said so, it was because she knew he could face it without trouble. It was at that moment that Elizabeth, with a firm gaze, asked Leping to leave everything in Alpha's hands. Then, changing the subject, she reminded him of what he wanted to say before they were interrupted. Leping hesitated for a moment, but finally responded that he preferred to wait, as he wanted to do it on a special date, their anniversary, which would be in a month. The queen, clearly annoyed, clicked her tongue and expressed her frustration just as Alpha emerged from the solidified foam. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, higher than ever. The leader of the pirates, noticing what had happened, immediately ordered everyone to open fire. But before they could fire, Alpha, in a flash of light, unsheathed his blade and in a single motion cut through the enemy ships in his sword form. Within seconds, he returned to his human form and, with a defiant look, firmly declared that it was already too late. Assuming a new stance, he raised his gaze and sentenced that now they would see who had dared to scorn him. The leader of the pirates, with a tense expression, watched the scene and murmured uneasily that Alpha's demonic level was not low. Wasting no more time, he quickly reached for a machine gun and attached it to his false arm, beginning to charge the weapon's energy with a malicious smile. Then, without hesitation, he attacked his opponent and fired at the same time, claiming that, in the face of science, demonic levels were not everything. However, Alpha, with his exceptional ability, begins to cut the bullets with speed and precision. While doing so, he mentions that if Leaping had not ordered them to be kept alive, all of this would have ended much faster. But at that moment, he notices something strange. He was not actually cutting the bullets. All those that his arm deflected remained stuck to him, adhered as if they were part of his structure. Soon he realizes that more and more bullets are sticking to him, beginning to completely wrap around him. The situation worsens when, refusing to accept what is happening, he tries to get rid of them but discovers that they are even absorbing his magical power. It is then that he lifts his gaze and sees the pirate leader jumping toward him. In the air, he proclaims that in this world, all matter exists within a relationship of generation and restriction. He explains that as long as the essence of things is understood and the rules are correctly applied, even the weakest can defeat the strongest. He further adds that, in the end, the spirit of a weapon is nothing more than an intelligent metal body with a limited amount of magical power and higher quality materials. Then, he details that the alloy bullets he crafted with magic storage ore and magnetic ore were specifically designed to counter existences like him. After his words, the pirate leader prepares his fist and launches a devastating steam punch. The impact is brutal. After the attack, he observes his own hand in surprise and comments that his opponent is truly resilient. Immediately, he wonders why, on this particular day, such a powerful helper has been invited. Despite intercepting the wagons for 2 consecutive months without receiving any reaction during all that time, now the situation has changed drastically. He confesses to himself that this does not make sense. His mind fills with doubts, questioning what is really happening in the royal castle. What are those ministers plotting this time? He begins to suspect that his own intelligence might be insufficient to fully understand the situation. But even so, as long as they manage to disrupt the resource route, they will be able to stop them. He watches the wagon moving away while changing his arm and activating a new form. He decides to use 100% power in his pneumatic fist cannon. Confident in his strength, he launches his fist as if it were a cannonball. However, something unexpected happens. When he looks at his arm, he realizes that it has been completely destroyed. His expression darkens. He questions whether this was spatial magic. At that moment, Elizabeth bursts onto the scene and demands that he stop. With a firm tone, she warns him that now he will have to reveal what his true relationship with the Dark Guild is. The queen begins to use her power, making the pirate leader's body contort until it breaks. Leping, upon seeing this, mentions that they have yet to resolve their internal issues, while thinking about how she had said she wouldn't eliminate anyone. Upon hearing him, the queen questions him and accuses him of having already figured it out. It is revealed that the pirate leader was essentially just armor, and inside it was a girl. She is extracted through a barrier as the armor explodes. The girl begins to demand to be let out, cursing the one who imprisoned her. She also adds that they are lackeys of the royal city and swears that even if she loses her life, she will never forgive them. She is Peseus, leader of the Flying Fish Bandits, a genius inventor, and a fugitive princess of the kingdom. Leping, upon seeing her, wonders how that girl was able to use a humanoid armor. However, the queen instructs him to begin the next phase of the interrogation. The hero reflects on how that armor was built and then states that he clearly has many questions for her. The minions witnessing the scene begin shouting for their boss to be freed. They even declare that if they must give their lives to rescue her, they will. They start offering their lives in exchange for their boss, until the thinnest one declares himself the captain of the squad and asks to be heard, claiming he has a plan. But before he can explain it, they are electrocuted, causing everyone to faint. The one responsible for this is Wankai, who immediately activates a mechanical arm to reach something inside a hole. More precisely, it was Alpha who was completely covered in metallic spheres. Wankai immediately takes out a demagnetizing rod and begins to pass it over Alpha, removing the metallic spheres and freeing him. Then, he tells Alpha that he has very little combat experience and advises him to take it easy since he still has a long way to go. However, the young man was unconscious, and to make matters worse, his headphones had broken. Immediately, a message appears informing that a vulnerability has been detected, initiating a link and restarting the system. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Aristotle, something major was happening, as lightning was striking from there. But not only that, the robots were also revealed to have been destroyed by that attack, showing that the culprit was the floating television of the Dark Guild. That small being asks if the Emperor accepts joining their guild, but he refuses to submit, making it clear that the situation is not so simple. The man who appears to be the Emperor responds that he wants to clarify something, stating that what the Dark Guild did was an offering to the kingdom of Aristotle, and that the mere fact that he accepted to study it is already an honor. He also adds that he is interested in its electric magic body, and asks why he is not allowed to research it as well. Then, he strikes the ground with his staff and activates an ability. This command releases the metal sentinels, robots ready to capture the television, or rather, to destroy it. But before they can fire their cannons, the television uses electricity at high speed, piercing through all the robots. One by one, they explode, and the television asks if he used high-resistance material, revealing that it is useless since, against absolute voltage, everything remains a conductor. It questions whether he dares to challenge the Dark Guild with such a weak ability, stating that, in the end, he does not know how to measure his own strength. But then, part of a robot begins to reassemble, and the television asks if he is going to use the same trick again, assuring that no matter how many times he tries, the result will be the same: his complete defeat. However, upon turning around, the television sees that he is using a giant robot. The man inside that armor, revealed to be the kingdom's minister, explains that he has always researched the use of electric energy magic to replace steam energy magic in machine propulsion. However, the conversion rate is too low, and that he, an entity capable of releasing electric energy magic infinitely, could help solve that problem. The television responds that it does not understand what nonsense he is talking about and gives him one last chance, asking if he wants to die or submit to the Dark Guild. In response, the robot uses the steam fist. However, before hitting the television, the small being manages to ascend and evade the attack. It thinks that the kingdom of Aristotle is not that strong and wonders why its master has not yet taken over that place. But immediately, it confirms that it does not matter, that today, as number 24, it will conquer that place to offer it to its master and make him reborn. At that moment, the giant robot activates something in its fingers, and the television, seeing this, asks if that will be his response, as he is trying to eliminate it. The minister activates the finger missiles. However, the television dodges every attack and questions whether he still does not understand, revealing that there is a power gap between them. But the minister remains unfazed and says that now he is serious. Before he can act, the television uses Great Thunder, a massive attack that strikes the robot, electrocuting the minister inside. For a moment, both remain motionless for a few seconds until the television declares that from now on, the kingdom of Aristotle is officially under the Dark Guild's domain. At the same time, it reflects that its master will be pleased when he learns of its victory. But then, the minister comments that the outcome is exactly what he had foreseen. He activates his robot and launches an attack. He positions himself beside the television and thanks it for the energy, delivering a precise blow that sends it crashing into the ground with great force. The small being gets up and wonders why, reflecting that it used its maximum energy output and should have been reduced to ashes. Additionally, it confesses that it saw the attack, but that its body seemed to react with a slight delay. Then, It notices that the finger missiles were just a distraction and questions whether his true goal was to place something to disperse its energy. At that moment, the minister positions himself behind the television again and, while preparing an attack, states that lightning magic should not have such an output power. He admits that he is genuinely curious about its true nature. He activates the attack and sends the small being crashing into the hard ground once again. The blow was so strong that it destroys the television. The minister says that he does not believe only the Dark Guild can operate in the shadows. In the end, it is still uncertain who will devour whom. But then, from the ground where the television's remains lay, electricity begins to emanate, releasing a great electrical power. Upon seeing it, the minister wonders if he really destroyed it and how its power is increasing even more. From that crater, an electric being emerges, declaring that the minister dared to destroy the limiter its master gave it, beginning to scream in rage. As it releases its electrical energy, it starts to take on a more human form. It is revealed that its true form is that of a woman, who declares that she has changed her mind. She no longer wants them to submit to the Dark Guild. Now she desires the complete destruction of the kingdom of Aristotle. She is one of the 6 demonic pillars, test subject number 24, the Thunder Fairy. The minister, upon seeing her, responds that this is interesting and challenges her to continue with that thought, or at least try. He reflects that she is the legendary Thunder Fairy, and questions whether fairies had not disappeared centuries ago. Finally, he assumes that the Dark Guild has been secretly collecting these beings. The Emperor of the Kingdom yells at the fairy that his ambitions are no lesser than those of her Dark Guild, and that he is ready to capture her. But the magical being makes only a simple move, invoking the immortal lightning. A lightning bolt then strikes the robot where the ruler of the kingdom was. She, still in the air, comments that even if one has great ambitions, they must be backed by power. She adds that any obstacle to her master will be completely eliminated by her, number 24. It is then that small legs emerge from the Emperor's head, forming a kind of centipede that launches itself at number 24. As it wraps around her, he says that the lightning will not fade as long as she remains alive. He calls it irrational magic, and notes that he has not yet used the power of the Dark Gear, as he has ascended to the level of a demon king. Something he expected, since she is a lightning spirit. However, he is not a living being like the ones they know, and hasn't been for a long time. Number 24, seeing him still alive, says he is an annoying being and asks if he plans to keep fighting even knowing her magical level. The dark monster replies that he already knew. But in the kingdom of Aristotle, there is a saying, before science, magical level isn't everything. But then, she responds that she'll teach him another saying, before absolute power, magical level is everything. The dark being, upon hearing that, laughs and says it's nonsense, as he has connected his body to the earth, and unless she can electrify the entire heroic land, she will not escape. Then she announces that she's going to unleash her power, which frightens the monster wrapped around her, noticing that her magical energy continues to increase. But before she can release her power, the dark being approaches and whispers in her ear, asking, "Who do you think I look like?" She is dragged into an illusion where she finds herself in the arms of her master. What she didn't know, however, is that 400 years ago, someone was repairing a certain robot. The hero comments that there was a short circuit there, and that the Demon Queen shows no mercy. That tiny electric spark that came from Wankai escaped the house at full speed, traveling so far that it ended up landing in the demonic land. Thus, it is revealed that number 24 is nothing more than the result of a short circuit that occurred while the hero was repairing Wankai. She, unconscious, is left at the mercy of any attack, and that's about to happen, as the mountain's demonic boar stands before her. That monstrous creature prepares to devour her, but as it does, it receives a brutal electric shock, falling lifeless, with the electric woman emerging from the monster's mouth. It's then that she opens her eyes and sees Whis Malfoy. He gently takes her in his arms, but soon realizes he's being electrocuted, so he activates corpse liberation, increasing his body's size and becoming immune to electricity. Or at least making the damage lesser, as he declares that no matter how hard it is, he won't give up. The electric woman, upon hearing that, asks if he means he won't give up on her, and before fainting, thanks him for it. Thus, Whis Malfoy takes her with him. Upon arriving at his laboratory, he places her in a capsule. At that moment, he looks at her and says that she will now be the 24th trial. He presses a button, initiating the experiment. He begins extracting electricity from the dark beings he had trapped in order to transfer that energy to the electric woman. Malfoy, upon seeing her, can only say one thing, that no matter the cost, he will bring her back to life. The electric fairy wonders why he is so determined about this, why the bond is so strong. And she concludes that she can't give up either. And so, one day, an electric explosion shakes the demonic territory. She, number 24, declares that she has finally done it. After surpassing the threshold that limited her, she can now generate electricity on her own, without relying on any external source. She thanks Malfoy as she feels it was he who saved her. But her electric power is so intense that it begins bouncing all over the laboratory until it reaches Whis Malfoy, electrocuting him. She, seeing what she's done, reduces her magical power and approaches him. She asks if he's all right. Malfoy replies with another question, asking what she thinks. Just by getting close to him, she electrocuted him to the point of leaving him immobile. At the same time, he thinks that the magical level of that lightning spirit is, at minimum, that of a demon emperor, and senses it is still rising quickly. She apologizes for what happened and says she will leave immediately. But he replies no, that he needs her, and embraces her. As the electricity flows through him, he declares that if he can't even overcome this challenge, then he will never be worthy. She, worried, asks what he's talking about when he mentions being worthy. She begs him to let go, saying she can't control the electricity in her body, and that if this continues, she will end up eliminating him. She asks what is so special about her that justifies him taking such a risk. She silently questions whether he truly needs her that much. The man asks if she believes in love at first sight. After saying that, he activates his powers and launches corpse tentacles to fetch some tools. Then he pulls them toward them and begins wrapping himself in a capsule made of corpses, which he starts shaping precisely. Finally, the capsule opens, and from it emerges Whis Malfoy with a small object in his hands. He says that although this will limit his powers, at least it will keep number 24 stable and by his side. After that day, the experiment begins. Number 24 embeds herself in the base and starts discharging electricity. But the hair contained within the capsule is cut. Malfoy notices it immediately and yells at her to stop. The small object is left confused, while Malfoy complains that it's not working, and just when he had found a source of unlimited magical power. Subject 24 apologizes to her master and asks if she did something wrong. He replies with a question. Why was Her Majesty's hair damaged? That goes against the laws of magic. But then he realizes something. He reflects that even the hair of his queen, which is immune to magic, has been damaged. That can only mean one thing. He starts smiling and wonders if, by mastering that power, he could even invade his queen's body. He laughs and confirms that without a doubt, there is another way to bring her back. Upon hearing him, the small television questions him. He hugs her and replies yes, that he is determined and that he wants to be with her forever. To which number 24 responds that she wants the same. But obviously, Whis Malfoy was referring to his beloved Majesty Elizabeth. The dark centipede rested on the electric fairy's shoulder, its many legs clinging with unsettling precision to her delicate skin. Beside her floated the talking head of the ancient emperor of that realm, wearing a crooked, mocking smile. With a sardonic tone, he remarked that such an outcome was to be expected from the chaotic power of the dark sea. He added, with a touch of macabre admiration, that even spirits were susceptible to that kind of mental invasion. The dark being, uninterested in the chatter, ordered him to stop talking and focus on capturing her once and for all. The head, showing no concern, replied sarcastically that there was no need to rush and that he would keep his promise when the time came. However, the dark being remained skeptical. He reminded him that he hadn't even been able to capture that girl when he had the chance, and asked a doubt-filled question: if he would really be able to forge 10,000 dark gears in just 1 month. With a triumphant air, the head assured him that with the energy obtained from the electric spirit, the problem was completely solved. They no longer needed the girl's blueprints. Everything was underway. Without another word, he jumped down to the ground. His voice grew somber as he stated that those who had left would never return, and those who had scattered would not come back either. It was the final confirmation that the descent into that world was closer than ever. The dark being reflected in silence. Since Elizabeth had broken her seal, he had begun betting on those three. However, he had never imagined that the one who would end up truly helping him would be the least expected. It was then that the talking head, with strange agility, drew a magic circle on the ground. Upon completing it, a metallurgical device emerged from the depths. Without wasting time, he opened the artifact and asked that she be allowed to enter. Meanwhile, the dark being summoned his power of mental invasion, effortlessly penetrating the mind of the electric fairy. With a cold voice, he asked if she was willing to give everything up for him. She, with a resigned sadness, answered yes. Then, without changing her expression, the fairy began to levitate slowly into the device. She entered it without resistance, becoming trapped in its structure, as if she had always been destined for that fate. Elsewhere, on the train where the hero's group was, everyone came to a consensus to free the mysterious girl they had previously captured. Once free, she looked at them with distrust and asked if they were bounty hunters sent by the kingdom to capture her. The hero, with a calm yet sincere tone, explained that just like her, his group had also thought she was part of the Dark Guild. He admitted that it had all been a misunderstanding, a confusion fueled by the circumstances. He added that if everyone took the time to sit and talk calmly, they could probably resolve everything without further conflict. With evident curiosity, the hero reflected to himself, wanting to know what was really going on. Why was the princess of the kingdom of Aristotle attacking the mining wagon of her own kingdom? The situation was incomprehensible to him. At the same time, elsewhere on the train, the queen was also wondering the same. What did all of it mean? The answer did not take long to arrive. The princess, with determination in her eyes, declared that her intention was clear. She wanted to completely cut off the supply of resources from that region, thus causing the total collapse of the kingdom of Aristotle. Only then, she said, could she free everyone from oppression. However, before continuing, she turned to the heroes group and asked them directly, who were they really, and what purpose had brought them to that place? The hero replied firmly that he had no intention of hiding anything. He revealed that his name was Leping, and that he was the legendary hero. He also pointed out that the woman beside him was none other than Elizabeth, the legendary demon queen. He explained that his purpose was none other than to convince the kingdom of Aristotle to collaborate and join the Alliance of Heroes in order to face together the growing threat of the Dark Guild. However, deep inside, Leping couldn't stop wondering why the princess wanted to destroy her own kingdom. He suspected they might be being dragged into an internal power struggle. One of the pirates, upon hearing that revelation, commented with astonishment that everything sounded impressive and wondered if they really were who they claimed to be. For her part, the princess replied that she had no knowledge whatsoever of the heroes' alliance he had mentioned. Still, she clarified that compared to the Dark Guild, the chaos from the Dark Sea now posed an even greater threat. The hero then looked at Elizabeth and asked if the Dark Sea wasn't the same entity that had once been inside Miss Baojiji. Elizabeth replied that she didn't remember. Nonetheless, slightly annoyed, she thought Leping was an idiot and wondered what he would say to her in a month. That was when the hero asked Miss Unpithius to tell in as much detail as possible what had truly happened. She began to recount that everything had started when she was still a child, and that back then, although the kingdom of Aristotle had already been closed off from the outside world, it remained a prosperous place. However, the queen quickly interrupted the conversation, asking for a pause. Hearing the sudden request, the young woman asked with concern what was happening. That was when Leping, watching her seriously, questioned whether she intended to resort to that again. At his words, the queen began to activate her power, firmly confirming that she would. At that rate, Leping thought, they would end up talking until the end of time. Right after saying this, the queen cast her memory connection spell. The magic passed through the heads of everyone present, linking them, while the queen declared that from now on, they would see the memories together. At the same time, she thought that this way she would connect with her memories and uncover the secrets Leping was truly hiding. That was when the princess's memories began to be seen by everyone. The man, seeing what the girl is doing, urgently shouts for her not to erase it, as it represents the fruit of a lifetime of research. But then she stops. Something catches her attention. Surprised, he wonders if it's really possible to convert energy that way. It is then revealed that the girl isn't destroying anything, but has improved her master's research. She explains that if they use that device to split and charge the mentioned magical energy, they can reduce the overload threshold when each unit operates independently. The next day, the princess brings some tools to the lab, but upon entering, she encounters a horrifying scene. Her master has people imprisoned. Upon seeing her, he apologizes. He says he could no longer wait and decided to run the test. He presses a button and asks her to watch closely. He explains that the gas being released is the chaotic force he had spoken so much about, a substance from the dark sea. He clarifies that it's not ordinary magic, but a fundamental power capable of completely reshaping the essence of life. The only flaw is that it requires vital desire as a catalyst to briefly manifest in this world. That's why he wondered how to stabilize the chaotic force to make it usable. And that was precisely the goal of his 60 years of research. The machine begins to operate, and dark gears emerge from it. The man grabs one with his hands, impressed, and says that the princess's invention is incredible. He declares that she has solved a crucial problem. Even though it's just a prototype, he says his master can clearly feel the power it holds. Then it's revealed that the master was inside his body. Inside him, the dark being analyzes the gear and concludes that its purity reaches 60%. At the same time, the man hosting it begins to scream in pain. His face distorts, transforming under the energy's effect. Finally, he asks the princess if she can see the results of her invention. He adds that if they continue working together and generating the chaotic force, humanity can break the limits of life and evolve into a superior form. He also states that the kingdom of Aristotle will become the most powerful existence, capable of unifying the entire continent of heroes. The princess, upon hearing him, responds that she understands and will continue the research. Some time passes. The man reminds her that 2 weeks have gone by and asks if she still hasn't adjusted the machine. She admits that reaching 80% purification is difficult, but believes it's possible. She then presses the button, and more dark gears are generated, this time accompanied by electricity. As soon as the dark being grabs one to test it, he feels immense power. But something changes. Suddenly, he asks how she managed to invert the direction of the chaotic force. The inversion begins to electrocute the main body until it explodes. The princess, seeing the result, explains that while he was away, she altered the system so that living beings would reaffirm their own desires, thus helping her destroy him completely. After that, she heads to the palace. She opens the door and enters the Thunder Hall. She walks up to her parents and takes their hands. But something troubles her. Then, a figure begins to emerge behind the thunder. A voice is heard saying that she used poison against poison, and that makes her a genius unseen in centuries. Her master's head appears, laughing. He states that what humanity fears most is to be born, grow old, get sick, and die. Finally, it's revealed that the king and queen are no exception, and the voice questions whether the princess truly believes they knew nothing. Back in the present, Leping comments that, after all, the princess formed a band of bandits together with the soldiers she rescued, with the purpose of opposing the kingdom of Aristotle. He says that's impressive, though he can't help but ask why she didn't seek help from the Dwarf Kingdom or the Swordsman's Guild. At the same time, the queen was observing the situation with disgust. She frowned, frustrated to realize that, in the end, she wasn't able to fully invade the filthy Leping's memory. The princess, for her part, replies that she has no contact at all with the outside world. Moreover, the Minister of Science has placed a bounty on her head, so she no longer knows whom to trust outside the castle. One of the pirates speaks up, saying that it was the princess who saved and modified them, allowing them to keep living as humans. Another adds that she gave them a second life, and if she asked them to die for her, they would have no complaints. The princess clarifies that she's not doing it for herself. If they let the Minister of Science continue with his plans, everyone in the castle will end up as sacrifices to the Dark Sea. She also reveals that the minister still doesn't possess her blueprints, and for now, can't create a complete conversion device. But it's only a matter of time. Therefore, under the current conditions, the only thing they can do is cut off the kingdom's access to resources and force it to come out. On the train, everyone fell silent. Alpha, curious, asked why everyone had gone quiet. Then the queen asked Lepping what he was thinking about. The hero replied that even if he knew everything, it wasn't possible. It simply couldn't be done, as it was a matter of principles. He imagined that without magical power, it was impossible to manufacture anything, and consequently, it couldn't be controlled either. However, thanks to Miss Pisius's memories, he fully understood the fundamental principles of combining magic and technology. He reflected that first, the magical power is injected into the amplifier, then vaporized at high temperature, and the magical liquid is sent to a closed reactor where it is vaporized at over 350 degrees. That causes a magical collision and the release of energy. Then, he thought that the peak of his technological career was probably limited to domestic robots like Wang Kai. He would likely remain stuck with conventional family machines. He believes he will never be able to master those magnificent magical machines from the kingdom of Aristotle. He thinks of his little dog and concludes that all of this is very disappointing. Upon hearing this, the queen says that since he thinks that way, she has no choice but to act. Then she begins to activate her power to expel the dark gears from the princess's pirates. The princess, startled, gets up and asks what she is going to do. She adds that even if those gears aren't exactly good, without them, her companions wouldn't be able to stay alive. The hero looks at the queen and says that they are good people. Elizabeth, holding the gear in the air, explains that's why she initially believed they were part of the Dark Guild, since within them lies the chaos of the Dark Sea. Once implanted in the body, it corrodes the host's soul. However, regardless of how it is produced, even if it grants more life force or temporarily increases magical power, in the end, everything will be reclaimed by the Dark Sea. She explains that first the soul adheres, then comes the increase in magic or bodily mutation. In many cases, this can lead to the Demon King rank and even allow control over the dead. She thinks the Dark Guild produces this through corpse cultivation, whereas in the kingdom of Aristotle, they are created through technology. But regardless, the members of the Dark Sea are in this world for a reason. She believes it may be the descent of a god. Moreover, she supposes that when the number is sufficient, all lives revived with the dark gear will become nutrients, and the main body of the chaos will be able to descend upon the continent of heroes. At the same time, the invaded souls will also immediately become its nourishment. Faced with this, the queen affirms that he is right and that indeed it's a matter of principles. Then she crushes the gear. The princess, upon seeing this, denies what the queen has done. She screams and jumps on the queen, accusing her of having killed her companions. But the queen uses a small part of her power, surprising the princess, who becomes paralyzed. The queen had used the abyssal gift, a slight expansion of her power over that area. The princess remains motionless for a few seconds until one of her companions gets up, asking what happened. Another says he feels something different and wonders if his body is made of flesh again. The princess, shocked, falls in front of them, asking how it's possible. How could they have regained their flesh bodies? She starts checking and with tears in her eyes confirms that, yes, now it's flesh. She looks at the queen and says it was they who just a moment ago used magic to help everyone regain their human form. She apologizes and pleads for forgiveness for her earlier ignorance. The hero comments that when Elizabeth acts, healing is immediate. She, for her part, replies that it was nothing, just a minor matter. Lepping stands up and, walking toward them, asks if after regaining their human bodies they feel any discomfort. He states that he brought medicine in his backpack. One of them replies that he doesn't feel bad, just like he had slept for a long time and is a bit tired. The queen observes the situation and sees the hero speaking with Pisius, assuring her that everything is fine. Then he asks her to tell them how they can thwart the conspiracy of the kingdom of Aristotle's Minister of Technology, and assures her they can count on his help without fail. The queen reflects on how Leping always manages to integrate into the world of these simple mortals. Since she ruled the world, she had grown used to looking down on everyone. The power difference was so vast that it was inconceivable for a superior being to be friends with an ant. All that was left to her was loneliness. That's why she longed for a challenge with someone truly powerful. But now that she has reached the level of sanctity, even reviving lives is easy. The power gap has widened even more. In her eyes, these mortals look like tiny, wandering particles. She wonders if all of this makes any sense, and concludes it probably doesn't. She imagines Leping as a god descending, drawing her attention with his absolute power. An aura of equality emanates from Leping, which makes her wonder if he truly intends to treat all living beings equally. It seems absolutely absurd to her. But noticing that he is surrounded by ordinary people, she reflects again. Someone of his level should have surpassed this kind of closeness to compassion. Moreover, those beings can't even comprehend the magnitude of his existence. And yet he leans in to hear their problems, even answering their childish questions patiently. What is he really seeking? However, she denies that this is the charity of the strong to the weak. Seeing his eyes, it's as if through them he glimpses a world even she hasn't managed to reach. Her power had always expanded outward, devouring, conquering, overwhelming, and crushing everything with her infinite magic. But she had never considered the possibility of shrinking. Besides ascending to the top to see it all, there is also the possibility of diving into the essence of all things to understand them. She concludes that these lives are made of tiny particles, but wonders. Inside those particles, is there a quantum world she has never explored? And she recognizes that Leping has already transcended the chains of power. Only now has she truly seen that path. All that reflection causes Elizabeth to advance in her magical level, reaching the second level of the sacred state. After that, she thinks that he hid his creator power just to be able to have a relationship with her. She believes that bending all the truth of the universe into a bouquet just to place it in her hands is his way of expressing romance. After that, Elizabeth asks if there's anything she can help them with as she stands up. Leping questions whether she's willing to act on her own, to which the queen responds that of course she is, since she has much to learn from him. She thinks he's probably upset because she decided to help Miss Pixius on her own, and she notices he looks a bit surprised. The girl in question thanks them both and reflects that she can't understand what they're thinking. She confesses to herself that she had never heard of the hero and the demon queen, so she isn't sure how powerful they really are. It's then that Leping asks what the plan is to destroy the Minister of Technology's conspiracy, and if she has any good ideas, as they're willing to help her in any way they can. At the same time, he thinks they must find a way to make up for the situation, because if he ruins Elizabeth's mood, no one will come out unscathed. The princess explains that the original plan was to cut off the kingdom's resources to force them out, but now that she has more allies, she believes this time they will strike first. She then begins detailing her strategy. First, they will enter the kingdom disguised as escorts for a shipment of minerals. Since they all now have a human appearance, they will be able to evade the mechanical inspection at the border. Once inside the kingdom, they will remain hidden in the residence until nightfall, then proceed with the infiltration. Along the way, they must avoid the steam soldiers, since the target is located in the sewer beneath Central Street 3. They enter silently until they reach the stairs and descend them. She adds that she has studied the kingdom's canal system design, which is connected to the interior of the royal city. She remembers every detail with perfect clarity, so there's no reason to worry about getting lost. Then, they'll have to travel 5 kilometers through that path to find an abandoned and sealed entrance. Once there, if they manage to force it open, they'll gain access to the heart of the kingdom, the Aristotle's magic steam room. She clarifies that this device was invented by her ancestor Aristotle and is still operational, supplying basic energy to the entire kingdom. For that reason, she considers it unfortunate to have to destroy it to cut off the Minister of Technology's energy supply. However, once someone enters the system's core, the defense mechanisms will be immediately triggered. All passages will be sealed, and a large number of steam soldiers will arrive within 10 minutes. That means they'll only have that brief window to act. They'll need at least 4 people to stay behind and place the special explosives she herself developed. Therefore, those who take part in this phase must be ready to give their lives. The explosives must be ignited from a minimum distance, which will inevitably result in the death of whoever does it. At that precise moment, the destruction of the magic steam engine will create massive chaos and distract the Minister of Technology. That will be when she has the device ready to invade the castle's brain. The entire royal city is a complex machine powered by magic steam. If the rebel conversion device is inserted into the castle's operating system, it will alter the flow of the magic steam, causing a repulsion reaction among several mechanical parts. This will trigger a domino effect that will collapse the entire massive structure. This is because, without the magic steam engine, the Minister of Technology will no longer be able to create the castle giants. And without them, the minister's plan to conquer the world will also completely fail. She adds that for the revolution, they do not fear death, but begs them to, if possible, bring her companions back to life and save her father and mother. She knows that both science and magic obey the law of equivalent exchange, and that's why she's willing to give her whole life in return for what she's asking. But her pirate companions immediately object. They ask what she's saying and remind her that, more than anyone, she must live, because the kingdom needs her leadership. They also state that they will sacrifice themselves willingly for her. They ask her not to underestimate them and remind her that she was the one who saved their lives, so her sacrifice would not be fair. However, the princess demands silence. She explains that since all this began because of her, it must also end by her hand. Elizabeth, hearing her, smiles and confesses she has no problem sharing her life with the others. She then asks Lepping what he thinks about it. The hero is left speechless, but the princess interrupts him and asks whether he has doubts, and if a single life like hers is not enough. To that, Lepping firmly replies no. He also asks her to discard that absurd idea once and for all. The princess calmly nods, saying she understands. But then, the hero says that there is a better solution to all of this. Surprised, she asks what it is. Lepping explains that at first he thought the same as her, that just as it all started with him, it should also end with him. That's why he embarked on the so-called hero's adventure. He had made a promise to Elizabeth. This time, he would unite everyone to maintain peace in the world. However, he now realizes that it only delayed their plan and caused unnecessary sacrifices. He reflects that the pirates have already given their lives for peace, and it's time to put an end to that absurd agreement. He then looks at his queen and asks her to act, to solve the problem of the kingdom of Aristotle, because they can't keep waiting. Upon hearing him, Elizabeth also reflects on those words, "can't keep waiting." And she responds with determination that she will do so immediately. She confesses to herself that she too can't wait any longer and declares that she'll go right now to fix the problem at its root. She thinks that once everything is over, it'll be a world just for her and Lepping. And the sooner it happens, the better. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the kingdom of Aristotle, the technicians and automatons begin producing multiple dark gears. The Minister of Technology watches enthusiastically and states that progress is even better than expected. In just one day, the machine has produced a mountain of gears. He also reports they've generated nearly 5,000 dark gears, and that the energy conversion rate of the lightning fairy far exceeds that of conventional magic. He admits he'd love to have more time to study the lightning fairy. However, it will no longer be necessary to wait a month, as tomorrow they will be able to activate and mobilize the royal war giant to lay waste to the hero's continent. He reveals that the fairy is using an infinite discharge, providing unlimited energy. The dark being beside him reflects in awe. He didn't expect the leader of the Dark Guild to have such a useful woman at his side. He thinks that, with her, in just one more day, they'll be able to open the portal to the Dark Sea in this world, and thus unleash chaos. He longs for that moment with impatience, certain that it will make both the hero and the demon queen pay a high price for their arrogance toward his lord, Azathoth. But then, the small dark being is suddenly transported elsewhere. And right in front of him stands the demon queen. Without wasting a second, she raises her foot and crushes him mercilessly. The being from the dark sea wonders mentally if she is there. The minister, noticing his condition, questions if something has happened. In response, the small being reflects that she is ruining his plans again. Moreover, he knows that it is still not the time to declare war against her. Thus, he replies that it is nothing, and adds that he will first return the gears to the dark sea. His companion, intrigued, asks why he is in such a hurry, reminding him that tomorrow everyone will be ready. The small being responds, trying to reassure him, by assuring that he will return tomorrow and starts absorbing all the gears. He also adds, with a hint of mockery, that he will come back, assuming his companion is still there. This leaves the man somewhat confused, wondering what he meant by that, and after the small being disappears, he remarks that he finds him very strange. At that moment, the alarm starts sounding, warning that something is approaching. Upon noticing it, the man asks if they are invaders. Immediately, he deploys his steam soldiers throughout the city, while people wonder what is happening and why so many soldiers are being deployed. Additionally, they notice that all the Steel Guardians are heading toward the royal castle. Just then, in the sky, the Queen's group and her guests appear. They, for their part, are surprised to realize they have returned to the kingdom, landing right in the center where the Minister of Science has deployed his most powerful forces. This prompts the princess to ask if being there is not the same as falling into a trap. However, the hero tells her not to worry, since they now have Elizabeth, which leads Alpha to comment that this is an exaggeration. Before they can continue talking, the metal soldiers fire upon them. However, the attack proves useless, as the Queen, with a simple gesture, turns the soldiers into coins. The Minister of Science, observing everything, wonders what is happening and why all his Steel Guardians lost connection at once. He suspects that Princess Pisceus secretly infiltrated and modified his magic key. Meanwhile, the citizens wonder how the Steel Guardians turned into manhole covers. Some, even more confused, believe it might be an emergency drill but discard that idea since no alert was issued by the royal castle. This leads them to question whether perhaps the Minister of Science, who recently announced a great upcoming celebration, is conducting a general rehearsal. However, something unexpected happens. From the mouth of each citizen, a dark gear begins to emerge. A large number of gears accumulate in the sky while the hosts faint due to the removal of the implanted dark devices. Once they have all gathered in front of the Queen, she makes all the gears disappear with a slight movement of her hand. The minister, witnessing the scene, wonders how the princess managed to extract all the dark components implanted in the citizens and destroy them. He reflects on what powerful invention she must have created this time. Without wasting time, he connects cables from his own fingers to the screen in front of him, using his controlled connection. He states that this time he will not be as lenient as before, and to eliminate this threat from the root, he will activate his most powerful weapon, even if it means destroying half of the kingdom of Aristotle. He begins to use even more energy from the electric fairy, granting him enough power to start moving the castle. An imposing figure starts to rise. The princess, upon seeing it, questions how he managed to activate it without completing the energy conversion device and wonders if he somehow solved the secret equation. Thus, it is revealed that the great warrior of the royal castle has been activated. Meanwhile, the fairy emits electricity, and the minister uses his staff to locate the intruders. He eventually observes that the princess has gained help and suspects they belong to the Swordmasters Guild. He also reflects on how they managed to eliminate all the dark mechanisms in a single strike and begins to believe that Gigi is involved with them. Elsewhere within the group, Lepping is amazed and exclaims that he is finally seeing a supreme weapon combining magic and technology into a super robot. The Queen comments that she knew he wanted to see something like this, so she ordered it to be brought out especially for him. She then asks if he has observed it completely, because now it is about to act. But before proceeding, Alpha announces that this time he doesn't need help, and asks to be left to handle the situation alone. He reflects that now he can recover all the honor he previously lost. He transforms into his combat form and flies straight toward the imposing robot. The robot, for its part, attacks without hesitation, and Alpha fearlessly charges straight into battle. Unfortunately, the robot's armor proves too resilient. The impact crushes the blade of his sword and brutally slams him into the ground with such force that he reverts to his human form. The Queen, watching the scene, senses something more. she feels a strange premonition, as if the enemy before them were somehow related to her family. Meanwhile, the hero once again worries about Alpha. However, there is no time to dwell on it, as the minister reveals that, with the power of the Thunder Fairy providing infinite energy to the great warrior of the royal castle, it will reach at least the level of a 4-star demon king. And that will be enough to devastate the entire continent of the heroes. Even if the Swordmaster himself were to come, he would barely be able to scratch it, he says, starting to laugh maniacally. After that, the minister yells that now everyone will die by his hands, launching an attack. The blow is deflected by the Megazord, but before the attack reaches the Queen's group, the pirates and the princess already thought it would be their end. Elizabeth, with a simple hand movement, makes the arm heading toward them explode into dust, just like the rest of the mechanical arm and the entire Megazord. The minister is left confused, and the lightning fairy remains suspended in the air. Right after, the Queen grabs the man with her energy hand and starts to crush his head until she finally rips it off, separating it from the rest of the body. She brings the head to the others, and Elizabeth asks if that is the Minister of Technology who brought calamity to the kingdom of Aristotle. The princess of that kingdom confirms it, and the minister confesses that she had the courage to find a very powerful helper. The pirates behind them ask if he's finally been captured, and they comment that it's impressive. The queen asks the princess if she has any more questions. If not, everything will end there. Sios replies that he has nothing more to say and asks to be eliminated immediately. The hand starts to crush the minister's head, but before that, he laughs and questions if they really think they can defeat him by killing him. He warns them that the power behind him will arrive soon. Those are his last words before being crushed. Meanwhile, the lightning fairy was falling until she wakes up. The group doesn't notice, and the hero says everything went as expected, since if she intervenes, no problem will arise. However, Elizabeth replies that the Supreme doesn't need to prove his supremacy, and that so-called problems are simply answers not yet found in the correct dimension. Just then, the fairy sees them and asks if, by any chance, they are the legendary demon queen and the hero who appeared in her master's memories. The queen, in turn, asks if he understood correctly, and he says yes, although he reflects that he doesn't understand anything she said. Still, if he believes that the demon queen, or rather his girlfriend, must be right, the fairy prepares herself, wondering how it's possible they are there, and if she wasn't just fighting the Minister of Technology of Aristotle a moment ago, she doesn't know what's going on. However, she's glad to have found them, as she plans to eliminate the legendary hero and then capture the demon queen to offer her to her master. She's sure he'll be delighted. Immediately afterward, she moves quickly, positioning herself behind the hero in an attack stance. But the queen senses her and comments that the familiar feeling came from her. At that moment, the fairy shouts that she's going to eliminate him, lowering her electricity-charged hand. However, upon barely touching one of Lepping's hairs, she feels that it represents a great rebellion against order, and hears a voice asking her to return. The fairy disappears. The hero, clearly unaware of what happened, asks what that familiar feeling she mentioned was. The queen replies that it's nothing, but in reality, she mentally wonders how she didn't understand it before. She believes it was all part of Lepping's plan, and if this is his way of showing love, then she can only accept it and feel it deeply. Meanwhile, the princess comments that everything is finally over. She looks toward the kingdom, or at least what's left of it, since much of it has been destroyed, and at the same time, its inhabitants are not in good shape either. It is then that Elizabeth proposes they leave, saying they can leave the rest in their hands. She holds onto the hero's arm affectionately and asks him to praise his queen. He replies that he will and congratulates her for having done everything perfectly. Psius, upon observing them more closely, reflects that a revenge for which they risk their lives is nothing more than dust that vanishes with a few movements. He says that he survived, that he got his revenge, and that he should feel happy, but wonders why he feels so empty inside. He believes that's what happens when a lifelong obsession is fulfilled too easily. It's more suffocating than failure. He remembers what his ancestor Aristotle said, that the ultimate value of life lies in the ability to awaken and think. But he wonders if he ever imagined that, upon awakening, he would discover that the epics written by mortals are not even footnotes in the books of the gods. And he concludes that this is more despairing than death as he looks at the couple in front of him. The queen, for her part, comments that it's annoying, since when it comes to perfection, she cannot compare to him. At that very moment, the princess gathered her courage, telling herself it was not the time to fall into despair. Despite the challenges ahead, she had to rise, rebuild her nation, and lead it once again down the right path. She knew there was much to be done, but also that she could not give up. But then, without warning, she found herself dressed in royal garments, as if she had already been crowned queen. Around her, her companions also wore elegant outfits, just as confused as she was by what was happening. The confusion deepened when a crowd began chanting her name, enthusiastically hailing her as their new sovereign. The young woman, completely bewildered, couldn't understand what was going on. That was when a voice proclaimed that their little princess had grown up and that the time had come to hand her the kingdom's legacy. When she turned toward the voice, her eyes filled with disbelief and emotion. Her parents, safe and sound, were standing right in front of her. Unable to hold back, she began to cry and knelt down, deeply moved, while her mother asked why she was crying, reminding her that this was her big day, the day of her coronation. Gently, she assured her that from that moment on, she was officially the queen of the kingdom of Aristotle. With tears streaming down her face, the princess mumbled that it was nothing, that everything had happened so fast she still felt dazed. Questions began to surface in her mind, wondering if everyone had come back to life, and if it was all real or just a dream. It was then that she exclaimed she remembered everything. She looked up to the sky just as the king, concerned about her condition, asked if she was feeling unwell from the stress, offering to call a doctor. But the truth was different. She wasn't looking up because of dizziness or weakness, but because she recognized the silhouettes of those who had helped her get to that moment. Leping greeted her with a smile and joked that he never expected Elizabeth to be so helpful to others. The queen, upon hearing him, replied that she only did it because he had called her a perfectionist, so she decided to give him a special gift. The hero, reflective, thought that in the queen's hands, the world was merely a toy, and that if she wished it, world peace could be achieved in an instant. This made him question the true meaning of his existence as a legendary hero. Elizabeth, hearing his words, wondered if perhaps she had let herself be carried away by emotion. She feared that if she intervened too much, humanity would stop evolving on its own, and he would lose the pleasure of observing that growth. Even so, the queen sighed and said it didn't matter anymore, that she would destroy everything at once. But he interrupted her, asking her to relax, saying it was time to go home. He added that he had already made a decision, affirming that such worries only existed when she wasn't by his side. Now, he no longer felt the burden of being a hero. He confessed that all he wanted was for the world to reach peace as soon as possible, so they could live peacefully and happily together. The queen, blushing and impressed, wondered if he was perhaps teaching her a great lesson through everything they had experienced. About the hero's responsibility, the meaning of existence, and the value of free will. Unable to hold back her feelings, she ran to embrace him, and together they vanished with a snap of fingers. Pitsis, who witnessed their departure, thought that even if his memory had been altered, he would never forget them. He knew it was the legendary hero and the demon queen who had rewritten the reality of the kingdom of Aristotle with magic. Because of this, he decided to abandon science and devote himself to the study of magic, hoping to reach that level as soon as possible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the hero's house, being absorbed by an old lamp. Instantly, the lamp lit up and emitted a signal, announcing that it was summoning the element team to gather. The first to respond were the spirits of fire and water. Then came the knife genie, followed by the earth beaver. Finally, when the electric gauge recovered the last 1% of energy it was missing, something began to materialize in the center of the room. It was the lightning fairy, with a power level comparable to that of a 9-star divine demon. She declared that she had been about to do something crazy, but fortunately managed to hold herself back just in time. Now she had recovered all her energy. She stated that for this first major internal competition, the element team also had to register and participate. The water and fire fairies also appeared, both with 8-star divine demon levels. However, the fire one said she would only participate as an extra and asked to remain where she was. The gold fairy, also with divine level, suggested that if they managed to fuse, they might have a small chance of winning. The lightning fairy nodded, saying that now that her power was fully restored, they could perform the elemental fusion and enter the competition together. Then, the water fairy asked a deep question, whether they, the outsiders, could only show their full power when inhabiting the creations of the creator. The fire fairy complained, annoyed at her teammate, whom she found unbearable. The gold fairy explained that after fusing with the elements, they could generate a temporal space of their own. In that environment, they could unleash their true power. It would be like the culinary creatures created by the creator in the gastronomic world, who were dozens of times stronger within their exclusive domains than in the real world. The lightning fairy added that all of them, the elemental fairies, came there as outsiders, driven by admiration for the creator. And regarding contributions to this house, if they don't take first place, no one else can claim it, since many of the creator's creations grew thanks to the energy they provided. In her opinion, in this competition, the elemental team must win and prove their worth and position through victory. So to achieve that, she knows her power alone is not enough, and they need everyone's cooperation. She asked what they thought, but then she turned to the beaver, pointing out that he was clearly banned from the competition, which made him slightly angry. In reality, it was the earth fairy, whose power surpassed even that of a demon god. At that moment, the little being let out a scream, prompting the lightning fairy to fearfully ask if the creator had returned. Upon hearing that, everyone rushed to hide. Leping, upon entering, calmly announced that they were already back. He settled into the couch and asked Wang Kai to bring 2 cans of soda. The little dog, upon opening the fridge, discovered the lightning fairy, who told him that the element team wished to register for the internal competition. Wang Kai, surprised, asked if she still wanted to compete, considering she had nearly caused a disaster. He wanted to know how she planned to make up for such a mistake. The lightning fairy asks if, in the end, he didn't manage to stop it in time, reminding him who that electric discharge came from. And, if they're going to talk about responsibilities, he is the main culprit for that almost happening. Wang Kai thinks it all happened because his owner scratched the chip too hard, which caused it to tremble. Even so, he doesn't admit his fault and asks if she's threatening him. The fairy replies that she would never dare. She just says that, since everything was resolved without problems, they should leave it in the past. Also, the elemental group has already lost the last 3 editions of the Tournament of the Strongest, so they're begging to be allowed to participate this time. The puppy understands the situation and replies that the tournament will take place when his owner is away, and that day everything will be decided. The fairy thanks him, but also informs that upon recovering the lost electricity, she obtained information about someone named Wes Malfoy. However, before she could give more details, Wang Kai closes the fridge door and rushes to bring the drinks to his master. Upon receiving them, he comments that he finally saw the forging technique of the dwarves and the technology of the kingdom of Aristotle. The queen emphasizes that the most important thing is that they achieved their goal of mutual balance. He thanks her while receiving the drink and adds that he wouldn't call it mutual balance, but he hopes everyone can truly unite and maintain peace. After all, he believes that with his level of power, demanding anything from others would be ridiculous. Elizabeth agrees, since if he still needs to ask for something, then they have no reason to exist. She reflects that it was thanks to a combination of grace and power that her subordinates achieved a true union of hearts, so that this time it may last. She remembers that in the past, as a queen, she only knew how to use fear to force everyone to follow the right path. That's why, during the 500 years of her absence, the outside world fell into chaos. She believes Leping has given her a new lesson. He, for his part, comments that the Swordmasters Guild, the Elven Tribe, the Church of Annie, the Dwarf Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Aristotle are the stable forces he knows. The only exception is the Demon Kingdom. He knows that now the Dark Guild members from that kingdom have disappeared, but even so, something doesn't seem right to him. Elizabeth asks him not to worry, since she herself went there, checked the entire demon kingdom, and found nothing suspicious. Curious, he asks if Amelia has already awakened, as he could ask her about the Dark Guild. However, before continuing his reasoning, something distracts him. He reflects that he's a fool, and wonders what he's thinking. Since his relationship with Elizabeth began, he only has lewd thoughts, especially when they're alone. He knows it's natural, but they're not married yet, and he must stay calm. The Queen, on her side, replies that Amelia is still recovering inside her dimensional space, and when her memory improves, she'll be able to come out. But she notices something strange, and asks him what's wrong, why he suddenly froze completely. Leping, startled by the question, replies that it's nothing, but Elizabeth knows it's not true since she felt his intentions. She slides toward him and asks if he's hiding something from her, and if he's going to make her wait a month to tell her. She gets even closer and whispers if he doesn't want to take another step with her right now. Just then, Leping's bird flies away. He quickly gets up and says it's time, moving away from the Queen and saying he'll prepare dinner first. She, with a certain lust in her gaze, comments that there's no rush. Like good wine, the more it ferments, the more intense their love story will be. She licks her lips and wonders how could she not understand his feelings. She'll do whatever he wants, as she's willing to wait a little longer. Then 3 days pass. 10 days. 18 days. Until the scene changes. Uncle Boss is cutting something with his cards. The Swordmaster is also present and comments that his power should not be underestimated, since they're currently facing the Lava Octopus King, a supreme 5-star demon. Luna Sorges from the Swordmasters Guild says she doesn't understand her aunt's mysterious movements, since she sent them to clean a completely desolate place. Another warrior remembers that after returning, her aunt announced she would step down as president and then force them to learn that complicated Tai Chi style. Now she sends them to that remote place just to build hot springs and prepare them for the arrival of someone unknown. That was said by Anna Sorges, also from the guild. Then Ching comments that Miss Gigi said all this is part of that person's plan and that they should simply follow orders. Luna nods, recalling that her aunt has ascended to the rank of the feared 4-star demon, and that neither heroes nor legendary demons compare to a single finger of hers. Anna, aware of her aunt's power, wonders why someone so strong would obey that person. She believes that even the Dark Guild members disappeared out of fear of her. That's when someone calls them reckless. It's Elif, who warns them to watch their words. If they dare to speak ill of that person again, she won't hesitate to punish them in Miss Gigi's name. Anna mocks the elf's challenge, saying that she barely achieved something and is already arrogant, asking if someone not even recognized by the other forces now thinks she's untouchable. Luna adds that she doesn't know how someone with half-elf blood became the leader of the elves and questions whether Elif can teach them a lesson, doubting that her power is up to it. She ends by saying that person isn't even taken seriously. That enrages Elif, who calls Luna insolent and throws a card at her. But Ching immediately deflects it. The huge octopus watches its opponents, while Anna asks Ching to step aside because she wants to see what Elif is capable of. He replies that he won't. He promised Miss Gigi to protect them, and if something happens to them, it will be his responsibility. That's why he asks the new leader of the Elven clan to take it out on him, not on them. Elif agrees and decides to act as he wishes. However, she warns him that if he manages to defeat her, he must apologize for his words and actions, because by then, it will be too late to realize who he has offended. King confirms he will comply. He confesses that he has wanted to face her again since the last guild competition, when the apostles interrupted and he ended up losing to her. Therefore, he promises to give it his all and asks her not to hold back either. Meanwhile, the octopus only watches the verbal fight, growing angrier by the second due to the lack of action. The monster's patience runs out and it launches an attack. However, both Elif and Ching react instantly. One summons the flying dragon and the other the bluebird. Both fighters pierce through the octopus while their summoners begin to rise into the skies. The battle is swift and fierce. They fight in the air, exchanging powerful blows. Anna comments that girl, Elif, has greatly improved her strength, as she can now fight evenly with Ching, who has reached the 5th level of enlightenment. But Luna senses something more. She states that Qing has not yet used his Tai Chi sword technique and believes that the Elven clan cannot compare to the Sword Saints Guild. During the battle, Elif reflects that this is the most powerful flying dragon she can summon, and that Qing is worthy of being Miss Gigi's direct disciple. For his part, Qing knows his opponent hasn't shown all her cards yet, and he must not lower his guard. In the middle of a charge, Elif asks him to stop testing her and settle this once and for all. King agrees. Then, the elf prepares the skill. Explosion, Scythe of Death. While the swordsman begins to channel the fifth technique. Shake the dust against the wind. But before they can unleash their attacks, a sword cuts through the air and the ground between them. Both lose focus and turn their attention to the one who caused the interruption. It's Uncle Boss, who asks them to stop and calm down. He reminds them that they are there to solve a problem, not to create another. He also tells Elif she's been too impulsive, and that as leader of the Elven clan, she must think of the common good. Qing understands the boss's action, though he wonders how a simple flying card can have so much power. Deep down, he admits it's no surprise that Uncle Boss is recognized as the second strongest, only after Gigi. Elif, for her part, accuses them of speaking disrespectfully about that person. However, she also reflects on her father's actions. She knows that if she loses, the name of the Elven clan will be stained, and if she wins, the Sword Saints Guild will lose prestige. Then something starts to happen. Elif's wounds begin to heal. Annie has arrived too. She comments that in the past, that person defended her and didn't even get angry when publicly offended. According to the saying, "He who does not know does not sin," and she believes that person holds no grudge. Elif greets her friend Annie, but then corrects herself, referring to her as the Witch of Paradise. Annie states that Raphael's magic can help calm things down. She also asks everyone to unite to first solve the current problem. Once gathered, Luna asks if anyone can clearly explain what it means to search for a hot spring to welcome a supposed unknown visitor. Uncle Boss replies that he already explained it, but sincerely admits that not even Miss Gigi knows the true purpose behind it. She is merely following that person's instructions. Anna says they are once again talking about that person and asks if they really can't say more about who it is. Luna also opens up. She hates that feeling where everyone knows the truth except them. King says not to worry. As long as it's an order from Miss Gigi, they will obey. He reminds them that they still have 10 days. However, he reports that they've already scanned the entire volcanic area without finding a drop of water or a trace to build a hot spring. Uncle Boss says that searching for a hot spring is a test imposed by that person, and they knew it wouldn't be easy. He adds that if they succeed, they'll receive that person's blessing, and that's why Miss Gigi sent them. As for who it is, he says they've already met her before, but he can't reveal more. Annie explains there's something odd. Records indicate that this volcanic area in the demon realm had many hot springs. She wonders why they all disappeared. Elif is also puzzled. She admits the tests are never literal, and that maybe the true meaning is something they still don't understand. Suddenly, Annie senses something and warns everyone to be careful. A huge and complex magic is descending from the sky. Uncle Boss wonders if the arrival of evil has come sooner than expected. Everyone begins to feel a heavy pressure in the air. Anna says she can't even breathe due to its weight. Elif's father asks her to organize the explosions, and the girl starts doing so. Right then, Annie warns that they are coming. From the sky, something begins to fall. It hits the ground forcefully, raising a cloud of dust. Uncle Boss asks what that thing is. Anna does too, unable to believe that something like that exists in this world. A huge robotic structure rises before them. The robot is so massive that the group is completely overshadowed. Annie reports that they've been discovered. Immediately, Qing moves and announces that he will attack first. The boss tries to stop him, asking him not to act impulsively, but it's too late. The young man attacks with his new skill, Cross. However, when his blow strikes the structure, he sees something. He wonders if that was a dragon. He reflects that this is the dragon slash technique, and that only those who have slain dragons can use it. Then the robot's door opens and 3 people emerge from inside. The biggest one comments that, after so long without leaving the dwarf kingdom, he's welcomed with an attack from his disciple as soon as he sets foot outside. Another person, surprised, wonders if it's possible to learn magic there. Meanwhile, the last silhouette apologizes for his disciple, admitting he hasn't guided him properly. Luna asks Ching if he's okay, which the swordsman confirms as he stands up. However, he soon fixes his gaze on the opponent in front of him and questions whether they really are who they seem. It is then revealed that Heimerdinger had used Lepping's knife to defend himself from the previous attack. Then, he wonders if this is the place where the hero entrusted them with their mission. Gigi, who was with them, confirms it and informs them that, in addition to her disciple, the others were also chosen by the hero. Pythias was also there, fascinated to meet more people. So much so that she greets everyone and asks if someone could teach her magic. Gigi thanks Boss for waiting for her. He replies that it was nothing and welcomes her and the Dwarf King for arriving. With everyone gathered, Pythias explains how, with the help of the hero and the Demon Queen, she became the new monarch of the Kingdom of Aristotle. For his part, Heimerdinger comments that they will also collaborate to resolve the crisis of forging S-level weapons in the Dwarf Kingdom, as those weapons can now be mass-produced and distributed at any time. Upon hearing them, Anna quietly wonders if they really are the legendary hero and Demon Queen, and now understands what they meant when they spoke of that person, as it was about that couple. Luna also responds quietly, doubting it's true since she believed they were dead. Then, Pythias mentions that her new model was improved after observing Lepping's mechanical dog. She adds enthusiastically that this is her first time in the outside world and hopes to get along with everyone. Elif notes that it's unusual for someone's identity to be revealed so directly. Meanwhile, Luna reflects for a moment and asks her sister if the name Lepping sounds familiar to her. Uncle Boss tells his daughter that in the past, the Dwarf King used to be a subordinate of the Demon Queen, and that perhaps, having reunited, there's no longer a need to hide his identity. The young elf nods in understanding. Then, the Dwarf King adopts a serious attitude and asks if they still haven't found the hot springs the hero mentioned. He recalls that, according to his memory, 500 years ago, there were many underground springs full of magic in this volcanic region. Boss reports that during those days he was searching throughout the volcanic area, but they didn't find a single drop of water. Elif adds that even her clan's special seeds, capable of detecting underground water 100 meters deep, didn't react at all in that place. Pythias, confused, asks if it's really that difficult to find water in that area. The elf's father, intrigued by her words, asks if she perhaps has a solution, which excites Elif, as she thinks that might be the case. Then Pythias questions whether they know how to use magic and suggests using elemental spells to summon water. Upon hearing her, Luna laughs slightly and comments that she thought Pythias would say something wiser. Anna agrees and adds that the Queen of Aristotle seems funny to her. The young woman, a bit embarrassed, apologizes and asks if she said something inappropriate. Annie explains that if elemental magic hadn't declined, they could use it to solve the water problem. Intrigued, Pythias asks why elemental magic is in decline. The Witch of Paradise informs her that, according to the records, more than 400 years ago, the elemental spirit suddenly disappeared from the hero's continent, and no one knows why. But the young queen still doesn't fully understand and apologizes to those present, as she had never heard of elemental spirits. She reflects that it seems her library's magic books are outdated, and that she still has much to learn. Annie explains that without the blessing of the spirits, elemental magic remains stuck at the intermediate level and can't reach the advanced level. However, thanks to the spirit's disappearance 400 years ago, a magical revolution took place, during which all kinds of new spells began to be developed. She reveals that the most powerful intermediate-level spell of the water element is the water ball technique, but it needs to absorb moisture from the environment, so it's useless in this dry air volcanic region. Pythias understands everything and thanks her for the explanation. She also reflects that it was embarrassing not to know even basic magic, but even so, she won't give up and will strive to catch up with the Demon Queen. Then Heimerdinger suggests an idea. What if they bring the water directly there? He explains that, with Gigi's swordsmanship, they could easily open a channel from a distant lake. The woman replies that she's capable of doing it, but she won't. Anna says she understands her aunt's point and asks if she's refusing so that the three of them do the work. Luna, for her part, informs them that the nearest lake is 10,000 miles away and wonders how they would manage something like that. Finally, Ching says they could give it a try. But Gigi stops them and asks them to reflect for a moment. She explains that altering an entire ecosystem would cause an environmental disaster, affecting many creatures and even wiping out some. She wonders if it's really worth doing just for some hot springs. She also believes that's what the hero really wanted them to understand. At that moment, all the most powerful members of the hero's group realize something. They all come to an undeniable truth. If they focus only on completing the mission for a reward, they will soon forget the hero's original intention and fall into greed, facing severe consequences. Because on the hero's scale, they are only counterweights. The final decision, whether they receive a reward or face destruction, will depend on the choices they make in that encounter with destiny. Annie affirms that what Gigi says makes a lot of sense. She remembers that when the queen and the hero helped her, they did it because they perceived her heart was pure. But she also recalls that when she competed with Gigi and Mr. Boss, she felt her heart beginning to become corrupted. She believes, luckily, Miss Gigi made her come to her senses in time. Heimerdinger points out that the reasoning is sound and that if they sacrifice lives for power, they will be no different from members of the Dark Guild. Then Pythias has a new idea. Why not bring the water through the underground? She explains that they could dig a channel from the sea 100 meters underground, thus solving the water problem without harming the surface. Luna, upon hearing her, seems to mock her, and laughing a bit tells her she thought she'd say another crazy idea. Then she asks that if it's so easy, why doesn't she do it herself? But to everyone's surprise, Pythias responds that she will do it, and asks them to leave everything in her hands. She points to her gigantic robot and explains that with that new soldier of the kingdom, she'll be able to finish the excavation in 7 days. Uncle Boss adds that with more hands working, anything is possible. He mentions that once they get the water, he and Elif will bring seeds from the elven forest to reforest the surroundings. Heimerdinger also wants to contribute and offers to take care of forging the furniture for the Hot Spring Hotel. He even states that he'll make S-class chairs.
Pythias exclaims that she has some new ideas for the hotel design and the hot springs area. Curious, she asks if they could help her collect some volcanic rocks. Annie replies that there's no problem with that task, as she can use her dolls to transport the materials. Gigi also wants to help and says she can take care of cutting the materials and securing the area along with her guild of master swordsmen. Uncle Boss doesn't want to be left out and exclaims that, regardless of the reason, everyone wants to contribute their strength for a common goal. Elif adds that this atmosphere is truly inspiring. Even Heimerdinger appears cheerful and comments that the last time he saw such unity was 500 years ago, when they shared the vision of the hero and the demon queen. Then everyone joins fists and with a cheer declares that they are now truly united. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters underground, wise Manhwa rested in silence. He wondered why Heimerdinger, Gigi, and Jimji's lineage were gathered there. He mentally questions whether they might have discovered his location, but considers it impossible, as the barrier created with his master's magic cannot be detected. He also reflects on the fact that number 24 has disappeared again, and wonders if he too has betrayed him. He thinks that is insolent of him, especially now that he cannot move because he is absorbing his master's magic. Even so, he declares that once he finishes absorbing it, all of them will be an offering for his lord. Meanwhile, in the hero's courtyard, numerous monsters were gathered. One of them launches a freezing ray, but the giant serpent dodges the attack and responds with a deadly entanglement, immobilizing its attacker. However, flaming attacks begin to fall from the sky, devastating the ground with a spell known as Meteor Flame, caused by another monster, or rather, the immortal phoenix. When the bird thought it had won, a powerful attack struck it. It was the work of the Lord of the Mammoths. But at that moment, a being begins to perform a jutsu. The Toad Lord launches his tongue, catching the mammoth and slamming it against the ground, shattering the terrain with its fall. As he retracts his tongue, the toad asks him to get up and continue the fight. However, before they can continue, someone cleans their hands and declares that the attacks weren't bad at all. The toad, curious to know who said that, turns and sees Wankai. The little dog comments that it seems the old croaker has followed his idea of being the master of the chickens in the coop quite well. The old toad replies that without the pressure of survival, magical beasts have become lazy, have grown fat, and their flesh is no longer firm. However, since his last report, he ordered them to intensify training to stay in the best shape possible. Then Wankai informs him that the time has come to pay the protection fee once again. The toad chuckles slightly and comments that more than a protection fee, it could be called a sincere offering to the creator. It is then explained that in the vast meadow of magical beasts, those who are lucky enough to be seen by the creator are called the chosen children. Before the creator, these small beings, by becoming flesh and blood, serve as divine nourishment. But death is not the end. Through decomposition, recomposition, and the exploration of the laws of the universe, evolution represents true eternity. Because when a living being is devoured by the creator and goes through the transformation process, a new being is born from its evolution.
The wise toad informs Wankai that throughout this year, the average magic level of the prairie of magical beasts has risen from the magical spirit level to the magical sovereign level. Then he asks which ingredient the creator will desire this month. He reminds him that each ingredient gives rise to a new being. For example, those with juicy and tender textures generate a magical bird. Those with firm textures create a creature similar to an eel. Delicious but not intense ingredients produce a being resembling a mammoth, while tasty ones without strong flavor result in a creature similar to a lamb. Upon hearing all that, Wankai remembers that his master mentioned he hadn't eaten wok bullfrog in a long time. This leaves the wise toad terrified for his life, fearing that this may be his end. Meanwhile, in the hero's house, something is happening, as the queen is enjoying some pleasant massages. She asks the hero to be gentler, since he is pressing too hard. The hero is carefully massaging her feet. At one point, he suggests leaving it for later, but Elizabeth replies that a bit of pain doesn't intimidate her at all. However, she begins to feel something that makes her whole body tremble. Lepping informs her that he hasn't started yet, but she asks if she can mentally prepare first. Nonetheless, she changes her mind immediately and asks him to talk less and start already. Then, the hero explains that in traditional Chinese medicine there is a saying, if it hurts, it doesn't flow. If it flows, it doesn't hurt. He also tells her that the foot massage may hurt at first, but once the energy flows, she will feel relief and comfort. He assures her that he will proceed gradually, from gentle to deep, and asks her not to be afraid. The queen doesn't respond, and Lepping says he will begin with scraping the sole of the foot to relax the entire body. As it begins, Elizabeth can only think about the pain, the itching, and the pleasure she feels through those complex stimuli. Her senses are at their most sensitive. Along with the aroma of essential oils, those stimuli guide her toward transcendence. She concludes that she can see through that trick. It is then that Lepping announces he will begin officially, starting with the Yongquan point, an acupressure point on the sole of the foot. That simple stimulus causes the queen to be sent to the bamboo realm. There, she reflects that the bamboo nodes are hollow, but grow like arrows. Therefore, when channeling magical power, one must leave 30% of space, or else it will become stagnant from excess. She doesn't remain long in that realm, as the hero applies another stimulus, the Taichung point. That transports her to the lotus realm. Observing her surroundings, she thinks that the lotus is born from the mud, but remains untainted. It bathes in clear waters without becoming vulgar. It is also hollow inside and straight on the outside, without entanglement or branching. Once again, Lepping presses another point, the Susanli point, located on the leg. This sends her to the orchid realm. Gazing at the scenery, she reflects that even on a cliff covered by 100 meters of ice, beautiful branches still bloom. They don't compete with other flowers in beauty. They bloom alone, releasing their fragrance in the extreme cold. Seconds later, Leping stimulates the Sanyanjiao point, teleporting the queen to another realm, the Lily Realm. There she thinks that an orchid in a quiet room emits a charm that moves the heart, and that true power does not always need to intimidate the world. It lies in knowing oneself. Just at that moment, the queen withdraws her foot from Leping's hands. She begins to feel something, and slowly transforms, beginning to assume a new form in the dimension she was in, and that was the sacred mode. However, she soon returns to the real world and falls onto the bed. Seeing that, Leping stands up and suggests she rest for a while he goes to prepare dinner. As he leaves, the queen reflects that this was a transition between realms and wonders, if such a technique really exists. Meanwhile, the egg in which Amelia was contained begins to move, and from within, a leg emerges, breaking through the shell.
Now awake and in the house, Leping expresses his joy upon seeing that Amelia has finally hatched. He also asks her to try his dry bullfrog stew, arguing that, after all, protein is the true essence of nutrition, and urges her not to be shy and eat plenty. The little one doesn't understand exactly what he means by protein. At that moment, the queen asks the dragon what really happened the day she went to eliminate the Dark Guild. She questions whether she, having reached the Demon King level, was defeated. Her mount replies that yes, she was defeated. Then she begins to remember and recount what happened during her encounter with Malfoy, who told her that this way, he could surpass her. Visibly furious, she curses him, commenting that he dared to defile her master. Just then, what appeared to be her master begins to emerge from the capsule and activates her powers. At the same time, the old man denies that this is true and claims that Amelia is mistaken. The copy of Elizabeth attacks the dragon, but she manages to gain distance. She observes her opponents and admits that indeed, that is her master's magical power. Even so, she asks how it was done, since her true master is still alive. The old man replies that it was very simple. He confesses that it was his love for her that kept him going, even after tens of thousands of failed experiments. He never believed that his master had vanished. He always thought she would return to his side. He says it was that love that kept him strong until now. Upon hearing all that, Amelia calls him a fool and warns him that she will pulverize him until nothing is left. But before she can act, two shadows, Malfoy's servants, jump in to attack her. However, the dragon invokes her dragon legs, striking her enemies by surprise and launching them far away. The floating television is the first to recover. Upon getting up, it senses that Amelia has Demon King level strength and asks its master if it can be released to fight. He replies negatively, adding that the dragon's magical power is crucial to his experiment. She must not be harmed, so they must capture her alive. He orders number 24 to take the others away, and the television nods, obeying the command. Meanwhile, Amelia comments that he is being too arrogant. She asks if he really thinks he can capture her, and warns him not to be overconfident just for using a copy of her master's power. Although silently, she thinks that master is a fake, and that now she is just following her true master's orders. Just then, an energy hand emerges from the ground, completely trapping Amelia, who barely manages to wonder when he summoned those arms. At the same time, she reflects that she can't move and admits that even the magical techniques are identical. She curses Malfoy again for daring to create a copy of her master. The old man then reveals that her master was created from the original's magical power. He adds that no one else knows that energy like she does, and questions whether she still believes that this master before her is fake. The copy, for her part, activates her powers again and launches an energy arm to subdue Amelia. The dragon, visibly in trouble, tells herself that the situation is critical. Due to the pet contract, her master's power completely suppresses her, and if this continues, she'll be captured. Malfoy asks her to stop resisting and cooperate to avoid further suffering. But then, the dragon begins to materialize her head, revealing that she has summoned part of her body. She declares that even if she can't attack someone with her master's power, she can destroy this land. With a slight smile, she confesses that she can even annihilate everything. Thus, she begins to activate her world annihilation magic. One of Malfoy's subordinates, seeing the attack, wonders if that is the true power of someone with Demon King level. Malfoy, witnessing it, yells that everyone must flee. At that moment, Amelia launches her attack against the ground where they stood. The explosion completely destroys the place. By then, all the Dark Guild's pillars were already out and somewhat distant. They were astonished by the destructive power, especially the woman from before, who again wonders if that is truly the power of a Demon King. The entire place has been reduced to rubble. Elsewhere, Amelia falls exhausted. She reflects that she was too arrogant and admits she didn't expect Malfoy to use her master's power. Luckily, she managed to use her technique Dragon King's Roar, but upon looking up, she wonders why that land is still there. It is then revealed that the Fake Queen used the skill Forbidden Transcendence. The old man, meanwhile, comments that Lady Amelia's fury is terrifying. Even though they absorbed 99% of her power, her destructive capacity is fearsome. He's glad that the origin of that power comes from her master. Otherwise, he'd already be ashes. He laughs and asks the dragon if she can use that power once more, because if her master absorbs just a bit more, she'll be complete. But the little one is already exhausted, begins to lose consciousness and apologizes to her master, as she failed her mission this time. As she falls unconscious, the mark she bears begins to shine, activating the ability Dragon's Protection. A protective egg begins to envelop her, prompting Malfoy to wonder if there was still a hidden spell. But then he dismisses it, convinced that he can still extract her magic. Back in the present, Amelia confesses that's what happened, that even though she had reached Demon King level, she ended up completely defeated. She looks at her master and admits that she shouldn't still be alive, that she doesn't deserve to be her mount, and asks her to grant her an end. But Elizabeth is busy eating, and when she looks at her, she asks if she's done talking. Lepping asks his queen what she thinks of the food, and confesses that it's been a long time since he prepared that dish, wanting to know if the flavor seems right. Elizabeth replies that it's fine, although perhaps her taste has shifted towards stronger flavors, as she finds it a bit bland with just white rice. Then the hero asks if she'd like him to prepare fried rice, to which she replies yes, and that she's looking forward to trying it. Amelia watches them expressionless, especially when she hears Lepping comment that lately his queen seems to enjoy spicy food, to which she replies it's because of living with him. And in the end, she adopted that taste. The dragon begins to get upset by their relationship and starts calling her master repeatedly. She, however, silences her by stuffing food in her mouth and tells her that she already heard her and will grant her request. Then, all of a sudden, Amelia is transported to a path made of stars in an empty vastness. She wonders where she is and why her master dragged her into her inner realm. She starts walking and comments to herself that, without a doubt, this is a punishment, a lesson from her master. She believes she'll be trapped forever on this endless path to reflect on her failure before dying, as her defeat stained her queen's reputation. She walks in silence for a long time until she grows tired and collapses. She says she'll never see her master again, that she's no longer worthy to serve her. But still, she can't help but miss her. It's then that a mysterious figure asks if it is really her. The dragon, upon looking up, finds a giant toad falling in front of her, saying that the Lord of Beasts, the Golden Dragon, has finally arrived. The great being confesses that the path to Demon King level is not easy, and that the final obstacle is her. The little dragon, confused, asks who he is, and the toad replies that it's normal she doesn't know him, as when he was a tadpole, she was already the lady of magical beasts. But during the years she was gone, he took her place and led all magical beasts. However, unless he defeats her, he cannot be called the new Lord of Beasts. He confesses he already sensed this day would come. That's why he is fully prepared for this moment. He reveals other beasts behind him. And in the next instant, he jumps to attack the dragon while shouting that if he defeats her, he will complete his final evolution and ascend to Demon King level. Amelia, confused, asks him to wait a moment, but it's already too late. The battle has begun. Elsewhere, Lepping reports that the fried rice is ready. But upon returning to the table, he asks what's going on with Amelia, as she seems to be absent. He wonders if she's not used to eating that. The queen replies that it's not that she's just savoring carefully the protein he prepared.
Lepping approaches the dragoness and tells her he hopes she likes what he prepared, while reflecting on how dragons eat, watching her chew slowly and cautiously. However, she was in a deep, almost dreamlike state, fighting an epic battle within. At a certain moment, the dragoness, in her original form, looks at the Toadmaster, who then comments that it's no coincidence she's known as the Lady of Beasts. Before her stood a mountain of bodies, and Amelia asks her opponent if he will continue to fight. Gravely wounded, he replies that it's unnecessary, accepts his defeat with honesty, and declares himself ready to be devoured, thus becoming nourishment for her evolution. After uttering those words, he collapses. His fall causes all the bodies, including his own, to disappear. Amelia, also wounded, murmurs to herself that if she cannot even overcome a defeat, then she doesn't deserve to serve her mistress. Even if she has failed, she remains the Lady of Beasts. Immediately, her body begins to radiate light, invoking her power and ushering in a new stage of evolution, the Golden Master Dragon. Meanwhile, outside, Amelia screams, prompting Lepping to ask if she wants some water. The queen, upon seeing her, responds that it's not necessary, that the food was enough. She adds that now she needs time to adapt, and if she succeeds, she'll gain great benefits. She reflects that even she, when she had the Demon King level, barely endured the impact of those spicy dumplings. She knows that even with the support of the contract, tasting that culinary blessing is truly challenging for Amelia. Then, the hero accepts Elizabeth's words, assuring that as long as it benefits Amelia, there's no problem. At that moment, the dragoness was undergoing a process of evolution, reaching the Demon King's highest level. Elizabeth, witnessing it, affirms that only then will she earn the right to be her companion, and that if she fails, she must simply rise again. Amelia, with tears in her eyes, deeply thanks her master's dedication. She hugs her and bursts into tears. The queen embraces her tenderly, asking her to calm down, that it's all over now. Lepping, watching them, comments that she now looks much more lively and concludes that protein helps in recovery. However, Amelia looks at him somewhat annoyed and thinks she hates to admit it, but now she understands why her mistress became interested in that man. His power is unfathomable. Moreover, she understands what it means to eat failure, that is, to savor it. Because to reach a new level, one needs a stimulus, or a threat. But this time, she won't be defeated. She will help her mistress defeat that legendary hero. Then she asks for more delicious food, ordering another serving. Lepping is delighted and starts laughing, commenting that it reminds him of the first night Elizabeth appeared. The queen, upon hearing him, denies that ever happened, as she doesn't consider herself a glutton. Outside the house, Alpha returns to her human form, but before more can be known, a new day dawns. A bulge begins to appear under the sheets where the hero and the queen were sleeping. Something starts moving beneath the covers, waking Lepping. Then the dragoness appears, immediately taking human form and announcing that it's her turn now, scaring Lepping, who is pushed out of bed. Additionally, Amelia informs that she'll handle her master's night companionship and reflects that if her mistress hadn't forcibly locked her in the contract space, she wouldn't have left her sleeping in her place. The man, somewhat bewildered, responds that it's fine, that he had to get up anyway, and tells them to keep resting while he prepares breakfast. As he leaves, the queen watches him and then smiles, wondering if he still refuses to take the next step with her, since he always uses the excuse of waiting until the end of the month. Either way, she doesn't believe him and declares that she'll have him before the month ends. After preparing breakfast, which looks more like lunch, the hero sees them and comments that he was just about to call them, revealing that the queen was on her mount, which leads Lepping to think that Amelia truly is her battle companion. On the other hand, outside the house, Wang Kai comments that everything feels strange, wondering where Alpha is. Meanwhile, the hero washes the dirty dishes, while the queen and the dragoness sit on the sofa. Emilia expresses that now she understands everything and learns how her mistress lived there. Even so, she wonders why she says she keeps getting better. She adds that to her, her mistress is the most powerful being. But Elizabeth replies that there's always a higher mountain. She illustrates it with a mental image of herself climbing a peak, only to discover upon arrival that there are even taller ones. She then says that's how it feels. Emilia questions how there can be a mountain taller than another, reminding her that she masters all existing magic. The queen explains that when one climbs the highest peak, one realizes how small they are. Also, in this world, there are countless things they still don't understand. As an example, she mentions a TV series. She confesses to having watched it dozens of times and having learned a lot, but still not fully understanding it. She reveals that the series is called Journey to the West. Emilia, observing and listening to her mistress, wonders if there's an emptiness within her. She thinks about the characters in that story, the three pure ones, supreme Taoist deities, the great immortal Genuine, the Buddhist symbol of eternity and wisdom, the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata Buddha, and finally, the Bodhisattva Guanyin. She reflects, with some insecurity, that she can't understand all of that, and that if she were in the world of that series, she would be nothing more than food for the so-called golden-winged Great Peng. That amount of data overwhelms her, causing her to faint, which Elizabeth finds understandable and tells her to take her time, that she'll get used to it soon. After cleaning, Lepping asks if Emilia fell asleep again. Then he asks his queen if she wants to go out and get some sun, to which she cheerfully replies, yes. Outside, the hero throws the frisbee for Wang Kai to catch, telling him it's a new model made especially for him. The puppy thinks his master finally thought of him and jumps excitedly to catch it. However, he misses and gets hit on the head. He falls to the ground and activates his defense system, taking a combat stance. He reflects that the frisbee is a masterpiece, and that if he manages to return it, his master will praise him. He starts trying to catch it with all his resources until he gets frustrated and decides to use his black hole attack. But when he fires it, the disc changes position. Wang Kai uses more of his technology, detecting advanced technology and the presence of intelligent life. He notices that the disc is made with his master's advanced polishing technique, and that's why he can't predict its movements. He confesses that this is exciting, that it's been a long time since he found a worthy rival, and that he's about to exceed his emotional code. Then he deploys his weapons and shouts that now they will decide who's the best. He starts destroying everything around him to catch the frisbee. Lepping, seeing him, is surprised and thinks Wang Kai is having a lot of fun. He adds that when Wang Kai returns it, it will be Elizabeth's turn, asking her if she wants to throw it. But the queen refuses, asking if there's nothing he wants to do with her, suggesting something more intense and intimate. The man is surprised by the suggestion, but Elizabeth reaffirms her words, asking if there's a problem with that. She tells him that since he promised a surprise at the end of the month, he's been more distant. She questions if they're not a couple and what they can't do before that date. She states that he's too traditional. Lepping apologizes and confesses that he is indeed traditional. He adds that his original plan was to propose during a trip to the hot springs. Being romantic, he wanted to save that special moment. The queen, impatient, reveals that she can't wait any longer and wants a deep connection with him right now. Lepping, confused, replies that they're outdoors. He thinks that, as a normal man, if she asks if he wants to, the answer is clearly yes. Although he never imagined his first time would be so wild. Then, the queen replies that it doesn't matter where, because there's no one else in that place. Hearing her, he says it's not that he can't do it, but asks if she really wants it to be there. He reflects that it doesn't matter, and that for Elizabeth, he must be brave. If he's too traditional, he'll be boring. Then the queen asks him, please, to tell her about his past, just when Lepping was taking off his clothes. They both look at each other, confused, revealing that they had very different intentions. The queen speaks and says she knows it may seem rude, but she really wants to know everything about him. She thinks to herself that spying on the past of someone of high status has always been a taboo. Lepping says she's right, because in a relationship, it's important to truly know each other. He adds that they've lived together for so long and never talked about their pasts. However, he pauses to ask if she really wants to know his story, warning that it's quite boring. He reflects that his previous life isn't worth mentioning, as he was just a regular office worker. But the queen firmly confirms that she does want to hear it. So Leping begins to tell his story. In his previous world, he was an ordinary person. He grew up with his grandparents in the countryside and did all kinds of farm work. He admits that although it was a hard life, those were his happiest times. Eventually, he grew up and studied. He even attended the South China Agricultural University. Every time he had a break, he would return to the village to help his grandparents. That life continued until he finished university. Then, he moved to the big city for work. Little by little, he stopped visiting the countryside, and eventually, his grandparents passed away, leaving him completely alone. He remembers his routine became monotonous, work and home day after day without rest. Sometimes he thought he was born for that. He didn't like video games or anime. His only pleasure was watching short videos during his commute. But one day, for some unknown reason, he arrived in this world. He was completely shocked by what he saw. He remembers that upon arriving, a system appeared asking him to become the legendary hero, but he had absolutely no interest. The queen asks if he's done. He nods, saying it was a very simple life. Elizabeth reflects that it's not like that at all, that it's actually something pure. She believes the purity with which Leping lived allowed him to reach a spiritual level many will never achieve. She says that sometimes the simplest path is the most powerful. And after achieving sainthood, she too began to understand that principle. She thinks about that system and wonders why it wanted Leping to be her enemy. She believes that luckily, he possessed immense purity, and that's why its plan failed, creating their shared destiny. But then she contradicts herself, saying it surely wasn't something she could control. Then, Leping asks her about her past, wanting to know more about her life. The queen asks what exactly he wants to know. He replies, everything, from her childhood to how she became the demon queen who now rules the world. Elizabeth agrees, but warns him that her story is boring and that if he ever wants her to stop, he can interrupt. So she begins to tell her story, which began on the hero's continent in a time without magic. Long ago, that continent was a peaceful and prosperous world where all races lived together in harmony. However, with the rise of racial extremists, divisions started to spread. Conflict became inevitable. Little by little, the races split and fought for resources. Under that twisted ideology, half-bloods, symbols of racial union, were treated as outcasts and expelled, becoming homeless refugees. To survive, they settled in dangerous abandoned lands. Over time, they formed a new group known as the Demons. That forgotten land came to be called the Demonic Land. Though referred to as one group, demons were never truly united. In a place of extreme scarcity, looting, fighting, and crime were daily survival. Elizabeth admits that, for as long as she can remember, the demonic land was always like that. A young Elizabeth was in the middle of that chaos. One day, while holding a piece of bread, a larger demon insulted her for getting in his way and snatched the bread from her. She shouted at him not to do that and demanded he return it. The larger demon was about to hit her, but something unexpected happened. Elizabeth awakened her powers and, grabbing the demon's foot tightly, demanded her bread again. Then she explains that thanks to her exceptional genes, she had her first magical awakening at the age of 5. And in that lawless land ruled only by strength, by age 9, she ruled a district known as Witch Elizabeth. At 13, she personally founded the Kiet Crimson Moon mercenary group, which quickly became feared throughout the demonic land. Her fame grew so much that even rival forces paid them large sums, unaware of her true purpose. Elizabeth recalls that in each mission, she took the opportunity to infiltrate forbidden places and collect ancient magic books. Eventually, after finding the final piece on her 16th birthday, she had a second awakening. One so powerful it shook the entire hero's continent. After that, she conquered the demonic land by force and became the Demon King, launching her conquest plan and declaring war on all forces. Her power was so immense that the elves surrendered, the orcs surrendered, the dwarves surrendered. Finally, she reached the human capital and attacked it directly. During the battle, Elizabeth confronted the human king, accusing him of being a hypocrite who destroyed countless lives just to prolong his own. She told him his time was over. The king laughed, asking if she really would do it. He admitted his arrogance, but said he understood her, as she was the first to reach the supreme demonic rank. He spoke of his corpse magic and his plan to gather all his descendants. But before finishing his sentence, his head exploded, followed by his entire body, all before Elizabeth's eyes. Then, a familiar face approached. He asked if she was Demon Queen Elizabeth. Upon confirmation, he knelt before her, saying his name was Malfoy, and on behalf of the humans, they surrendered. That's how she ruled the world with absolute power, ending racial divisions with a firm hand. She led the heroes' continent and restored its glory, promoting equality, harmony, and prosperity. She confesses that even though her ideals were fulfilled, she never felt joy. She believes it's because she became too powerful and lost her connection with others. Or maybe because she no longer had any goals. And a life without purpose is an empty one. That's why, when she heard the prophecy that the legendary hero would come to challenge her, she felt hope for the first time. She trained hard, rebuilt her magical foundation, and improved her combat techniques, becoming the first to surpass the supreme demonic rank. That new level was named the Demon King rank. But when she waited for the hero, he never came. All her effort was a cruel joke. So she forced fate. She took the sacred sword and used its power to search, until she found him. Back in the present, she finishes her story by revealing that this is how she met him. She asks him, slightly annoyed, if he knows how many years she waited in vain. Lepping simply offers a small smile and an apology. Then he adds that thanks to that, they didn't have to fight and ended up becoming friends. Elizabeth admits he's right. She reflects that she knows it was all part of his plan, that he never wanted to hurt her and let time dull her desire to kill him. Then, Lepping holds her by the shoulders, leans in, and says he wishes he had met her sooner. Surprised, she asks why he's acting like this all of a sudden. He says her childhood was too hard, and he wishes he could have been there to bake her the best cakes, sew her the prettiest dolls, and give her a happy childhood. The queen calls him silly, but asks if things aren't fine now. Leaping calls her by name and, holding her arms, confesses that from now on, she won't have to be strong alone. He'll be by her side for everything. He'll make every day the best of her life and protect her smile until the end of time. Those words make both their hearts race, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Little by little, they begin to lean in. But just before the kiss happens, Wankai appears barking. The little dog reflects that he managed to catch the frisbee. He had to invoke 3 codes and optimize over 70 million lines. But he finally passed the test. He thinks, excitedly, that his master will praise him. However, his system detects danger alerts. Elizabeth was furious. In the next second, she channels power into her foot and kicks the poor Wankai, sending him flying very, very far away. Lepping watches how far Wankai has flown, commenting that he's very far away, while thinking that luckily, he already updated his cloud data connection system. Then, the queen calls the hero's attention, surprising him even more as she approaches and asks if they can continue where they left off. This leaves Lepping confused, but with no escape route, as Elizabeth takes his face in both hands. They are about to continue what they had almost done before. Meanwhile, Wankai rolls across the ground until stopping at some distance. He grumbles to himself, saying that his update was useless since he can't erase the fear he feels toward that fierce woman. However, what he doesn't know is that not far from there, a mysterious being asks Alpha if that's the first warrior under Lepping and Elizabeth's command. The sacred sword replies yes, and adds that the warrior's name is Wankai. The mysterious figure comments that he looks like a dumb dog and doesn't seem like a threat. At that moment, a warning screen appears in front of him. It tells the player not to lower their guard or underestimate the enemy, as they must complete the final mission. The mission is to eliminate Lepping and Elizabeth. Upon completion, the player will receive full system control as a reward. The mysterious being nods, says he understands, and orders Alpha to keep watching them. If anything happens, he must report it immediately, mentally. The sacred sword confirms he will do so and refers to the mysterious figure as Gut-sama. After that, the man disappears, leaving Alpha alone to continue his mission. Meanwhile, Wang Kai wonders if his comrade is nearby and if he might have found a strange person. He reflects that he doesn't really care and that it's not a big deal. He affirms that he must repair himself first, since he needs to train to overcome his fear of that woman. Elsewhere, in the Sea of Darkness, eerie beings stand atop black pillars, watching everything through a portal. The Whisperer comments that the gate is already open, but the impurity of 5,000 dark gears isn't enough for them all to descend at once. The thousand-eyed demon replies that it doesn't matter, as he has calculated through chaotic measurements. If the first of them descends, the rest can receive abilities one by one, thus completing the descending fusion. The devouring worm asks if that process will take too long, since if the powerful ones of that world discover them, they might interrupt it. The Defiler claims that if they manage to descend in a single body, no one in that world will be able to face them. He assures that he will slaughter them all and turn their flesh into the filthiest impurity. The Skull Weaver calls him an idiot and asks if he already forgot the legendary hero they once faced. He also reminds him that Malfoy is waiting for the perfect moment to take advantage of the situation. The Watcher comments that in all the futures he's seen, there's no possibility of failure. The full power of chaos is an attack from a higher dimension. The Defiler, licking his lips, says just thinking about it makes him hungry. He confesses he wants to turn that world into a land of twisted desires and slowly savor the despair of every being. The Skull Weaver exclaims that they will finally be able to replenish corpses, since after destroying that dimension, they'll connect with the others. The Watcher concludes that Malfoy believes he can manipulate them, but in reality, he doesn't understand what they are. The Whisperer lets out a sinister laugh and warns that Elizabeth must prepare herself, as he promised she would regret it. Back with Lepping, he starts preparing the things he'll take. He checks if he already has the comb, the nail clipper, the bath sponge, the handmade soap, and of course, the moisturizer, since skin gets very dry after a hot spring. He thinks he almost has everything ready for Elizabeth, while his own luggage is simpler, just a few changes of clothes, and he can't forget his swimsuit. He writes down a reminder not to forget to pick fresh ingredients from his garden before leaving, and wonders what else he should bring. Then he remembers something essential for the trip and starts searching in his drawer, pulling out a balloon, in case there's a party. At that moment, the Queen asks what he's doing and if he needs help. He quickly replies no, that he's almost ready. Then he asks if he can help her with anything. Elizabeth enters the room and says he can help her choose which swimsuit to take, as she can't decide. Lepping, blushing at what he sees, wonders how she found out, but quickly changes the subject, focusing on the bikini. Meanwhile, he remembers what happened yesterday. When helping Elizabeth design her swimsuit, he got carried away by his imagination and ended up making many, quite strange sets. The Queen, surprised, asks what's wrong and if the swimsuit doesn't look good. Then she snaps her fingers, changing to another suit, and asks what he thinks of that one, if it's better now. The hero gets even more nervous and repeatedly asks her to wait. He thinks that while packing, he accidentally packed many more outfits than needed. The Queen, confused by his indecision and lack of clear answers, asks what he's saying and if that suit doesn't look good either. She reflects that as her bond with Lepping deepens, she's also starting to feel what he likes. She says she followed her intuition to its strongest point, finding those outfits. But seeing his reaction, she wonders if none are right. She questions if her intuition failed. She snaps her fingers once more, promising not to give up. She summons another suit on her body and asks what he thinks of this one, convinced that her intuition is stronger than it seems. Then Amelia appears and asks why humans wear such tight clothes in hot springs, stating they're not comfortable at all. Even so, she adds that she used to bathe with her queen without anything on, and that won't be a problem when they get to the hot springs. Elizabeth, upon hearing that, snaps her fingers again and agrees, saying that in a hot spring, wearing anything isn't necessary. She realizes she almost fell into a trap. She thinks those suits reflect Lepping's tastes, but in the end, they're just objects. She concludes that if she becomes obsessed with them, she'll lose focus. What he truly loves must be her, not her clothing. So she takes off everything she had on and declares that none of those outfits can be worn in public. Lepping, alarmed, covers her with a towel, thinking that at the hot springs there will be other people, and he can't let others see her like that. On another day, the hero's group is ready. Leping comments that they can finally depart. He adds that he's excited and wonders what amazing place the Dwarf King and Uncle Boss found. The queen confesses she's also eager to see what they prepared. Then she looks at the hero and wonders what surprise he has in store for her. Emilia says she's excited too, especially about bathing with her mistress. Then the queen activates her teleportation power. In an instant, the three appear at the planned location, the hot springs. Leping, upon seeing what's in front of him, can't believe it. He screams with excitement. The place is huge and luxurious. Elizabeth, on the other hand, says it doesn't seem like a big deal. Suddenly, Pixius appears, greeting both Leping and the queen. Leping greets her too and asks if she came to enjoy the springs. The girl nods and says that after her country returned to normal, she was lucky to receive an invitation from the Sword Saints Guild to help build the hot springs. That makes Leping happy, and he thanks her for her effort. She replies it was nothing, and that the kindness of both of them is something the kingdom of Aristotle will never be able to fully repay. She also admits she hoped to see Elizabeth again, and that makes her happy. Emilia, jealous, asks her not to look at her mistress with those weird eyes. Elizabeth, however, tells them to stop fighting and asks them to guide her. Pixius agrees and kindly asks them to follow her, saying she'll now be their guide. They begin walking toward the large structure, but on the way, someone greets them. Leping, recognizing her, asks what she's doing there. It's Gigi. The woman replies that she's patrolling the area since they're in charge of the hot springs security. The hero thanks her for her effort. Then, the red-haired girl in the group asks if today was the day the hero and the demon queen were arriving, and why there are civilians here. A blonde replies that she thinks it's just a princess and her servant from some small southern kingdom. But Gigi bows, thanking the hero for the greeting. Leping comments that it looks like she's doing well in the Sword Saints Guild, which she confirms, saying it's all thanks to his guidance. They begin chatting, while Gigi's group members watch in disbelief at how close they seem. The white-haired man asks if that's really the legendary hero, surprised at how well he hides his aura. The redhead wonders if he's serious, incredulous that he taught her aunt the Tai Chi sword technique. She confesses he doesn't look like a hero. The blonde comments that maybe the woman beside him is the legendary demon queen. At that moment, the hero greets them with a smile, saying he remembers them from the last guild tournament. But the three misinterpret his words, thinking he said he'll never forget their faces or actions. Luna and Anna collapse in fright, fainting from the pressure. Immediately, someone calls the white-haired guy. The young man freezes, unsure if they're really talking to him. The hero places his hand on Qing's shoulder and asks Gigi if she's learned well from him, stating that her swordless style is impressive. The young man questions the idea that she learned from him, but Gigi replies by asking if he really wants her to learn Qing's sword technique, while reflecting that in fact, all of Qing's techniques were originally taught by her. Then, Leping reveals that he simply copied her movements and learned on his own. However, he adds that since he has no magic, he cannot generate an energy sword like the warrior does, making it clear that they have both taught each other. The hero comments that it's just like the saying goes, among three people, there's always something to learn, and he confesses that he has learned a lot from them. Kang, slightly embarrassed, replies that it's not like that he has neither merit nor the ability to teach. He also asks Gigi not to misunderstand and wonders how he could possibly teach anything. However, the woman tells him not to worry. She adds that the hero already clearly said that his level is insufficient and that she hasn't fully understood it yet. She reflects that when she first understood it, she realized she shouldn't be obsessed with techniques, but rather merge with nature to feel it. But in reality, that's not all. Thinking only about merging with nature is also a form of obsession. She believes that humans and nature should be one and the same, with no distinction. However, she still hasn't let go of the burden of having been the strongest among humans. Fortunately, the hero opened her eyes. She believes that if someone as strong as him can still learn from Qing, then she cannot allow herself to be arrogant. Even from someone weaker than her, there are valuable things to learn. This is the true reason why the hero asked her to return to the Swordmasters Association and start from scratch. That's when Gigi begins to levitate and shine, surprising Qing, but not the hero, who comments that she's floating again. Thus, Gigi Saugus reaches the level of 5-star Demon King. The white-haired warrior, upon seeing this, reflects that a single sentence from the hero was enough for Lady Gigi to level up. He confesses that, at his level, it's hard to truly understand what just happened. He believes that the legendary hero has been traveling incognito among mortals, causing every major figure in each kingdom to increase their power. He considers that these events are completely unlike anything he knows and wonders why, being so powerful, the hero said he wanted to learn from him. Then Ching kneels and apologizes. Seeing this, Lipping wonders if he has heat stroke, recalling that the same thing happened with the two girls who accompanied him. He asks if he's all right and why he doesn't take a break. But the warrior replies that thanks to him, he's begun to understand, and that now he's leveling up. Just then, the queen tells Lipping to hurry, thinking that he gave his blessing as soon as he arrived. She wonders if he realized that the warrior's strength is still not enough to withstand the chaotic energy of the dark sea. She believes that one reason they placed the hot springs there was just in case, so they could cover for each other. Gigi asks the hero to leave the external matters to her, to which Lipping agrees and thanks her for her hard work, reflecting that it's best not to interrupt her training for now. He then runs to his group and tells them he's arrived. The group begins to enter the hot springs, receiving a welcome from several familiar faces. The hero greets Uncle Boss, Elif, and the Dwarf King. He thanks them for building the hot springs and the hotel, but is left speechless upon seeing the interior. He shouts that it's way too over the top, revealing that the place is huge and filled with many exotic structures. Lipping tells Elizabeth to take a look, pointing out that the place is much larger than it appears from the outside. The queen asks what the problem is, explaining that it's just low-level spatial magic. The hero realizes it's magic and wonders if that upward-flowing water column was also created with magic. He admits that everything is way too exaggerated and that, if it were up to him, he could never do something like this. He reflects that it's a supreme fusion of magic and blacksmithing. Trembling, Heimerdinger thinks that even though he tried to cover the flaws with an elegant appearance, the hero noticed them instantly. He says the hero gave him a divine weapon, but in return, he couldn't give him anything of equal value. Both Elif and Uncle Boss look down, believing the hero didn't like it. The three kneel down, and the hero, confused, asks what's wrong with them. He thinks they might have rushed the construction and ended up exhausted. Lipping comments that he didn't actually ask for such an extravagant hot spring, to which his subordinates reply that they already knew. Then the hero approaches them and says that, since they made it this way, all that's left is to give them something in return. Everyone believes they're about to receive divine punishment, but the truth is that Lipping gives them a basket of fruit and some words of encouragement. He explains that they're fresh fruits he just picked and hopes they'll be useful. Uncle Boss takes them, speechless, and simply asks why. The hero replies that he only picked a few fruits, so they'll have to share them with the others, and thanks them for their hard work. He also reflects that they'll be staying at the hot springs for a few days, so they should save enough fruit to cook something special for Elizabeth. If she gets upset, the trip will be a failure. Just then, Heimerdinger raises his hand and asks for permission to consult again about the art of forging. Lipping replies that there's no need for such formality, that he can ask freely. The great blacksmith reveals that no matter how hard he tries or how meticulous he is, he still can't forge weapons of the hero's quality, and asks what he's missing. Lipping thinks, here we go again. He knows the Dwarf Lord is Elizabeth's vassal, and that every time he sees the Demon Queen's fiancé, he asks forging questions as a sign of respect. But since they asked, he must answer seriously. He can't look bad in front of Elizabeth. So the hero responds that, in his opinion, working with dedication doesn't mean obsessing over details, but feeling it from the heart. In short, it's not about seeing with your eyes, but feeling with your heart. And that's enough. However, internally, the hero thinks his skills are limited. What he really wants to say is that practice makes perfect, but guided by intuition. Upon hearing that, a single sentence awakens Heimerdinger, who asks if he shouldn't trust what his eyes see. He admits that, in the end, that was what he was missing. Hearing the hero, He feels that his 700-year career as a blacksmith was nothing but stagnation and wasted time. The perfect proportion formula, the most precise polishing angle, and the exact tempering time. He believes that even if he magnified the details 10,000 times, that still wouldn't be working from the heart. It was all just an excuse to justify his stubbornness. He concludes that true forging must not be limited by external factors. Then, with a single motion, he removes his glasses, or rather, his eyes. Leaping, upon seeing that, asks what he's doing. Heimerdinger throws his eyes to the ground and thanks the hero for his guidance, confessing that he now understands everything and begins to level up. Uncle Boss congratulates him for reaching the Demon King rank, but then asks about his eyes and requests Elif's help. His daughter replies that yes, she can use herbs to heal him and will prepare it immediately. But Heimerdinger replies that it's not necessary because right now, he sees more clearly than ever. He reflects that now he can clearly feel with his heart every flaw in the forging field, and he believes he has finally understood everything. Lipping, doubtful, asks if the Dwarf King's glasses were a limiter to his powers, and thinks that his way of thinking is definitely not something a mere mortal like him can easily understand. Heimerdinger confirms that they were, that the artifact helped him in forging, and that he was very proud of it. But in the end, it only ended up being a brake on his growth. He gives thanks, although he still has one more question. But just at that moment, the queen interrupts and asks if they're done, stating that they're exaggerating everything. She adds that they must be careful, because if they become too ambitious, they might not be able to handle the consequences. Heimerdinger immediately kneels down, apologizing to the Demon Queen and acknowledging she's right. For his part, Lepping thinks he doesn't fully understand the situation, but he's sure Elizabeth is right, since everyone has treated her well so far, and he assumes he's gaining some prestige by association. Finally, Pixius tells them they should proceed to the suite they'll be sharing. He adds that it's a bit far, so now they'll take a transport vehicle. He approaches some leaves, confirms they're roughly the same size, and tosses a capsule onto them. Then, the leaf transforms into a means of transportation. Pixius explains that the space capsule is a new invention she created by combining the properties of science and plant magic. The capsule stores the body, while the magical plant provides the necessary energy. Everyone boards, and the transport slowly takes them to the room. Leaping looks around and comments that it's very stable, and much quieter than the previous mechanical fish. Pixius remembers Wankai, acknowledging that his creation was an enthusiastic source of inspiration for her. She also reflects that it was Elizabeth who introduced her to magic, and that the hero's mechanical dog, even after seeing it several times, remains an endless source of creative inspiration. If she's not mistaken, it represents the pinnacle of technology. The little dragon asks her master why she uses that kind of vehicle if she herself is her official mount. Pixius, with the intention of teasing her, says that after all, it's just a means of transport and, of course, can be replaced at any time. Amelia, annoyed by the comment, curses the girl and asks if she dares to take her place, while they both stare at each other tensely. The queen asks them not to waste time and to go to the room at once. Internally, she reflects that once they arrive, no one will be able to interrupt her moment alone with Lepping. Pixius speeds up the flight, and Lepping is impressed to see various attractions along the way. The guide tells them that those are floating islands with different themed hot springs. She informs them that if they want to visit any, they just have to call her. She also indicates that they are already approaching the room assigned to them. Lepping thanks Pixius with a smile, excited by the idea of enjoying the place. Upon arrival, everyone disembarks, and the guide tells them that if they need anything later, they just have to ring the bell in the room and she will come immediately. The hero replies that it's fine, and suggests that she also get some rest, while she begins to leave the place. Lepping looks at the queen and tells her that they've arrived. Elizabeth, slightly blushing, asks what surprise he wants to give her. He replies that she'll know soon, but first they have to go inside. At the same time, he thinks he should tell her at the most romantic moment. He takes her hand, and they enter the dimensional room together. Once inside, the hero is amazed by the interior. The queen sees the bed and reflects that she has already guessed the surprise, that tonight will be the key moment to take a big step in their relationship. She begins to imagine the intimate scene between them, until Amelia interrupts the fantasy by jumping onto the bed, saying it's very comfy and pleasant, and that tonight she will sleep there with her master. With a smile, she says that she's very happy. But that happiness doesn't last long. Suddenly, a blue light envelops her and she disappears, being absorbed by a somewhat familiar object. Lepping is surprised and asks if that isn't the small model he had built some time ago and left on the table. The queen, putting the Pokeball into her backpack, replies that it's nothing important. She just thought it would be convenient to bring it, as it can store Amelia's contract inside, which is very useful. Then she approaches him, hugs him, and asks him not to talk about anything else because now they are completely alone. They kiss passionately and begin to grow more intimate. Until someone arrives. It's Annie, who interrupts the loving couple. Upon seeing them, she greets them politely. Lepping, slightly blushing, returns the greeting and asks why she's in their room. The girl replies that since she knows nothing about architecture or construction, she volunteered to clean. She was just cleaning the bathroom. The hero understands, but tells her it wasn't necessary, and that from now on, he'll handle the cleaning himself. Annie, confused, asks if she did something wrong. She reflects that the bed is already unmade, even though they haven't slept yet, and wonders if they weren't satisfied with her work. Then she apologizes and explains that she tried to imitate Lepping's sewing techniques for the bed, the sheets, and the pillows, but she knows there's a big difference. Still, if they're not satisfied, she can redo them and asks for a chance to fix it. Lepping tells her it's not necessary, that she did very well, but she just arrived at an inconvenient moment. At that moment, the queen yells for her to stop, scaring both Lepping and Annie. She slowly approaches the girl and asks how many times they're going to repeat that scene, and if they're not bored of it. Annie, nervous about the approach, insists that she doesn't understand if she did something wrong. The queen places her hand on Annie's head and asks if she wants a blessing. She explains that for something so simple, she doesn't need Lepping to teach her anything, because she, as the demon queen, will take care of it. She then activates her power, the Demon King's blessing, which causes a complete transformation in Annie. Lepping watches in astonishment and asks if she'll be okay, seeing that the power granted completely transforms her physique. Elizabeth has fully activated Jimji's lineage within Annie. The hero, surprised, asks her if she feels okay, while reflecting that Elizabeth helped Annie evolve. He finds it incredible. The queen explains that she has awakened all the power of her lineage and orders her to leave and learn to control it by herself. Annie is left confused, not understanding what's happening. But Elizabeth has no patience. Using her power, she makes Annie's broom fly through the air, throwing her away, telling her to stop saying nonsense and to leave, expelling her far from the room. Once Annie is gone, Elizabeth comments with satisfaction that she finally has some peace. Then she turns and with an intense gaze, tells Lepping that now it's his turn. The young man, confused, asks her to wait a bit and not be so impulsive, while slowly stepping back. Until he bumps into the bed. Elizabeth, seeing that he can't escape anymore, asks if he knows how long she's waited for this moment. She gently pushes him onto the bed, moves even closer, and says that now no one can interrupt them. Already on top of him, she demands that he stop stalling and asks where the surprise he prepared for her is. Lepping, nervous about the situation and her closeness, wonders if she has discovered his plan to propose. But his thoughts are interrupted when the queen firmly demands that he give her the surprise right now, getting even closer. After hearing those words, the action began to take shape. Each moment made Elizabeth wrap Lepping with love and tenderness, until their lips joined in a soft, delicate, almost eternal kiss. But in the midst of that joy, the hero stopped. He held the queen by her arms, and with a trembling yet firm voice, confessed that he could not continue yet. Elizabeth, with her heart racing and her gaze wounded, asked in surprise if perhaps he did not desire her. The man, looking at her with devotion, replied that of course he desired her with all his being, but he did not want their union to happen at that moment. For him, everything followed a sacred plan. He wanted to give his queen the most eternal memory, the purest gift, and only after declaring marriage, as her fiancé, could he fully surrender. Triumph was near, and he wondered what mattered waiting a little longer if perfection could be achieved that way. Elizabeth, blushing, whispered if perhaps he had not liked seeing her on top of him, and if that was the reason, then she could remain below. Lipping, surprised, replied quickly that of course he enjoyed having her over him, but that was not what he meant. He took his beloved's hand, and with a luminous seriousness in his eyes, begged her to listen. He explained that it was like the creation of a cake. For it to be perfect, no step could fail. First, the ingredients are mixed, then they are baked with patience, then the cream is spread evenly, and finally it is decorated with precision, placing in every detail the soul itself. Only then, he said, a perfect cake is obtained. Some might think that eating each thing separately would be the same, but for him it was not, because even if a single step failed, the result would no longer be perfect. He admitted that perhaps she saw him as a stubborn and overly traditional man, but all he wanted was for her to understand the sincerity of his heart. When he finished, Leaping thought that this was also his strength, the firmness of a man who believes in pure love. He imagined the whole path they had traveled step by step until reaching that moment in which their souls were about to unite. He firmly believed that only when body and spirit merged into one could they reach absolute pleasure. Elizabeth, while listening to him, realized that she had been about to let herself be carried away by desire. She understood the metaphor of the cake. For her, that sweet worked by Lepping's divine hands was proof of an authentic brilliance. She imagined the whole scene while her thoughts ignited. She felt that this time she would be the ingredient, and that he would cook her with his supreme law. Rather, from the day their paths crossed, every step taken with him had been essential. She dreamed that everything would culminate with a strawberry resting on her, while Lepping leaned in and asked her not to move. He could not fail. He longed to savor her when all her essence reached its most intense point. In her mind, intimacy blossomed with a burning radiance, elevated to the peak of the sublime. Then, with a serene voice, Elizabeth said that she understood and that she would wait. Lepping contemplated her, convinced that she had accepted his plea. Although she was a queen, he discovered in her a tender, delicate, attentive woman. For her part, Elizabeth looked at him and, upon hearing his words, understood that it was not bad at all. Whether in body or in spirit, she knew that he wanted to help her rise even higher. Only that way, she thought, could they conceive the strongest child.